Welcome in to DNVR Draft Day Live. Oh, it's a beautiful day in the Mile High City, and it is finally day 2 of the NFL Draft. Feels like it's been a week since last night with everything that's gone on. What a night it was for the Denver Broncos, and another huge day for the history, or I should say for the future of this franchise as we sit here today.
Yeah, that's what I found myself writing in the intro to the film room that I wrote up last night on Jerry Jeudy, was how we could very well be looking back on this moment and think of how Jerry Jeudy, the fortune of him slipping into the Broncos' lap, could really kind of become a turning point for this franchise, and how they were able to significantly increase their offensive potential for the long term.
Completely agree. And man, we talked about it so much last night, but the selection of Jerry Jeudy, every minute that goes by, everything I read, every person I talk to, everything is just so positive. You look at the grades nationally of this pick, and it's just absolute praise across the board. A's for John Elway, A's for the Broncos, and the more you think about it and the more you look at this, it's extremely exciting for this offense that has been so poor for so long. And I really think we're going to see a huge jump here, a huge difference between last season and this season right away with this team. And you know what? I said it today. I believe that the collective ceiling of Courtland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy is higher than that of Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders.
I think you're right. When you look at these two guys, I mean, obviously don't want to disrespect either Demaryius Thomas or Emmanuel Sanders because of all the great things that they've done for the Broncos in the past, but they weren't perfect. I mean, we're not talking about two locks for Hall of Famers, and I think that Courtland Sutton could make his way toward the Hall of Fame. I don't know that it's likely, but he has that type of talent. He's already shown that he can translate that talent to on-field production. And now there's Jerry Jeudy, who's done all these things. And guess what? Today's his 21st birthday. He did all that stuff before he could even take a legal drink.
Crazy.
And I'm sure, like all of us, he did not have one single sip before he was allowed to.
Never.
That's exactly right.
But today is a huge day. Broncos slated for 4 picks on this day. We assume that won't exactly be the way it shakes out. We assume that they will probably make some moves and end up with probably 3, if I'm guessing. But there you look at it, 46, 77, 83, and 95 are the picks on the board for the Broncos today. I personally would love to see them consolidate a little bit, maybe get back into the second round, end up with 2 second-round picks, 1 third-round pick, or 2 thirds maybe even, to really, just consolidate this group and get yourself some more high-level players. We talked about it yesterday, and we talked about what the ceiling all of a sudden is for this offense, and it's very high, but we do know that they still need a couple of starters. They do potentially need a center. They do potentially need a left tackle, definitely needed a left tackle if they really want to reach their ceiling as an offense. So this is a big day, and John Elway said, you know what, we have a lot of capital, we have a plan, and that's exciting.
Yeah, and I keep thinking back to that, trying to move up for Patrick Queen, and could there be linebackers that interest them today? Because Queen would have been a really intriguing fit, but he's far from the only cover linebacker in this class. I'd be really excited with either Akeem Davis-Gaithers of Appalachian State, who really stood out at the Senior Bowl, had a great, just career for the small school program, which was nationally ranked last season, and Troy Dye from Oregon, kind of the catalyst for one of the best defenses in the country there in the middle, a converted safety who Henry and I have talked about a lot through the season.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about trades, I personally don't think you need to get up to the top of the second round. I think that something in the middle of the second round, even close to 46, or even maybe later, there's going to be some good value. Adam Schefter tweeted out, I believe it was Adam Schefter earlier today, that NFL GMs have this belief that there are about twice as many first round type talents in this second round than there usually are, first or starting talent, something like that. And I think that instead of trying to get up to the top to snag your favorite who's still on the board, there are going to be some guys who slip, and that's what you really want to take advantage of. Unless you're really sold on Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones or Lloyd Cushenberry being the guy that you have to have, I'd like to see them wait this out for 10 picks or so and then reevaluate, see if it's time to make a move.
Well, speaking of things I'd like to see where Zach Stevens' hair is at today. Let's get a look. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Look at it. Look at you can just tell that is smooth right there.
You know, guys, I was thinking about this today because I had so many people reaching out to me about the hair. I don't think people understand how crazy the hair was in high school. So this is I'm used to this level of craziness. So when I look at it, it's just normal to me.
Are you encouraging our producers to do some digging right now? Because I am.
Oh, man.
I most certainly am encouraging that. I think maybe on Zach's Instagram or maybe his Facebook page, you might be able to find something good on there.
Oh, man.
Yeah, maybe I should go hide some stuff right now.
Yeah.
You better crush that delete button real quick. Oh, man. Zach, how are you feeling about today and what you want to see the Broncos do?
Feeling absolutely fantastic. I mean, John slept easier last night. I think everyone in Broncos country slept easier last night. Now the biggest need, you don't have to go and make sure you get Denzel Mims. You don't have to make sure you get a wide receiver in the second round. You don't have to make sure that you may be going too far and doing wrong things because you got that covered. And right now, 4 picks, the Broncos should not make 4 selections tonight. They should be doing whatever they need to do to get the players that they want because they've set themselves up in that position. I was okay with the Broncos last night trading a couple of third-rounders to move up to go get Jerry Jeudy. Look, they didn't have to do that. So now you got that ammo to maybe finish the night with 3 picks. I think that's kind of the magic number tonight.
I'm with you, Zach. I am with you on the sense of try to move up one way or another. I think you can actually come out of this and keep 4 picks and make him better. You know what I mean? I think you can have 4 picks today, give away one of your thirds and maybe a 5th to get back into the second round. Give yourself 2 second rounders, 2 third rounders, nice balanced haul here, and kind of thin out the back end of the draft. But if you do end up with 3 picks, I think that's fine too. I'm completely with you though in the fact that they should maneuver as much as they possibly can here. Find some targets. We talked about it at the end of the show last night. Man, did these teams mess up the back half of the first round. And it has left so much value on the board here that if you're aggressive and you go get 2 players in the early going of the second round, just like you did last season, you are going to be on your way. And obviously you got to make the right picks there. But, there's so many options of guys. And Andre, who do you have pinned as kind of your top targets for the Broncos entering today?
It really starts on the offensive and defensive lines. You have offensive tackles Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland, 2 kind of ready-made left tackles for NFL standards who still have room to grow and really excel in pass protection. So that's kind of, exactly what you're looking for if you're Mike Munchak and the Broncos as you're trying to rebuild this offense and create more of a pass-heavy identity. And then there's a guy like AJ Epinesa, who the more I looked at him throughout the process, the more he reminded me of guys like Derek Wolfe or what I think the Broncos hoped Adam Gotsis or even DeMarcus Walker could be. Maybe not a perfect fit at edge rusher where he was in college, but a guy who once you shade him a little closer to center and put him in a three-man front could really be a devastating interior presence with enough strength to hold up against the run as well. So those are 3 guys who I would definitely key in on and would try to move up for.
Quickly want to give a shout out to everyone who's jumped into the stream here already. A lot of you coming in here. So thank you all. And thank you to everyone who made last night really special for us. I think it was one of my favorite memories, honestly, in the history of this company. So thanks to everyone who made that possible last night. And then also thanks to MSU Denver for presenting all of our coverage here. msudenver.edu/online is the place to go to further your education. And what better time than now to go take some online classes with MSU Denver. Okay, well, good news is that just 10 minutes from now, we're going to have our first true guest of the night on, and I think all of you in here are going to be excited to find out who it is, because it is our good friend Brandon Perna. You know what? I was talking to him about when he was going to come on, and I said, let's get you on as early as we possibly can so we can get this party started right. And I fully expect Perna to help us do just that. It was like I was in between. Do we bring him on and set the energy early, or do we wait until DNVR after dark like last night when things got real weird? When that would probably have been a great fit for Perna too. But I ended up making the decision, we got to get him on early. We got to have him, bring the energy, as it was a long night for us last night. We might need a little caffeination, and I think Perna can help us out in that regard.
He's the guy you want at your happy hour, and this is the exact timing. 4:50 Friday afternoon happy hour. It's going to be perfect. And speaking of guys you want, Dre, one of the names you said really piqued my interest, and that is Ezra Cleveland. Not just because of the type of prospect he is and everything you said about him, but the Broncos have legitimate interest in him. They talked to him, and I know that conversation went well. They like him as a prospect. And guys, I think we talked about it last night before the draft started. He's a guy that if someone drafted him in the first round, in the 20s, it would have been a good pick. If you can get him in the second round, that's a guy that I'm willing to trade up for. And if you want to go from 46 to 33, 34, both of those picks are open, it'll cost you your last third round pick. To me, that's easy if you, in fact, do like Ezra Cleveland as much as I believe the Broncos do. And Hank, every time I've mentioned trading up, you've got the most sour look on your face.
Oh, Henry.
I'm just not a big fan of the trade up, and I'm not going to make this brand as many times a day as I did yesterday. But I mean, to me, to fill out this team, you still need a tackle, you still need a center, you need another receiver, and then defensively, you need probably a slot defender. I think a defensive lineman would be nice, a linebacker would be nice, but you're good with what you have there if you don't get it. And looking at those are 4 needs. You have your 4 picks. I think that you can find starters at all of those positions at the end of the third round. And I think that unless there's a good reason to ditch one of those picks, you're stopping yourself from being able to fill all of your needs. Now, if you can use a late round pick, then that changes some things.
Well, see, and the way I view it is, even if the Broncos stick with 4 picks today, I think they're only going to get 3 starters out of it. Oh. And so that's why I say, okay, my goal, maybe I should not be thinking that way. Maybe I should be thinking that they'll get 4 starters today. I just don't see that as being realistic. So I say, try to use those picks as wisely as you can to try to make sure you get 3 guys.
The investor would tell you the more chances you take, the better chance you have at one of them hitting. But I don't think that's a one-to-one comparison with the NFL draft, because the higher up the players are there, the higher chance they have of succeeding. So to me, it's like, yes, you got 4 picks. Okay, that makes sense. You have 4 chances at landing, hopefully 4 starters. To me, it's like, okay, but we sit here with 32. We're at pick number 33 now, and we know that based off of our board, Andre's board, there are a significant chunk of first-round players still left on that board. I'd love to jump up and go get them. I understand where you're coming from, Hank. I just like to increase the chance of getting the right guy rather than getting more chances at getting a guy.
Go ahead.
Looking at the ESPN big board, for example, though, if you look at the safety position, Xavier McKinney, he was probably going to go in the first round. I think it's kind of a surprise he's still there. And that'd be a great value if the Broncos want to go up and get him, and he'd be that slot defender. Eventually, he'd probably move into Kareem Jackson's position. But then I look at the safeties behind him and see Antoine Winfield, and Grant Delpit, and Jeremy Chin, and Kyle Duggar, and Ashton Davis, and Terrell Burgess. And I think any of those guys, you're starting slot defender, and there's 7 of them. And that's why I'm willing to be just a little bit passive here early. But at the same time, if Vic Fangio says Jeremy Chin is our guy, Jeremy Chin is going to basically be Isaiah Simmons, and that's the style of player that he is, just coming from the FCS level, then maybe it is worth it to go up and get him.
Can we just quickly take a look at what we have on the big board here and see, kind of who is available for the Broncos as they potentially explore moving up?
Well, that gets kicked up. I've kind of seen 4 remaining areas that they could really upgrade on the starting lineup. And I'm wondering if they condense those 4 picks to 3, which of the needs between left tackle, upgrading inside linebacker at Todd Davis's spot, that 5th defensive back, that, whether it's a nickel corner or that Will Parks big nickel defender, and then center. Of those 4, if you had to pick, and obviously in the draft, it's a different question because it's more about the available prospects, but just based on that list, who would you sacrifice there?
Well, there's one that I wouldn't sacrifice, and that's center. I think when you were naming all of those, I thought, yeah, Todd Davis could man the middle of the field for another year. I could see them giving Garrett Bowles 1 more year. And I think Vic Fangio could scheme the defense to cover up for a 3rd corner. But center was one sorry, Patrick Morris. I'm sorry, Austin Schlottman. I think that they absolutely have to go center.
Yeah.
And where we have to go right now is to bring in, as I have deemed him, the party starter. It's time to talk to our guy, Brandon Perna. So let's bring him in right now, or as soon as we possibly can, and get this thing going. Brandon Perna, my guy, how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just recovering from a metaphorical draft day hangover and a literal hangover, but doing all right.
You look, just fantastic. The quarantine look is really good on you. A little bit of a Zach Stevens hair thing going there, but a really good look otherwise.
I wish I could get the beard like you have, though. I can't do that.
Yeah, I'm glad that you can't, because this is the only thing I have that identifies me as a alpha male. So
that's what I'm saying. I need that.
No, I can't have that kind of competition. I'm too insecure.
All right, Perna, give us your takeaway from the Broncos' 1st-round pick.
Love it. It was. I'm just like I just went on a walk with my wife. And I was telling her, like,
congrats on the wife.
What's that?
Congrats on the wife.
Yeah, I got married. So suck it. Anybody who's single. But we were on a walk, and I was like, this is actually the first moment I'm getting a chance to appreciate the Jerry Jeudy pick, because we were live streaming last night. I just uploaded like a draft recap video, and I was like, it's a really good pick. And the Broncos, they didn't have to give up anything to get Jeudy. Rarely in a draft do you see like the guy you want most fall to where you're sitting, and things just seem to kind of go right for you. So pretty exciting. I'm glad they didn't have to give up any of their firepower, because it's going to make tonight more interesting with those 3 third-rounders. So I'm a little worried about Ruggs in Oakland. As much as everybody wants to make fun of them for always taking like a fast wide receiver a la Al Davis, it seems like Ruggs pretty solid fit there as well. So
for sure, yeah. That's going to be a tough one to compete with. And now you have Ruggs and Tyreek Hill in the division. Someone said no one had a worse day yesterday than Chris Harris Jr. He already had to face Tyreek Hill. Now he's got to face Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy. Right. Depending on the matchup there. So,
and his team probably took the biggest question mark at quarterback. So
tough scene.
We'll see how good those uniforms look when all they're doing is throwing picks.
So, Brandon, you mentioned all the ammo that the Broncos have tonight. What are you doing? Are you keeping all 4 picks? Are you looking to trade up because there's still some top talent there? You're John Elway. Tell me what the plan is going in.
Maybe trading, up into the 2nd if there's 2 guys where you can address 2 of your sort of positions of need right now. But I don't know. This part of the draft is always interesting to me, where I feel like 2nd and 3rd round guys, you can get a lot of value in either spot. And I don't know enough about this draft to say like, oh yeah, you got to get into the 2nd round because your corners are going to be gone by then, or Maybe the offensive lineman they're targeting is going to be gone, which I think they could get in the third round. I know you guys were talking about center before I came on. Is it set that Glasgow's not going to play center, or
it's not set, but we've kind of been of the belief that you don't pay a guy all that money to make him change positions.
Right, but he played center
a little bit
for a while in Detroit, right?
During his press conference when he got signed by the Broncos, he said, "I think I'm a good center and I think I'm a great guard." And to me, that answered the question right there.
Some guy also echoed that.
Some guy on Twitter that I don't know who's a Lions fan said he was a better center than a guard. So I would disagree with that, Grant. But yeah, then if they can get if they got to trade up, I would say to get a center in the second round, then I would use, if I have to use 2 of my thirds to do that, I think I would. I feel like it's tough because another corner is really important and another offensive line piece is important. So I don't know. I trust Vic Fangio to do more with less on defense. So I would say use the ammo to get the center, not a guard.
I gotta ask you, where do you stand on a Jerry Jeudy nickname where we are right now?
Oh, I wrote this down today for an episode. Hold on, let me tell you. Okay, let's see.
You're telling me that
here.
Everything you do isn't just improv?
I wish I was that good. Okay, it is. This is the final nickname, and it is official in Broncos country. The United States Courtland of Appeals for the 11th Circuit of Offense, presided over by Judge Judy, whose appellate jurisdiction covers every stadium on earth.
Wow.
It just rolls off the tongue.
Rolls off the tongue. Easiest one to say. And then you can always throw, locked up at the end of that, and it kind of just works. We got to figure out how to incorporate throw away the key too. Are there any guys named Key or Keys in this draft?
I think there's a Keyshawn out there, isn't there? There's got to be a Keyshawn.
We could work with that.
We could bring back Keyshawn Bieria.
Oh, yeah. Switching to fullback.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll be fine. R.I.P. Jano. We miss you.
Oh man.
Well.
All right. What would you like to see them do? Who's your favorite players left on the board, Perna?
I don't know.
That's what I love to hear.
Dude, my brain is so fried right now. And honestly, I've spent more time over the last 3 days making graphics and images than learning more information about players in the draft. So I could try to lie here and pretend like I know. But I don't.
Someone in the comments wants you to show off your shirt. What are you rocking there?
Oh, this is my lucky Mile High Joe Flacco shirt.
Oh yeah, really. Way to rep a legend.
Joe Flacco.
Wow.
Mile High Joe. That one's gonna stick forever. That nickname.
Today. I purchased this from Joe Flacco's website.
Oh my God!
I said I'm buying in. I didn't buy any Case Keenum shirts. Not going to make that mistake with Joe Flacco.
Good call.
You've got one drive at the end of the game. You need a win, or your life is on the line. You get to choose Paxton Lynch, Joe Flacco, or Case Keenum to lead the drive. Who do you got?
Oh man, I'll roll with Joe since I'm wearing his shirt. If he's playing against the Broncos, I'm going with Joe Flacco. It's so crazy. Broncos fans are so tormented by Joe Flacco because of that playoff game. He played his single best game ever, and it just happened to be against the Broncos and Peyton Manning in what should have been probably a Super Bowl victory for them. So I thought this would uncurse, us from Joe Flacco's reign of terror, but it didn't.
God.
So Perna, does that mean you don't have any Drew Lock shirts? Is that the good luck? Is you not owning a Lock shirt?
No. I sell Drew Lock shirts, so I actually do own them.
There we go.
And I don't know what your rules are on words of profanity here. I don't even think I can say what the shirts are that I sell.
It's
I bet I can guess.
horse appendage lock.
Yeah, there you go. Horse appendage lock. Horse
Someone
emoji, rooster emoji, lock emoji.
There you go. Someone posted in the DNVR lounge the other day, like, we need a shirt with that on it, and then someone else was like, Perna already has that, and I was like, yeah, that's a little more down his lane than it is ours.
There's a lot of money to be made in swear words, guys. Just so you know.
All right, we have a tweet here from an NFL insider, Harrison Wynn. So let's just take a quick look at what he has to say here. Do we have it? Do we have the NFL insider tweet? There it is. Oh, there, yes. You versus the guys she told you not to worry about.
So true. So true.
That's
How
in the
old were
span
you in
of
the
what,
left pick,
12
Hank?
months?
That was this summer.
Yeah, that was
when I had to sub in for Allie on the Daily Sports Report.
Nice.
Wow,
like
you've come
9
a lot.
months ago. Yeah.
Jeez.
All it
I
takes
think
is
of-
one quarantine to turn somebody into a man.
Having
boy.
a real life job has really helped you step up your game.
It has.
All
Or
right,
torn you
thanks
apart
for
from
that,
the
Harry.
insides.
All right, Perna. Any final thoughts you have for us here before we let you go to go create amazing content?
Let's see. The Broncos already hit a home run with their first pick. I'm assuming this is – everybody thought Elway had a pretty good draft last year. This is going to go down as John Elway's greatest draft he has ever had. And nobody in the great state of Colorado will ever criticize his draft picks ever again. And in fact, when he dies, the terrible day that will be, on his grave, it will say, just as good a drafting GM as a football slinging quarterback.
Here,
Love
here.
it. And so I
Poetic.
guess you're on board with my sign back here. Plan the parade.
There you go. Yeah. Plan it.
ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Perna. Well, we appreciate you so much for coming on, and maybe send us a clip of your latest video, and we'll throw it up here. Something that's appropriate.
I think I was pretty good this time. So
All right.
I could punch it.
All right. Thanks a lot to Brandon Perna for joining
Wait,
us.
I have one question.
Oh, you're asking questions now.
Who's running your whole technical show?
Oh, that would be Rudo and Allie behind the scenes. Allie is directing.
Oh,
Rudo
nice.
is producing.
Cool. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job.
They are.
Yep.
Must be cool to have multiple people all working together.
You want to ask something, Perna?
No. I'm just saying, it must be nice. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you too. We're bouncing them in and out. We're really, I think you guys get praised, and then you start messing up back there. All right, thanks. Have a great round 2 and 3, Perna.
Yeah, I will. It's all on me.
Fun stuff.
Beautiful.
Okay. Let's take quickly some Elway audio from last night, see where he's at, see where he stands as we get ready for the second round to start here. 1 minute away from 5 o'clock, but we know there's going to be like a 27-minute montage to lead us in before they do anything.
Why are you putting that on us?
All right. Let's hear from John Elway.
In the trade in front of you, were you talking to the 49ers when the Buccaneers made the trade as well? And were you worried at that point Judy might not be there after that deal?
No, I had talked to John Lynch earlier in the day, and so he said he had some different things going on. So when he said there's a trade, we figured that there was somebody coming. We didn't realize it was Tampa until they announced that it was Tampa. But we really kind of suspected that Tampa was coming for an offensive lineman, with Worst being the last one available. And then once they did that, we felt, very comfortable that whether we didn't know if Jerry was going to be there or if, CD was. We knew one of those two were going to be there. So Didn't know what San Francisco was going to do. So we're thrilled that, like we said, we had an opportunity to make.
Yep, great stuff there, and that was interesting to hear because we were kind of starting to worry a little bit when these trades started going out. Oh, what are they doing in front of the Broncos? But now we know John Elway pretty confident once it got to 13 that they were going to end up with their guy. And what a great feeling that must have been because it was not fun, not as fun for us. I was really getting the heartbeat going once 13 came around, like thinking they were going to go wide receiver, and then maybe someone jumped up in front of the Broncos, took another wide receiver. But in the end, they kind of had what was going down laid out in front of them, and they didn't have to worry about much.
Handled it like a baller. My God, what a cool gambler he is. Go ahead, Z.
Well, and that's what being good friends with John Lynch does. You get that little insight. I was talking to someone earlier today, and they said, do they know what's happening ahead of them? And no, I mean, teams aren't going to tell you what they're doing, or teams aren't going to say, yeah, I hear the Falcons are going to trade with us so that they can draft this player. No, you don't get that. That's the whole point of trading up is to jump people and not let people know what's going on. Except I do believe John Elway and John Lynch have a relationship that can benefit you in that way, where he is willing to tell you, okay, yeah, we are talking with Tampa Bay, but we think they're going tackle, or we're talking with this team. Do you want to match? A team doesn't have to give you that, but I think that the connection the Broncos and 49ers do really benefits them.
Completely. Okay, we got some more audio here. Let's hear from Vic Fangio talking about scouting the wide receiver position, being a defensive coach.
Out of watching of the wide receivers in this draft, and when I was watching them, that was the lens I was watching them through, is as a defensive coach, as to who was hard to cover, who would cause problems, who do you think you'd have to give guys help to. So that was the lens I was watching all these receivers through. And I think it's a good lens to watch through, when you're evaluating a receiver, because, there's a lot of receivers out there, but, there's only about a third of them or less, scare you that you have to give them special attention. So that was the lens I was watching receivers through. Can I figure out the other question?
All right. Interesting stuff there. And there's always a spin that you could take, right? If it's an offensive coach watching a defensive player, well, he wants to know who the hardest ones to scheme for. If it's an offensive coach watching an offensive player, of course, they're the experts there. But what did you think of what Vic Fangio said there? And do you buy that, that was why they bumped Jerry Jeudy up so high?
Yeah, I totally buy it. You look at what Jerry Jeudy was able to do in college. Ryan, you tweeted out that story, I believe, from ESPN today, the feature about him.
Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated, is that what it was? Yeah, and it's a great story, talking all the way back about him watching highlights, watching film when he was a kid, spending all of his time there, not going to parties in college, going to work out with Calvin Ridley, run ladders, and he did that all the way through. I mean, all of that work is showing up in the way that he plays. I mean, he is unstoppable at the line of scrimmage. I've heard people talk about the press and how he could struggle to get off the press at the next level. No, you're not getting that close to him at the line of scrimmage. He's unstoppable as a receiver one-on-one.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what John Elway said today, I believe, when he was talking to the Broncos. He said Jerry Jeudy is the class of the class when it comes to this wide receiver group. And that's kind of exactly what Vic Fangio was saying. He was so above the top group to them that it made it worth them biting on that guy instead of waiting till day 2, where, I mean, you guys know, anywhere today the Broncos could have got a starting receiver.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. I guess he's kind of implying, even though he doesn't say it directly, that in Jeudy he saw a wide receiver that's in that elite 1/3 of wide receivers that do impact how you cover them and the schemes that you prepare going into a game. And of course, when we talked about the Ruggs, Jeudy, Lamb, that was kind of an advantage that Ruggs seemed to have over the other wide receivers in this class, is that he really forced you to make some pre-game adjustments schematically. But clearly, I mean, Jeudy has that kind of juice as well. And rewatching his film yesterday, it was just so evident how deadly he is on those releases. You'll see him here against South Carolina. He's on the far side over there towards the left hash. And in press, which is what Henry was just talking about, how maybe his lack of physicality will look how dynamic he is in creating space. And then as soon as he makes that cut and stops on a dime, the wide receiver falls on his butt. And here the long speed, we talked about how he might not be Henry Ruggs, but he's still a deep weapon. This is that bowl game that we were talking about yesterday where he could have easily, they don't make the playoffs. His starting quarterback is hurt. He could have easily, like so many others, said, screw it, I'm not playing in the bowl game. Instead, he comes out and first play, they run this, and he just houses it against one of the best defenses in the country. That's the kind of impact player he is and playmaker. So it's really, quite the pick. I just got more and more excited the more film I was catching up on and reports I was writing up on him yesterday.
And to highlight a couple things that were in that Sports Illustrated article that you mentioned, Hank, in that he said that his sister asked him, if he was going to play in the bowl game. And he was like, how is that even a question? Like, of course I'm going to play in the bowl game. There's been some guys like that it didn't pay off for. Of course, Jake Butt felt the same way. And unfortunately, that really put a dent in his career. And I feel terrible for him in that way. But those are the type of guys that you want on your football team, guys who love the game that much. And I can't recommend that Sports Illustrated article enough. I think you really get a picture of the type of guy that Jerry Jeudy is, the type of person that he is, the type of player that he is, the type of worker that he is, all of those things. A couple quick little tidbits from inside there was one, this is a quote from Tua. He says, if it's a timing route, I see Jerry break off his man so bad, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to punt you the ball. You're so wide open. Another part here, in the story, it talks about how several NFL stars at wide receiver have reached out to Jerry Jeudy for tips on running routes. I mean, this is before he got there. And, the way it's written in there, the author, the name is escaping me. I'll pull it up in a second. But the author mentions, like, he's just scrolling through messages in his DMs being like, oh, yeah, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, like all these guys are just hitting me up asking for tips. And then this is the most eye-opening quote, I think. It comes from Mohamed Sanu. He says, after he watched the video that I tweeted out today of him just leaving some little kid in the dust when he was in high school and having him fall flat on his face, he says, I saw that and I was like, who the F is this kid to stop and cut like that? I saw more, then I saw more, and I said, okay, he'll for real be one of the best to ever do it someday.
Whew, that's the highest praise you can get. And guys, the biggest strength of Jerry Jeudy is getting open. And isn't that, outside of catching the ball, isn't that a wide receiver's number one job? Now, some guys like Henry Ruggs do it because of their speed. Other guys do it because of their strength. They can shut guys off. Jerry Jeudy can do it because he has so many different ways of doing it. So there isn't a physical trait that Jerry Jeudy has that's elite. He's not 6'6". He's not 240 pounds. He doesn't run a 4.2 40. But all of those things are important to help you get open. His best trait is getting open through so many different ways.
Yeah, and with a guy like Henry Ruggs, we've talked so much about why you have to give him extra attention. And it's because you just have to leave somebody over the top, because otherwise he'll beat you deep. And if you don't have somebody up playing him, then obviously he'll be open underneath. You need those two guys. With Jerry Jeudy, the threat of a double move is always there. You need somebody on top of him because there's no way you stick with him if it's a double move. And if he's out there and you see no safety, you call the double move because he will be gone. That's the type of player he is. It's going to be so much fun to watch. I'm so excited.
Real quick, I want you guys to see the video that caused Mohamed Sanu to open his eyes to Jerry Jeudy. I think we have it there. I tweeted it out today. You talk about double moves. Watch this one.
Yeah.
See ya.
No, and I mean, he's the double move king. You give him any sort of space, as Henry was saying. he's just gone. And I mean, that's why what you guys are saying is exactly why he has this reputation, why Juding, as Harrison was telling us yesterday, became a term in South Florida, and why he's got almost an Allen Iverson-like element to his ability to just, cross people over at the line and make them look silly. It's just got this insane footwork and these hips that are just oily smooth. Yeah,
and AJ mentioned this in the chat, but that guy was nothing to sneeze at, as Andre would say. That is a real legitimate high school football player there. So wow, what a move. All right, Zach, we're gonna let you go and get back to your draft coverage. Great stuff on the written side last night. I know we would have loved to have you in here all night, but every time you popped out, you ended up making some great content, so we appreciate you. And make sure you go to DNVR.com and check out all of our written content, starting with what Zach and Mace did during the draft. Then Andre, I wake up to, texts all over the place about what he's created. I wrote a column just before we hopped on here, so we have content coming at you from all angles. Make sure you go to DNVR.com and check out all of our Broncos coverage. But for now, we'll talk to you a little bit later, Zach.
All right, sounds good, guys. I'll touch base later.
All right.
Does look like we're on the clock.
Yes, we have action. We finally have action. And why don't we go ahead and take a look again at the big board and see what guys are here and who might be the targets early on for these teams. Of course, that was with the draft from last night. And then here is the big board. This is page 2 here. Tyler Biadasz, Neville Gallimore, Justin Matabuki, Troy Dye, who I'm a huge fan of. Jalen Hurts could be an interesting pick for someone. Antonio Gibson, who everyone at DNVR loves, I'm pretty sure. Ben Barch, the tackle that I really like out of small school St. John's. KJ Hill, that's a Mace favorite. I mean, you look through this list, and you got tons of guys. Jalen Johnson, the corner out of Utah. You can already just take a look at this second page of the big board and say, okay, one of these guys is probably going to be there for the Broncos. One of these guys that we really like that's left on the board.
Shoot, one of those guys might be available by their 3rd round pick, which gets you excited. And then here are really the targets for the top of round 2 with that 46 pick, or maybe guys that you start to try and move up for. In fact, this is still page 2, but still some very good candidates.
3.
Yep. The guys, the safeties that Henry's mentioned as maybe that 5th defensive back, Xavier McKinney, would be a very interesting fit in that kind of role, or Jeremy Chin over there at 52 on the right side of the screen with a linebacker like Akeem Davis-Gaithers. And you just have a plethora of offensive linemen, especially tackles, but even some centers on all 3 of these pages. On the last page, we had Matthew Pert. Here you had Lucas Niang and Shadiq Charles with Lloyd Cushenberry. And here you have Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones, guys who offensive tackles who carried a 1st round grade for me. If one of them starts to go, I would get a little itchy to try and move up. We'll see if Elway can stay patient once again, though, and let the board fall to him. Obviously, it worked out. Maybe Gold can. I'm making up expressions now. Gold will strike twice again.
What?
I don't know. Do people say that?
Gold will rush twice.
I got no clue, man.
I've got nothing for you there. Someone asked who are the blacked out players. Those are the players who have already gone off the board. So you can kind of see just our entire order here, and then what players are left here. Of course, my guy, Laviska Shenault, still on the board. I believe he's going to go here pretty early in round 2, but the truth is he could slip, and he's maybe the most interesting case in the draft in terms of we do not know where he's going to go. He could slip, or he could go right here to the Cincinnati Bengals. So DeAndre Swift still on the board. Josh Jones, who we talked about a lot last night. Espinoza. I mean, Denzel Mims. Everyone thought Mims was going to be a 1st round receiver. Yep. So tons and tons and tons of talent left here on the board.
Looks like the pick is in here for the Bengals too. So we'll see. But yeah, really hoping those offensive tackles can stick around as much as possible. And I tell you, I keep being intrigued by Epinesa. as a rotational piece on that front three.
I would not hate that. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what. You're starting to really build something special if you get a player like that. And I could not agree more with this comment. Andre's metaphor game needs some work. I don't know, man. I think your metaphor game is nothing to sneeze at.
Nice. Rudo suggested nothing to scoff at.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out. There's one. The expression I'm really looking for is nothing to turn your nose up to.
Oh, nothing to thumb your nose at, I think is.
Thumb your nose at. Oh, yeah. There's another one.
we're building it up.
Andre's set for the rest of the day.
Add into that vocabulary. I'll swap draft knowledge with English language knowledge. We have the pick.
And it's one Tiger to a different type of Tiger. T. Higgins, Clemson Tiger, becomes a Cincinnati Bengal to pair alongside Joe Burrow. Again, another wide receiver off the board before Denzel Mims. Pretty interesting.
Very. And another guy in Joe Burrow who was playing in the national championship. So the Bengals going back-to-back Natty participants here.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that the Bengals, a team that obviously has the first overall pick, has some needs, decided to add to a receiver room that already has AJ Green and already has Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
I think T. Higgins makes a lot of sense as an AJ Green replacement long term, but I don't know. I guess they're just going to be stacked at receiver.
And that's not a bad problem to have when you're trying to develop a young rookie quarterback.
And we've said they need to fit the offense to Burrow. That means more spread looks. So adding a third high-end wide receiver to do that more often maybe shows that the Bengals know and have the right plan in mind, and we'll just try to run out the same old McVay, Jared Goff type offense and try to cater to Burrow's skill set a little more, which makes them that much more interesting and dangerous in the AFC North.
Absolutely. This is an interesting pick. I always liked T. Higgins. He wasn't one of my favorite receivers in this draft, but I still do really like him. I like his body control. I think he, makes some great catches, really does a good job of using his body. So not a bad pick here at all. Just surprising. I felt like I was one of the lower people on Denzel Mims, but even I didn't think he would slide, out of the first round and not even be the first wide receiver selected in the second round.
Yeah, to me, when I look at those two, T. Higgins, I think he has a real skill, a real NFL skill. He's so big, he can go up and get the ball. I think that translates. How much he can give you underneath, that's still kind of to be determined. With Mims, he has, I think, significantly better athletic tools, but isn't a lock in terms of polish, in terms of technique to be a contributor, especially early on.
Yeah, and we've seen teams in this draft with a bit more of a safe approach, trying to gamble a little less. And, Higgins has that pedigree. What's interesting, what you're saying, though, Ryan, I think we've seen at three different positions. And it's the three deepest positions in the draft and three positions of need for the Broncos. Corner, offensive tackle, and wide receiver. There was a clear top tier in all three spots, and those were the top guys to go. And then after that, in the second tiers, it's very much been beauty in the eye of the beholder. And that's why we've seen guys like Ayuk and Higgins and Rager jump, guys we had higher ranked, or, Isaiah Wilson jump, Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones. And with the cornerbacks, all the wacky picks we saw yesterday at the end of round one as well.
How much on the BS meter did you have Kyle Shanahan calling Brandon Ayuk the number one receiver on their board?
Is there a percentage to be given on the BS meter? Yeah, it's really interesting. And then him saying that CeeDee Lamb was their second ranked guy. I think they'll come to regret passing Jerry Jeudy. And yet I might believe them because they are one of those teams that likes to mix it up. Sadly, Ayuk reminds me kind of a bust they drafted out of Washington 2 years ago in Dante Pettis. That was kind of what scared me off, and I'm not surprised that they've gone back to the well and maybe don't realize the mistake they made with that pick as well.
And here we go. Is it just going to be an entire second round of wide receivers? So far, so good. Michael Pittman Jr. going to the Colts here with the second pick in the second round. Another guy I don't love, I'll be honest. I think he's a poor man's Cortland Sutton. And and too poor for my liking.
I like the speed. I think he has a good feel for space. I think just in football in general, he has a good feel for. He's big, but he isn't like the jump ball monster that Cortland Sutton is, though he's going to win more often than he loses. I think he's just very well-rounded. On top of being 6'4", a smart player. Obviously, his dad was actually a Bronco, Michael Pittman, the running back.
Mm-hmm.
He has that just feel for the game, the smarts that show up when he's on the field. He just makes good football plays.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like him. He was a killer against Utah this year, easily the best defense that they faced. He was a killer against CU. The Buffs should have won that game, and then Pittman made some amazing plays down the stretch for his freshman quarterback, just about single-handedly won that game for the Trojans at Folsom. So I really like him. I think he's not so much a poor man's Cortland Sutton. I think he's right around where I had Cortland Sutton ranked. Profiles very similarly in the athletic testing and stuff that we have on the screen here now, with a low 4.5 and vert in the upper 36s. So interesting, though. You got to love this run on receivers. The more that can continue for the Broncos, that would be terrific. Hopefully Denzel Mims, but most importantly, Laviska Shenault don't keep on dropping, though.
Yeah, for me with Pittman, I just saw him being bigger, bigger and stronger than just about anyone out there who was covering him. And when I see that, that type of bully ball kind of stuff from a wide receiver, it worries me just because I don't think he's be able to do that in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Yeah. And I think that's why there could be a bit of a learning curve, because he did play so much that way. But also, he's going into an offense with T.Y. Hilton. And that's kind of the perfect sidekick for a guy like him. And I mean, it's going to be a while before Michael Pittman ever turns T.Y. Hilton into a sidekick, if it ever happens. But I think that when you have that route running, he's going to free up those deep balls. Plus, I think he's going to take enough space away that Pittman will have a little bit easier time coming open underneath and in the intermediate routes as well.
We are moving, boys. The Lions pick is already in.
Love it. And yeah, that's a good point about that Hilton Pittman pairing. They already had their Jerry Jeudy. They just added their Cortland Sutton, while the Broncos kind of did the reverse. And I like that. Back to the DT Emmanuel Sanders comp. I think that's a great comp for this duo the Broncos just put in place. And we haven't talked enough about Judy's versatility to play outside or in the slot. But what that brings to the Broncos offense is really huge, especially with Fant's versatility as well. Now you can do some 2 tight end sets that are going to look like 3 receiver sets. Sorry to put us on a quick Jeudy tangent, but yeah.
We can talk about Jeudy all night.
We should.
All right, while we wait for this Lions pick, I have a new game for you guys today. This one you guys get to both play at the same time, so just yell it out when you know the answer. The game is called From. I name a player, I say from, you tell me where.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Dominic Wood Anderson. From? Too far down the board is where he's from, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right. From Tennessee, I'll go up about 100 spots to try and make this a little better for you.
Yeah.
Let's go with you guys. You definitely know that one. Let's go Jabari Zuniga from
Florida.
Yeah.
That's Hank's first one. All right, so I went too far up. I got to find the sweet spot here.
DeAndre Swift off the board here for the Lions. In the meantime, working out pretty nicely here for the Broncos. The next couple picks. Luckily, the Giants already took an offensive tackle, so they should be in the clear. We'll see what those pesky Patriots will do at 37. That's one of the more interesting picks here early in the second round.
And I like the fit for the Lions as well. I mean, he's a nice little check down back. You have your receivers. Help Matthew Stafford out a little bit. Like, make things easier on him. And that's what this is. Don't worry about like having him find guys late in the pocket. You can dump it off. And obviously he can run the ball too. He's a lot like a bunch of the running backs that the Lions have liked in the past.
Amir Abdullah, Kerryon Johnson. Yeah.
And even Theo Riddick. There are some traits that are very similar.
Yeah.
So I love this fit.
Yeah, this is this is a great pick. I mean, great value for them going all the way, the third pick in the second round here. They get a really, really good player. A lot of running backs in this mold this year, and I love this mold. It's my favorite kind of size and mold for a running back. It's the short, compact guy, super explosive, low center of gravity, good out of the backfield. I mean, that's almost all these guys that we talk about. Edwards-Helaire is that kind of style. DeAndre Swift is that kind of style. J.K. Dobbins is that kind of style. Yeah. You go through these guys, there's tons of guys like that, and I love them. Even Zach Moss, you go through, like, it's that compact type of running back, and those are always my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Lots of CJ Anderson-esque with the lower center of gravity there, and so hard to stop. And when they're shorter like that, they're hard to see coming bursting through the line too, which makes them that much more dangerous. I'm with you. And that value in the passing game we're really finding obviously to be key. That's how you get paid as a running back. That's how two local kids and Christian McCaffrey and Austin Eckler made some big money in free agency this season, because if you bring value in the passing game as a receiver, it just completely changes the value of a running back. Lions doing a pretty nice job. I believe the 5th and 13th prospects on my board, so that's really nice value.
Yep, really, yeah, that's nice on their part to get those two picks quite far apart from each other. Yeah. Okay, as we get closer here, we can start thinking about what's kind of the best player that could fall to the Broncos, and we're moving pretty quickly here through the round. Who are you looking at as the dream? We got the dream last night, and we talked about it from the second we hopped on the stream till the second we hopped off. That was going to be the guy. They got him. Who is the guy today?
For me, it's Ezra Cleveland, and I'll be very happy with Josh Jones all the same. Ezra Cleveland, though, would absolutely be a dream. He was already on NFL teams' radars. He declared early, so he must have got already good intel. But after the combine, he absolutely blew up. And having to go back to his tape and watch him against the Power 5 opponents he played against in win against Florida State early in the year on the road, where Boise was so impressive and came back. And then at the end of the year in the bowl game against Washington, he was just a man among boys. And he's so athletic, but plays with a bit of a nasty streak. He's kind of what Garrett Bowles should have been without the deficiencies, the age concerns, the holding penalties. He's just a much cleaner prospect, but still raw. Mike Munchak could develop this guy into an absolute stud.
Yeah.
Real quick, did you have Cleveland above Jones on your board?
I did, 19th, yep.
Wow.
Jones is 22nd, both with first-round grades, though.
Go ahead, Hank, whatever you're going to say.
I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that tackle's a need, but when I look at this team, I'm not sold on the center position at all. I think that could honestly be a bigger weakness than Garrett Bowles at tackle this season. Meanwhile, you already have Bowles for next season, and I like the tackle class next year. So I think that no matter where the Broncos pick in the first round, they could snag the starting tackle there next year. Still, would love to see them take a tackle. And if Ezra Cleveland's there, I'd like it. But I'd throw Lloyd Cushenberry in that same tier of players that I'd be just as excited for. And I think outside of those positions, center and tackle, I'd look at the safeties too. I love Jeremy Chin. Yeah. Xavier McKinney's a great value. Yeah. These slot defenders, you're losing Will Parks. This is essentially a starter if you take a safety in the second round, I think, or even the third.
Can we take a quick look at the big board? The first page of the big board with DeAndre Swift on there. Obviously, he's off now. Man, I think for me, it's between Cleveland, Jones, and Espinoza. Obviously, if I'm being personally selfish here, I want Laviska Shenault, and that's not, it's a little bit of a double down on something that you kind of just made a strength, but you do need 3, and I don't know if they have 3 yet. So obviously Gladney is off the board too that we have on there, but man, Espinoza, Cleveland, Josh Jones, Laviska Shenault. There's a pretty good chance that one of these guys should be available, and I think any of those picks would be great. Laviska, again, probably not as likely with the Broncos having already gone wide receiver. But if you get either of those 2 tackles, you can count me in on that.
Yeah, that'd be huge. Ryan, since you're the biggest Broncos insider of the three of us, how do you see the best way for the Broncos to utilize Elijah Wilkinson next year? Because I think that plays right into this center offensive tackle conversation that Henry and I are having of, do you prioritize Cushenberry? Do you prioritize one of the tackles? I really think it comes down to, in a lot of ways, how Wilkinson can fit in. Is he going to be most useful as a guard to put Glasgow inside at center? Is he going to be more useful as maybe a guy who can compete with Garrett Bowles at that left tackle spot? So he already gives you competition at the tackle spot and you don't really need that. How do you see him factoring into all this?
I think that if they don't add to the tackle group, and you're asking about Elijah Wilkinson, correct?
Yeah.
If they don't add to the tackle group, I think that that he is going to truly compete with Garrett Bowles for that left tackle spot. And I think it could be beneficial to Garrett to have a little bit of competition over there. The Broncos hinted that they wanted to go that way last year, but of course, Juwan James got injured, and they weren't able to have that competition going. All right, we've got another pick coming in here, and the Giants take Xavier McKinney, safety out of Alabama.
Yeah,
you wrote this report, Hank. Go ahead. Tell us all about him.
I really like him. I think I like him better than Dre. I think that's definitely something we've established. I think that he does have the range to play in the back end. I think that he's kind of a jitterbug type player. If you put him in that slot role, he is that hybrid type. He can play in a couple different positions. I don't think that he's going to be a Derwin James, or Jamal Adams might be even a better comparison for him. I don't think he's quite going to reach that level, but that's the type of player you're looking at. One of the reasons I thought that he could be fun as a Bronco, you put him in the slot and he's going to be a playmaker right there. Whether you want him blitzing, whether you want him jumping the pass. And again, you can see the cons right there: strength, tackling, undersized. Yep. That's why you'd be scared to put him too far inside. I'm not sure you're looking at a dime linebacker with Xavier McKinney, but the speed, the agility, the senses, I think, and obviously the hitting is beautiful. He could have been a real prospect for the Broncos, even a trade-up prospect, I think.
Andre, why did you not like him as much?
Oh, I mean, I still had him ranked 33rd. You know, I think you watch his tape and he doesn't blow you away as a player. There's not a ton of flash, but you just keep on watching him. You keep seeing how, no matter all these different spots he's put in as a single high safety, in the box, covering in the slot, all these different areas, you know, he can press, he can play off, he can play well in zone. He just grows on you because he's so steady. He can do so many things at the same time. So he's like a really nice piece, but I don't know that he's a future Pro Bowler or like one of the 4 best starters on your defense that you really build around. So it was just kind of trying to, you know, quantify that utility, but also the ultimate upside.
And we've got another pick in here for the Patriots, Kyle Duggar from
Lenore-Rhyne.
Lenore-Rhyne, of course, the college that everyone is aware of, a football powerhouse for years and years and years. And as I'm seeing on my screen here, founded in 1891, Lenore-Rhyne University. And as we know, they've been pumping out NFL talent ever since.
Yes, clearly. He's a guy who got the Senior Bowl invite, and that's really where his stock took off. He's an intriguing fit because while he plays safety and he tested really well athletically, he's 217 pounds, and he can play closer to the line of scrimmage, kind of as a hybrid linebacker, as a nickel back, but especially a dime linebacker. So he's going to be intriguing. You know, it's always hard from these small school guys who dominate on tape to understand how really good they're going to be. But he took advantage of the process, was really good at the Senior Bowl and really good at the Combine.
All right. Well, while we're moving quickly here in the second round, we have to wait a second for our next guest. So we will pause there for a second and then bring her in. But we're excited to have on Lindsey Jones with us today, and really awesome to talk to you, Lindsey. And how are you doing? How's your draft going?
It's good so far. Yeah, it's like moving so quickly all of a sudden. Like
Yeah.
that it's so jarring to go from the first round that feels like it drags on and on and on. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my camera and stuff here.
No worries.
Get some earbuds, but yeah, like the first round feels like it drags, and then all of a sudden, like the second round is just like go, 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 go. And I think this virtual draft is actually moving more quickly than regular, which I did not expect that to be the case, but here we are.
Yeah, John Elway.
Ooh, I love this guy.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Is that the pick already? Did they make the pick?
The Panthers. And they really need edge. Like that's.
Yeah, they just added Derek Brown and Yetur Gross-Matos, so some big boys on that line. That's a nice foundation for that Matt Rule defense for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Lindsey, we want to know, how did you feel about the Broncos first round getting Jerry Jeudy?
I mean, sometimes the mocks are right. I mean, I know John Elway said that a lot of their mocks didn't go that way, but all of ours went that way.
Oh.
Nikki had been mocking Jerry Jeudy for a while. So it's nice to see that hit. I mean, it was pretty obvious that they wanted a receiver, right? I mean, I don't think they were pretty transparent about it. I mean, a lot of times Elway in those like pre-draft press conferences, they'll try to play it coy, but he was like, yeah, you guys can see our depth chart. Like, no surprise there. They clearly needed upgraded talent there. The offseason plan has been very, very obvious that it's all about building around Drew Lock, becoming a more potent offense, more explosive, being able to score points. Jerry Jeudy is a touchdown monster. So I'm shocked that when they got to 15, they had both Lamb and Jeudy available. I could not believe that. But at that point, I mean, I think, Jeudy had kind of been their guy and the guy they really wanted. And it's a great pick. It was wild. I can't believe that's the highest drafted Broncos receiver ever.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah. It was Demaryius Thomas, right? Before that.
Yeah. He worked out pretty good too, huh?
He did. He turned out to be quite all right. Where do you stand on Drew Lock? Obviously, the Broncos trying to build around him. Are you as sold as I am on Drew Lock?
I think I'm getting there. I've always liked his presence. I remember the draft in Nashville last year, of all the guys it was all the guys that were in Nashville, so it was Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones. Who else was, I can't remember who the other guy.
Dwayne Haskins. Yeah.
Dwayne Haskins. Drew was like the alpha male guy there. Like he by far carried himself most like, I'm an SEC quarterback. I'm going to be the leader of this group. He's got that like swag, or I hate that word, whatever, but you know what I mean, like he has that thing, and you hear that now. You've been hearing that from Von Miller and all the guys around him, that that Drew just kind of has it. And as much as like we may have liked some of these other guys along the way, Trevor Simeon's kind of a nice guy, his teammates like him, Case Keenum, all those, none of them had that thing. And so he's got that. And I like that about him. I know people this time last year were really scared about the Paxton Lynch comparisons. Didn't trust Elway's judgment when it comes to quarterbacks for a lot of good reasons. But, he doesn't have Paxton Lynch qualities to him in terms of like how hard he works, how hard he studies. We learned a lot about what he did while he was hurt and how he was able to kind of progress and develop while he wasn't actually able to play and throw. So that was really encouraging to me. And the fact that he was more accurate in those kind of like short to medium distance throws than expected, I thought that was huge. And that was a huge question about him. Nobody doubted his arm strength, but he had a lot more touch than I was expecting.
I was just going to say, you were doing so well, we just kicked Henry off and you took his place. Where would you like to see them go here if you're the Broncos? I mean, things moving quickly in the second round. It looks like Robert Hunt off the board now here. So the Broncos, so far, things are looking pretty good for them in this round.
Yeah, I mean, I think defensive back makes a lot of sense. I still think they need some cornerback depth. Offensive line, almost any of the offensive line spots, whether it's, you get a center and then Glasgow is officially a guard, that would be nice. I think that could make a lot of sense. I'm not in the Garrett Bowles is the long-term answer camp. I don't think any of you guys are either. I heard
Pretty
myself
abandoned camp.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
listening to the fan while I was in the car earlier today, hearing some no, Garrett Bowles is going to be fine. It's not a priority. And I'm like,
Good luck.
It just, so maybe it's not a priority. Maybe they think they can kind of survive with one more year with him, but I'd like to see them address tackle today, preferably, second, third round. So
the comments, you're getting lots of love in the
yeah.
comments, Lindsay, and even your daughter getting a little shout out there.
Yeah,
So.
but she is not here right now.
We have to be quiet, not to wake her up.
No, are any of the Denver authorities watching this? I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, well, so my in-laws have an Airbnb unit that's empty because
nice.
you can't really rent an Airbnb right now. So I have escaped to work here because my 3-year-old would not let me cover the draft and would not let me write. So so don't tell anybody. I don't want to get in trouble.
Very nice.
But
she's a rising star. She was asking questions to John Elway the other day.
She is a handful. So she was silent the entire, the first 10 minutes of that call, not a peep. She was just sitting there painting with watercolors. And then the second they unmuted my microphone, she was like, and she was, we muted it as soon as my question was done. I think I muted it. I'm sure Seth was pounding the mute key, and she was so she was screaming. I didn't even hear John's answer to my question because she was so loud. So yeah, she has a lot of thoughts. She actually so when they replayed Super Bowl 50 the other night, she actually laid down on the couch and watched it for a good 7 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, good parenting going on over there.
So and she actually was asking, she wanted to know about the team. She gets very into the jersey colors and the team names. And a panther is pretty cool to a little kid, but she also knows about Vaughn, and she knows of Vaughn. She has a teddy bear named Vaughn. So we have this. So every year when I go to the Super Bowl, I get the same little teddy bear that has the Super Bowl logo, and then we name it after the MVP of the game. So I've gotten them I was pregnant in Super Bowl 50. So we have, I guess, 5 of them now. So it's it cracks me up when I'll be like, "Hey, Lena, go get Patrick Mahomes out of the toy bin." So we have the Vaughn bear. So she really wanted to watch Vaughn. So she's starting to get it a little bit. And we'll probably get more into it as it goes on. So yeah, sorry she's not here to join in. I don't know what her takes would be. I know she wants to see more dogs on the broadcast tonight. That is my big goal as well. All right.
All right.
So the broadcast seems to be pretty behind.
Yes.
The picks are on Twitter, right?
For sure. Well, Lindsay, we really appreciate you coming on. We'll let you go as this is all happening very fast in front of us. So we really appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
And have a great night. Have a great rest of the draft in your secret hideaway.
Yeah, thank you. Well, hopefully we can all share a beer together before too long.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Cheers, guys.
All right. Bye, Lindsay.
Bye.
All right, Andre, give us a quick recap of what's happening.
Yeah, as you said, Robert Hunt has been selected by the Miami Dolphins. A bit of a reach from how I see it. Top interior lineman. He's a guy who played right tackle for a small school, Ragin' Cajun, Louisiana team. I know varying opinions, but still these top tackles, Epinesa still around. What's concerning here is the Colts have moved up to pick 41, swapping picks with the Cleveland Browns, but I suppose the Colts are more or less set on the offensive line as well, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I mean, could the Broncos once again have their 2 top targets, presumably as we see it, drop in their lap after CeeDee and Judy? Could it be Ezra and Josh?
Maybe. I mean, this is crazy the way things have fallen for the Broncos so far. It's almost like, someone's doing a mock draft and they want what's best for the Broncos, just picking everything that would work out for them. And here you go. There's the trade. Browns and Colts traded behind the Dolphins and Texans at number 41. The Colts are now on the clock.
Yep, Colts with no first rounder, so they had more picks on this back end and ability to maneuver around. So we'll see what they're interested in, but the offensive line for the Colts is a position of strength, so I don't believe they'll be taking one of those targets off the board, though maybe Epinesa would be an option for them. But I think the offensive tackle guys should still be around. I'm almost preparing for my heart to be broken and them go in some other direction, like defensive back or linebacker or what have you here, and miss out on one of the offensive tackles, because so far it's too good to be true.
My heart is forged in iron after last night. It can't be broken.
Beautiful.
I honestly don't care if they just trade away the rest of their picks. And here you go, another pick in, and defensive tackle out of TCU, Ross Blacklock. Ross Blacklock.
Lock.
Yes.
Yes.
Hank's
You
I still think Hank's having a problem picking this up.
Nope, I got it. I got Blacklock down. I get why it's funny.
Ryan.
All right, what do you guys? Well, quickly, Andre, someone had asked, where did you have Robert Hunt on your big board?
Hunt's kind of down there. I wasn't super big on him. 112th.
Wow, so big
Yeah.
reach there.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
Blacklock?
It's a loaded offensive guard class or interior offensive lineman, so he's kind of grouped in a heavy group. Blacklock, I was quite high on, 26th on my board, so one of the better values that we've seen today. In fact, maybe the best value we've seen thus far on day 2, outside of DeAndre Swift, of course, who I had ranked 13th. But I think that's a great pick. That's definitely a guy you move up for. He's exciting to watch for a defensive tackle, because he makes a lot of plays in the backfield. They kind of used him the way the Titans used Jarrell Casey, where he's a big man, but they're moving him all over. He's playing anywhere from stand-up edge to nose guard. And I think with more of a set position, he'll become much more productive in the NFL. You see him in space. No, he's an intriguing talent. I still would have taken Epinesa ahead of him, but I get the pick here. Definitely makes sense why the Colts moved up to guarantee that they could get him, because he was a legit first round contender for me.
Yeah.
Hank, what do you think of him?
I like him. I like him. Basically the same things that Dre said. Jumping back to that Robert Hunt pick, though, I was a little bit higher on him than I think Dre was. He's just so big, and sure, he comes from a small school and he's changing positions, but just a big mauler. I think he's going to be huge for the run game for Miami. Now looking at it, though, 5 picks until the Broncos. We still have the 2 tackles we like. I'd throw Christian Berry in there, too. You throw Epinesa in there. I'm not huge on taking a defensive lineman, just because with all the nickel packages, I don't think that there's an immediate need now that you have Jarrell Casey and all those guys. But I wouldn't mind it, of course. The way I see it, though, those 3 linemen, those would be my top 3 targets right now. 5 picks, you just have to hope one slips.
Right, and guys like Hakeem Davis-Gaithers, Jeremy Chin, Troy Dye, a lot of the top safeties like Antoine Winfield Jr. and Grant Delpit still around, if that's how the Broncos want to fill that 5th DB need. Oh, the Colts had 2. Did the Colts just have back-to-back picks?
No. I don't believe so.
Colts jumped up and got Jonathan Taylor here.
Oh.
So did they end up getting 2 picks there?
No.
Did they not select Blacklock? Was that?
Oh, no, that was the Texans.
The Texans.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
my bad. Okay, so moving up, the Colts took Jonathan Taylor, who I'm sure Mace loves this pick.
It's a good fit.
Yeah, really nice fit. And for Phillip Rivers,
Exactly.
You need to get him as much help as you can. Now he's got Pittman to throw to and Jonathan Taylor to hand the ball off to. And as Mace always points out, an improved wide receiver. So can be a factor in that passing game as well for him.
And speaking of Phillip Rivers, let's bring back noted Phillip Rivers lover, Zach Stevens. Zach, what do you think of how things are shaking out here?
Oh, man. I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record. In terms of a Broncos perspective, it's fallen great again. I mean, so much talent. Just where the Broncos want. I mean, people aren't touching the offensive line. People aren't touching tackle. You're going to get your pick if you want to address the offensive line right now.
So true.
It's very true. It's very true. I mean, a lot of options there. I do really like this Jonathan Taylor pick for the Colts. I'm not the biggest Taylor guy, but I think it is a really good fit for them there. And of course, Phillip Rivers needs a Wisconsin running back near him, and the Broncos have his old one now. So,
well, and how about this? It looks like the Buffs, Laviska Shenault is off the board.
Going to Jacksonville.
Looks like he's going to Jacksonville.
Duval.
Well, Ryan,
Hey,
just
good for him, man. Good for him.
Don't worry about it this year. Next year, he'll have Trevor Lawrence throwing to him. Then you'll be happy for him.
That's true, man. So many great places for him to go. This was not one of them.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say this is about as high as I realistically expected him to go. So, I mean, good for him in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, the Jaguars are going to be so freaking happy they made this pick. Minshew got to be doing backflips right now. Now you have DJ Chark.
Bro.
Now you have Dede Westbrook and Laviska Shenault. Like that is a trio that you can roll with. They obviously just let go of Marquise Lee, but man, this is going to really, really help the case out for Gardner Minshew. And the Laviska can be a deep threat. Gardner, not the best deep ball out there, but if you just get the ball into Laviska's hands, he's going to make plays for you. And that's something that Gardner Minshew definitely can do. Whether it's the quick slants or the quick bubble screens out there, like they're going to be able to find a way, little drag routes to get the ball into Laviska Shenault's hands, and he's going to make plays for them.
Well, they've been talking about trading Leonard Fournette, and who knows, that's another need that he could fit in the backfield as a running back from time to time. You wrote a great film room on him, Hank. I know we could talk about him for days, but what really sticks out of what he brings to Jacksonville?
Yeah, he's a very versatile player. Obviously super happy for him. I think he's been the player I've had the most fun covering. I think you just don't get to spend much time around superstars like this. And so it's been really cool. I've had a great relationship with him. So first of all, just want to say congrats. But also in terms of fits, this isn't probably the perfect destination. You want somewhere where there are other offensive pieces that the defense will have to focus on, free him up for the manufactured touches early on while he continues to develop as a true receiver, continue to improve as a route runner. I think he profiles as a very good route runner in the NFL. It's just that he's still raw. He has that same stop on a dime type of quickness. I mean, not the same that Jerry Jeudy has because he's 30, 40 pounds heavier, but he has some similarities in that way. It's just pulling that out of him. And I just hope that he's able to produce enough for the Jaguars in this first season or season and a half that he isn't wrongly labeled a bust before he has a chance to really become who he's supposed to be.
So here's a question for you. If they are tanking for Trevor, would it make sense for them to redshirt Laviska Shenault and just say, hey, we're going to give you a year off. Get yourself completely healthy. We're picking you for the future here. We're going to build up this offense over time and really get rolling. Is that a possibility in your mind?
It should be.
It depends on whether that report from his doctor that I think as of tomorrow, he's supposed to be 100% back to full health for the first time. I remember before the USC game last year, he said, wow, I finally feel like I'm 98%. I'm just around the corner. We're about to be back to full strength the first time since, honestly, the beginning of his junior year or sophomore year because he left early. But that didn't happen. He took a cheap shot on a play that actually knocked Steven Montez out of the game. And then it was boom, right back to recovering. And to me, if he really is still banged up, then redshirt him. If he's good to go, then he's good to go and you just play him.
I can't wait for him to become a superstar and be traded to the Los Angeles Rams for multiple first rounders in 3 seasons. That's just going to be great.
Yeah.
He'll be great in that McVay offense. Yeah, exactly.
Zach, you were getting ready to say that you liked the idea of redshirting him.
I do. Now, that's if he isn't 100% to start the season, then you don't rush him back. If he gets nicked up at all during the season, then you pull him. You are very careful with him because this is what that pick is. And then you couple it with the fact that, they're going for Justin Fields. They're going for Trevor Lawrence next year. So there's no reason to take it fast with him and force anything.
And I really like that point you made, Zach. If he does get hurt, you pull him. And that was the problem at Colorado. It wasn't that he was constantly getting hurt. It was that he never healed because he demanded to be put back on the field.
And the entire team relied on him.
Oh, yeah. The team is gone without Visca, so he had to put the team on his back. And he was able to convince the coaches to keep playing through injuries. There's the famous quote from the press conference where somebody asked, doesn't it hurt to go out there when you aren't at 100%? And he just kind of like laughed and looked up and smiled and said, it's pain, but it's just that. It's pain. He's a tough guy. He'll want to play through it. You need a strong coach. I really like the comment that we just got from Ben Martling on YouTube, bringing up the Jags getting Cam Newton, Leonard Fournette, Visca in the same offense. All of a sudden you have an identity.
That's very true. That is very true.
Ian Rappaport tweeting out that he was cleared from core muscle surgery very recently. So sorry about that, Arkin. Oh,
no worries.
So guys, in a Broncos perspective for this, are the Broncos legitimately a little upset? Does their stomach hurt a little bit by him going off the board, or was he never going to be in consideration after grabbing Judy last night?
Once they got Judy, the chances of them going for Laviska really, really subsided. Which, it's a bittersweet thing for me. I obviously would have taken both of them, but Judy was my number one wide receiver. Laviska was my number one. I don't know if you can even call him a sleeper, but non-first round lock type of guy. So it was kind of a one or the other thing from their perspective. I think in this situation, they weren't going to double down as much as we would have thought. That would have been a hell of a lot of fun. Probably not bummed at all. In fact, they're probably feeling pretty good about the way things are going right now with him not necessarily being off their board, but just not being a top pick for them.
Yeah, right now the Broncos are probably saying, okay, more running backs should go off the board, more safeties should go off the board, more wide receivers should go off the board, because we're just a couple picks away, and the first tight end just went off the board, I believe. And so the way this is fallen, where the depth is, teams are letting the good players fall to the Broncos.
Now, if a tight end just went to the Bears at 43, that's huge. Because next two teams, Cole Kmet, nice pick by the Bears there. Next two teams, Cleveland Browns. The Browns just drafted an offensive tackle, Jedrick Wills, 10th overall, and signed Jack Conklin in free agency. They do not need another offensive tackle. And then it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who just drafted an offensive tackle themselves, trading up for Tristan Wirfs. I think the Broncos are going to have both these offensive tackles drop in their lap. I wonder if they like these guys as much as I do.
And we actually have a live look inside of Vic Fangio's house right now, looking at the big board there. Let's see what Vic Fangio is looking at as the Broncos get close to their pick. There you go. And we've got an even better look at it, actually, that we'll bring up here in a second. But what's he watching there?
Who knows?
What is Coach watching?
He did say that he likes those cheesy movies, right? Is this one of them?
Oh, a Hallmark movie. What is circled there? What's being circled? Is that a camera?
Watching?
Oh, yeah. I think it's one of those.
It's a ring light.
Yeah, aren't those for like makeup and beauty?
Oh, I thought that was like someone drew that on there with like a highlighter.
Yeah, I did too. Like, look at this. Look at Coach Fangio. I thought this was going to be more humorous, Ryan. What are we even looking at right now?
Let's look. We have an updated look at what Vic Fangio is looking at here. Okay. Here is what he really sees. There we go. Vic, take Ezra Cleveland or Espinoza. We promise it'll work out well for you.
But Vic, make sure you get a little more up to speed right now, buddy. We don't want you to be on the Broncos pick when it's actually pick 50.
That's true. Well, we're on pace here. We're fine. It's okay. That's why he's watching us, because he doesn't want to have to follow Twitter. Well, he doesn't have Twitter, so he has to follow us since we're getting it out as soon as it gets to Twitter.
That's right.
He's one of the few guys who I believe when he says he doesn't have Twitter. Like, I don't think Vic even has like a burner just to keep an eye on stuff.
Absolutely no chance.
You guys hear what Nick Saban said? I'm sure you did.
Never texted.
You mean when he lied?
I don't think he lied. He said he's never texted. He just got an email account for the first time.
No, that's a lie.
How does he run a program without texting recruits? That's impossible.
He doesn't write his own emails. He dictates.
Oh,
he hasn't read to him. He just says that. That's why, like, with all this stuff, he had to get his own email, or
Right.
had to get his login, learn how to use it.
what an
It's
insane
wild.
person.
I
Wild.
don't believe it for a single
And-
second.
Nope.
And the pick of Cole Kmet is officially in for the Bears. Like you said, Andre, nice little pick for them. Even better for the Broncos as they sit just a few picks away.
This is crazy.
Are we going to have the exact same situation as last night that the
Yeah.
Broncos had, where both of their top two guys for that round were sitting there? Are they going to have that again with Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones at a position of need?
They
Or
sure
are we
are.
going to have this scenario from last year where they pick at 46 and they like the tackle, and they also like Cushenberry at center, so they decide to trade up to 45 or 47, go back to back, and snag two studs.
Whoa, you saying trade up? What is this, Henry?
Well, I'm just saying, I like the guys.
That would be ideal, though. And
Yeah.
when I think of Cushenberry, I think of that Sutton pick a couple years ago, where they openly admitted they were trying to move up for an interior offensive lineman. I think James Daniels at Willie Hernandez was available at that point too, and we had several interior linemen kind of go right in front of them. Maybe Cushenberry is more the direction they're leaning towards, since that's a need they've been trying to fill for years now.
Moving quickly again. Off the board at 44, the Browns go with Grant Delpit.
Wow. That is LSU North. They only add LSU.
Yeah, very true.
Crazy.
Zach, former Browns staffer, what do you think of the pick?
Oh, great. Excellent. Solid. He's going to come in there and just turn that program around.
Your colleagues over there in the scouting staff, you're taking your cap off to them?
Oh, absolutely. You land Grant Delpit in a second. You got to be pumped up if you're the Browns, right?
I mean, it is actually a pretty good pick there.
Did they get
pick of the second round?
Did they go Jedrick Wills last night?
Yes.
Okay. Where did Mekhi Becton go? I could not remember that for the life of me.
Jets 11.
Jets, right? Because he was the huge pick. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Literally. Jalen Johnson also still available. I know you liked him a lot, Ryan. Bryce Hall's a defensive back who I've always said I think fits perfectly in Vic Fangio's defense. And, probably goes in round 1 if he wasn't injured in his final college season. It's a guy who could have gone in the first 2 rounds had he declared early last year. So, boy, this is just falling perfectly, and we're really seeing the depth of this draft here. 46 picks in.
I cannot get over the way that this is working out for the Broncos. And heck, why don't we go and take a quick look at the big board again, see what other guys could be there. We jumped quickly on these tackles, but it's not a guarantee that they go tackle here. So again, you've got the 2 tackles we mentioned, and this is of course page 3. But anyone on here that intrigues you there?
Troy Dye would be the first name. And I wonder if someone like Neville Gallimore, who's a high upside. Yep, Logan Wilson as well, kind of staying relatively local. He'd be an upgrade on Todd Davis, but I think still has that IQ and hard-nosed linebacker mentality to stuff the run. So maybe he's a guy who could interest Vic as well. There's Bryce Hall. And other offensive tackles that are very intriguing here, as well as Lucas Niang, Prince Tega Wanagoo there. There's Bryce Hall, who we've talked about, Cushenberry, Keem Davis-Gaithers, who I've talked about. Zach Bond is someone that Mace has talked about as an option, even though people like him most for his ability to rush off the edge. He's a fairly complete linebacker who would bring a really intriguing dimension to the Broncos inside linebackers. There's just several options here. They could even go running back.
And we still got, let's go to page 1 of the board here and check out what we got here, because you still have a couple of these guys left. Let me just get this straight. It's Epinesa?
Yes.
Wow. My evolution of learning that name has taken quite a while. It's taken until the day that he got drafted for me to know what his name actually is. So
yeah, you were saying Espinosa not too long ago. So.
Yeah, I thought it was Espinosa. I originally thought it was Espinoza. Then I quickly learned I'm putting that in air quotes. It was Espinosa. Now I guess it's Epinesa. So there you go. That's That's RK for you.
Wait.
All right. Well,
What's the pick in?
There we
pick is
go.
in, guys, and
Oh,
they
boy.
are doubling down
Oh
on wide
my.
receiver.
Oh boy.
Unbelievable. Broncos, with the number 46 pick in the second round, are going to take Penn State wide receiver KJ Hamler.
Let's go. Oh, this is incredible.
You guys
Whoa.
want some speed at wide receiver?
Well, oh my goodness.
Credit to Mike Kliss for getting that out. And unbelievable. I cannot believe they just went back-to-back wide receivers. This is shocking. But Hamler, a very intriguing prospect.
That's a great pick. You know,
That's so
I know we were talking
exciting.
tackles and centers, but you know, with those tackles take a while to develop. Are you getting an immediate upgrade, or should you wait till next year when Bowles is actually gone? Can you get a developmental guy in the third round anyway? I think so. You know, a center would have been nice, but there are centers in the third round. You still have Cushenberry, you still have Biotis, you still have Matt Hennessy. Take this speedy receiver, and all of a sudden these skill position players in Denver are top tier.
Yeah.
Andre?
This is a guy, a slot wide receiver, an explosive, dynamic weapon. Was just a devastating weapon for Penn State and their great offense with all those spread concepts they implement, used as a runner from time to time to try and exploit that speed, can give you impact in the return game. So this is really interesting, completely different from the last wide receiver that the Broncos selected out of Penn State. Hamilton, kind of a ho-hum athlete. Hamler, a really explosive athlete who, if you use the right way, if he's not the focal point of your offense and you can kind of manufacture one-on-one matchups, can really be an explosive weapon for this Broncos passing game. This is a really, really exciting selection.
Goodness. I mean, they are building an offense.
No,
a legit offense. I said it before this pick. I said they're going to be able to go from a terrible offense to a pretty good offense very fast, and they are not messing around. I mean, talk about building the nest around Drew Lock. They are giving him a arsenal.
Yeah, and I think this Broncos offense starts 3 receivers. I think KJ Hamler is a day one starter. They just drafted a day one starter like they should have. You know, I had Mims higher ranked as a receiver. I had Brian Edwards about the same. I would kind of jostle back and forth between those two. But in terms of fit with what the Broncos now have with Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, I think KJ Hamler, you could make the case, is much more valuable to the Broncos than a Denzel Mims could be.
I mean, look at this offense and the ages on this thing. Go ahead, Zach. Looks like we lost Zach.
I was just going to – no, it's all you, Ryan. You can name those ages.
I was just going to say, Jerry Jeudy, 21 years old. KJ Hamler, I don't have it in front of me, but around that same age.
Yeah.
Cortland Sutton, 24. Noah Fant, 22. Phillip Lindsay, 25. Drew Lock, 23. I mean, this whole offense is full of young – explosive talent. This is very, very interesting.
And let me be the first one to break this to you. KJ Hamler, another one of those players who cannot legally drink to celebrate his selection into the NFL. He will finally be able to do so come July 8th. He was born in 1999. So just incredible, the kind of upside that the Broncos got on top of that profile.
I would be aware here of the Broncos making a trade here.
Agreed.
You know, I think with the guys that were left on the board, especially at tackle, they thought, okay, let's jump on this weapon that we really like, and then we can jump back up and get one of these tackles. I'm guessing here that would be their plan and what they're trying to work on right now.
Well, and you were talking about the young offensive core, Ryan. Think about the last 2 years, what they've been able to do in the draft in the first 2 rounds. Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Dalton Reisner, and now Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler on top of those free agent additions, Cortland Sutton, Phillip Lindsay. Wow. This is exciting.
Why don't we have a 40 time on KJ Hamler?
didn't test, a lot of guys were kind of waiting this out with the new format at the combine, the different times. Of course, no one expected for the whole world to kind of be put on pause and pro days to not be a thing all of a sudden. So I think he was just waiting it out, waiting for his pro day to where he was really going to be able to fine tune it and be at his best.
Yeah. And I think the reason, one potential reason you take Hamler right here instead of one of the other receivers is because I think, as crazy as this is going to sound, it opens you up to take another skill position player later. I think that when you have that speed guy, because he is a returner, I think that there's a good chance that he winds up taking Deontay Spencer's spot, which opens up another. That brings in Antonio Gibson potentially into the fold. I really think that they're either going to triple up on receiver or add a running back after seeing this pick.
Could you imagine if he tripled up on wide receiver?
That'd be insane.
I mean, you saw the lack of separation that these receivers were getting last year. Even Cortland Sutton is nothing, would not be considered a separation master. No. His talents are in other areas of the field. But behind him, you had Deshaun Hamilton, who really wasn't able to get as much separation as we thought he would coming out of Penn State. Mm-hmm. Tim Patrick, who does not get separation. And a bunch of nothing behind them. They couldn't get Deontay Spencer on the field on the offense. He was having trouble picking it up. So you went from having no separation in your wide receiver room to adding the best separator in the draft, and now a speedster and a kind of a little weapon there.
Yes.
People who really wanted Henry Ruggs have to be happy with the way this has happened. You got Jerry Jeudy. Now you kind of get Henry Ruggs light. Is that a fair kind of comparison there for Hamler?
Yeah, and fits like right with Jalen Reagor, who I know early in the process was getting some buzz as a potential option at the 15th pick. Still went 21st overall in this draft. I think he compares a lot to those kind of guys. And in some ways a more refined route runner and faster athlete than a Brandon Ayuk. I mean, he was right there in contention with all these kind of speedy, more athletic wide receivers. What really stands out about him is he's already a very, very promising route runner. His releases, just like Jeudy, is where he stands out most, and he's just a weapon you can move all over the field. There are a few ways the Broncos could go about competing with the Chiefs. One was to get after Mahomes and go with that interior pressure. Another was to add more speed in your secondary to get in a track meet and be able to try and chase after them. This, you're taking them on in a shootout type of scenario and saying, we have a better defense than you. We have just as much speed on offense, and we're going to try to outscore you while getting after you. And that's pretty fun.
Let's bring on Mace. Let's see how Mace feels about the pick. I know Hamler was a guy that you liked, Andrew.
Yeah, like the vertical speed on him, and that's what he's bringing in. It's interesting to reflect on a lot of the conversations that we had over the last few months, guys. And, for example, when we talked about Laviska Shenault, we talked about, hey, Laviska would be nice, but what's the and? Who's the other receiver? But not really as much discussion about, what if you went with Ruggs and Jeudy and somebody else, certainly not in round 2, maybe getting into round 3 or round 4. But this certainly fills the other hole in terms of the receiving core, which is the vertical speed guy. KJ Hamler has got this, and he's got it to spare. He's also got return capability, and so it creates something very interesting. The guys who should be really nervous with this pick, it's not only Deshaun Hamilton, but Deontay Spencer is sweating quite a bit right now because of this pick, because KJ Hamler could be your punt returner right out of the blocks.
Yeah, and I mentioned it right before you came on, Mace. They wanted to involve Deontay Spencer in the offense a little bit last year, and they simply couldn't get him out there. He wasn't comprehending the playbook at a rate that they trusted. So, like you mentioned, roster spots here are starting to come at a premium at the wide receiver position, and if you can't get on offense, it's going to be really hard to get out there when you have a guy like Hamler who's young and spry and, can return punts as well, if not better.
Yeah, he's kind of what you were hoping Deshaun Hamilton would be, except with more speed. I mean, it's an exciting pick. I still am concerned about the state of the offensive line. I would still love to see the Broncos get a developmental tackle and a starting interior presence at center. But you know what? You should be able to find a starting center, even if you stand pat with picks 77, 83, and 95. And when it comes to tackle, you can say, okay, Mike Munchak, get into day 3. Who do you like? Who can you coach up over the course of this year? Hamler could have a profound impact on the possibilities of this offense right away. And we talked about this team being able to force opponents into pick your poison mode. But with Jerry Jeudy coming in, you throw KJ Hamler out there, if he's ready to play and provide some speed, oh my goodness, this can cause some serious problems for opposing offenses. And the other thing, we all know Pat Shermer likes his 3 wide sets. I think you got your starters. I think you're going Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler is your starting trio right out of the gate.
The absolute.
And here's what.
Go ahead.
Here's what John Elway's doing right here with this pick. He's saying these 2 wide receivers plus Cortland Sutton, they're going to create separation right away. So we don't need a dominant, great offensive line to protect him because Drew's going to get the ball out. But in all seriousness, what he's also saying is, look how the offensive line performed under Drew Lock. Was it perfect? Absolutely not. But Drew Lock provides that mobility where John's clearly saying right now, we don't need a perfect offensive line with Drew back there. So instead, let's just get him these weapons that will get open right away.
Well, and this looks all like a Pat Shermer draft. These are Pat Shermer type weapons, Pat Shermer type wide receivers, guys who can be versatile, have the speed to be lined up outside, are enough of a technician to be lined up inside, can be gadget weapons, just feed them the ball on screens, jet sweeps, stuff like that. Return ability. I mean, it's this is a Pat Shermer move, 100%, just fitting in with Noah Fant seemed to fit that mold as well. Now you just have so many more options on offense than you did just 2 days ago.
This is incredible. And my favorite thing you guys have mentioned is his releases and his route running. You know, you are putting together a group that is going to be extremely tough to cover. This is a guy who's not just speed. You know, you have guys who are just speed a lot of times in the second round here. But the fact that it has been mentioned multiple times that he is a crisp route runner. He's obviously no Jerry Jeudy. Almost no one is. But he's going to be going up against much worse defenders than a Jerry Jeudy when he gets out there. So if he's running crisp routes on top of the speed that he has, I'm in love with this pick.
Yeah. And I think what the Broncos are really doing here is giving themselves a path to maybe not Super Bowl contention this year, but on that route. You know, you could look at the linebacker still, and as much as we'd like to add one, you know, there's enough there. There are questions. Can Bryce Callahan stay healthy at cornerback? I think that if he does, you have AJ Boye on the other side. I think you're probably pretty set in that secondary. Offensive line, it needs to play up a little bit. There's still time to add to it, but now you've just raised the ceiling so much by adding all these weapons. If everything breaks right and all these guys that they've drafted turn out to be what we think they are, if Drew Lock turns out to be what we think he is, then they're kind of close to ready to go, honestly.
They are ready to go, and we did have a trade that just came up here. I have no idea what it was, but there was a trade. 2 teams that had picks now have each other's picks. That is a thing that we know is how. There you go. Jets have traded out. Seahawks are on the clock. Yeah. I wrote my column today, and I might have to just go back and make some quick edits to it here, because if you haven't checked it out yet, I was essentially saying this is John Elway's final form. This is his final act. He's done it on the field where he dragged poor teams to Super Bowls. He did it where he took teams that were juggernauts and led them to, you know, winning the Super Bowl. He built the best offense of all time. Well, that didn't work as well as he wanted it to, so he went ahead and built one of the best defenses of all time. And now this is his most impressive performance that he's aiming for. He wants to have both. He wants the dominant defense and the dominant offense. And we're going to find out whether or not he can pull this off. We're going to find out whether or not this works the way that he has drawn it up in his head. But I'm very convinced that John Elway is going for, in Vic Fangio's parlance, the pasta and the meatballs. He's going for the offense and the defense, the cost-controlled offense, which is going to allow him to have that powerful star-studded defense. And man, the blueprint is right in front of us. He's executing it right in front of our eyes. Now it's up to Pat Shurmur, Drew Lock, and these weapons to do it and put together this offense that John Elway has envisioned in his head. But if he pulls it off, this will be John Elway's ultimate ride off into the sunset moment. If this group that he's putting together actually makes it to the mountaintop, then John Elway can drop the mic, walk off, and say, not only am I the best quarterback in the history of this franchise and one of the best of all time, but I'm also the best general manager in the history of this franchise and one of the best of all time.
You said something that really spoke to my heart there, RK, because you said cost-controlled offense. It may not be cost-controlled quarterback, although that's part of it. If we're playing the drinking game, you're in good shape. But think about this. I was pondering bringing in Jerry Jeudy, and you've got Courtland Sutton as well. But what's so cool about those two atop the depth chart is that you can pay Courtland Sutton in a couple of years, and then the bill doesn't come due on Jerry Jeudy for another 3 years because you have a fifth-year option as a first-round pick. So you hit on Jeudy and you hit on KJ Hamler. Gentlemen, you're looking at the receiving trio that could be together for the next 4 years minimum, and Drew Lock gets to grow with these guys and build chemistry over time. This is massive, and we may not see the true dividends of this, guys, until 2021. It may be a work in progress in 2020, but man, the possibilities are exciting for this group. I mean, there's what skill among Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and KJ Hamler, what skill that you demand of a receiver is not somewhere in that room with those three?
None. You've got everything.
You got it all.
Yep.
I completely agree. And for those of you who are talking about the offensive line and not addressing it here, it's a big
question. And guys,
I think Zach is letting us know that he has to leave.
Yeah,
so,
I do too. Because
all right, we'll see you guys too.
Oh, perfect.
All right. For those of you who are talking about offensive line, which is obviously still a need, I think the main thing we have to focus on here is what Zach Bai brought up yesterday when he was on with us, and something that we've talked about quite a few times on the podcast. It's how much better that offensive line, which, by the way, was at its worst at the end of the season. You know, you had injuries all over the place. You're starting Jake Rogers in these games. I can't remember if that was week 16 or week 17 or both. Patrick Morris is starting. Jake Rogers is starting. You know, this is a group that they had out there that was putrid. And somehow, some way,
that might be generous.
Drew Lock stood up, you know, like a tree. He wasn't able to be moved around back there. Only 5 sacks in 5 games, I believe, was the stat that Zach had for us. And that is a big part of this. A quarterback makes an offensive line just as much, if not more, than an offensive line makes a quarterback. And I think that's one of the most important things to keep in mind here is, yes, of course, the Broncos need help on the offensive line. But Drew Lock is part of that help. He is going to help the offensive line a ton, especially as he gets more comfortable in the National Football League.
Well, and especially as he has these kind of wide receivers getting open for him constantly and allowing him to get rid of the ball that much quicker. But yeah, you're right. We had stats ace Luke Marshall at the end of last season calculate the sack rate of every quarterback in Broncos history. I'd actually asked for just the last 5 starters, but Luke went above and beyond. Drew Lock was 3rd all time on the Broncos on a sack rate per pass attempt behind Peyton Manning, just over 2%. The other 2 quarterbacks that played behind that putrid line last year, Brandon Allen and Joe Flacco, were much closer to 10% than 2%. So just a drastic difference when Locke was there. And it shouldn't be surprising that Locke, with his athleticism, was able to extend plays and buy his offensive line time. Still an area you need to develop, still an area you need to grow. But maybe with some of these offensive tackle needy teams already patching that need, we're seeing these guys drop, and maybe Elway can wait this out a little longer before at the right value he can move up in pounds.
This is
I do.
Go ahead, Hank.
I do think that you're starting to think about trading up. As much as I do like this pick, as much as I think that you do need to have 3 solid receivers at the very least in this offense, you still need an offensive line. And I think that you do need to address that need. And I think that you probably should address it in the second round, whether you go Cushenberry or one of the 2 tackles.
And how about this from a national perspective? This is as bullish as I've seen anyone. John Ledyard says, it's official. The Broncos are my number 2 AFC team. Hamler is the 28th ranked prospect on my board. Denver is loaded with talent on offense. So he is of the belief that the Broncos are ready to go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs tomorrow.
And
That's
still
bold.
a ton of picks. Yeah, still 3 more picks on day 2 to add to all those needs and make a lot of moves here. So we are far from done, but this is extremely exciting what the Broncos have just added.
Yep.
And John Elway had that tweet that we saw up there briefly. He did mention special teams. Also, Mike Kliss mentioned special teams. So the Broncos definitely want that narrative out there that he can be a kick and punt returner for this team as well. And, you know, I'm not going to, especially since we don't have a 40 time on him, I'm not going to make any comparisons to Tyreek Hill. But at least in terms of if you're building a group and you're trying to create that mold in those type of weapons, then this pick kind of makes sense in that fill. You're not getting Tyreek Hill here. You know, that would be a huge reach to say something like that. But what I'm saying is now you have your great pass catcher. You have your big-bodied guy. You have the insane route runner in Judy. You have a guy like Noah Fant out there. You have the backfield. Like you, and KJ Hamler is now that speedy, tough matchup. So you're really building that type of offense with all of those different pieces that a defense just looks at and says, I have no idea how we're going to stop all these guys. We're going to have to let someone go get theirs.
Feels a lot like what we've been saying for years with this defensive front of now that you have Chubb and Jarrell Casey and Von Miller, you got to figure out one of those guys is going to get a single block. You can't double team all of them. That's what's going to happen with this receiving core is, are you going to leave Cortland one-on-one outside where he can just dunk on smaller DBs and snatch the ball right off their helmet? Are you going to leave a guy out on an island against Jerry Jeudy where he's going to get embarrassed and crossed over right at the line? Or are you going to let him line up with KJ Hamler, who's just a burner and can leave him in the dust? It also, and not to mention Noah Fant, who's another mismatch, it also allows you to really hunt mismatches with these versatile guys like Hamler, Jeudy, and Fant, all guys they've added in the last 2 drafts. All can be lined up outside, Fant inline in the slot. It's the options here are really intriguing. The Bears are doubling up on Notre Dame playmakers, by the way, with Chase Claypool after Cole Kmet. I like that pick a lot.
I think Claypool's the Steelers.
My bad.
Yes,
you're right.
Yep.
You're right. That's an intriguing pick, maybe even more so for the Steelers.
All right, we saw Drew Lock's reaction on Twitter. Here was my perceived reaction. I think it's probably about the same. This, of course, was Drew last year, but I think it applies to right now as well. He's probably feeling the exact same way.
Yeah, I mean, he should be. I mean, he has 3 receivers who you could make a case for needing to double team. I mean, Cortland Sutton, he's going to jump up over anybody. KJ Hamler, he's going to run past anybody. Jerry Jeudy, you got to get one guy on either side of him to keep him covered. I mean, this should be a great group of receivers. You brought up the Tyreek Hill thing that I was trying my hardest not to bring up, and I still probably shouldn't. But the more I think about it, and I decide not to say this, KJ Hamler reminds me a lot more of Tyreek Hill than Henry Ruggs does. Now, it doesn't mean that I would rather have Hamler than Ruggs, but just in terms of the type of players, both Hill and Hamler are more of these compact guys. They have that quick shiftiness. They're little, they're bouncy, they're balls of energy. Henry Ruggs is really fast and does a lot of great things, but he reminds me as more of a pure downfield type of guy. And you know, he can do some other things underneath, but he doesn't have that crazy super elite agility that I think that guys like Hamler and Tyreek Hill have. Not saying that Tyreek Hill's here, KJ Hamler's ceiling might be like right here, and right now he's not on the camera.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
wanna throw that out
it's
there.
okay to say he's a poor man's Tyreek Hill. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean you're, saying he's going to be an all-pro and change the entire league based off of the way he plays. Okay, we do have our guy Harrison Wind on the line, who is in charge of research on these players. So, Harrison, great to have you. What have
What's
you
up,
learned
Harrison?
about KJ Hamler?
Yeah, so KJ Hamler, all about speed. He didn't run the 40 at the combine, though, because he had a hamstring injury. Obviously, his pro day was canceled, too. He did say he had planned to run a 4.2 at the combine. So he thinks he's pretty fast. And the tape backs it up, too. But at Penn State, they actually clocked him running 22 miles per hour with pads with the ball in his hands during a practice during his sophomore season. That would have ranked in the top 13 of the fastest sprints in the NFL last year. So this guy is super fast.
Wow. Did you see, some of the players that were around him in that top 13?
I didn't, but I mean, you've got to think, the Tyreek Hills of the world are up there. So he could be in that upper echelon of fastest sprinters from the day he puts on a Broncos jersey.
Oh, man, this is exciting. What else do we know about KJ Hamler so far?
So I'm thinking about this guy as the Broncos' probable kick and punt returner for next year. Aren't you guys? He was that guy at Penn State.
Oh, yeah.
He returned 24 kicks last year, 513 yards, 21.4 average on those kick returns. Also returned 23 punts as well. And he broke Saquon Barkley's record for all-purpose yards by a freshman at Penn State 2 years ago.
Wow.
So he does like a little bit of everything. So he'll obviously line up at wide receiver, but I mean, he's probably their kick and punt returner from day one.
Yeah, you'd have to think that would be the idea here. Now, last time the Broncos just crowned a guy as their kick and punt returner. As soon as he got here, it didn't work out quite as well. So hopefully they make him earn it, unlike Isaiah McKenzie. But really, exciting, electric player that the Broncos are getting here. And I think that was certainly the goal with this pick, was just to get more electric on offense, as they have been doing for, the last few months, starting with the signing of Melvin Gordon.
Last thing on KJ Hamler, big jewelry guy with his college teammate Miles Sanders, got a cubic zirconia chain, 14 karat gold with his jersey number. So keep an eye out for that. All
right. Good stuff, Harrison. We thank you for your deep dive research, and hopefully we'll have you back on soon with another exciting Broncos pick.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, later, Wind. We also have another person here, and I'm interested to see what he has to say about this. First, we have a tweet from Zach Stevens, who says, KJ Hamler was surprised the Broncos drafted him. It did catch me off guard. Well, you and the rest of us, KJ,
Yeah.
we were all very surprised by that. But let's go from KJ to AJ and bring in AJ Hafley. AJ, we are waiting with bated breath to find out how you feel about this pick.
So my initial impression was that this is a team that finally decided to pick a direction on offense, and they've committed to it. Instead of this like one foot in, 1 foot out, kind of playing halvesies that they've done for the last few years. They're saying, okay, this is it. We're going to go with the Pat Shurmur offense. We're going to try this, and we're going to load up on it. And maybe more than anything else, this is the commitment. They may have been a little sketchy saying it out loud for a long time, but this is a full-on 100% commitment to Drew Lock.
Yep.
And this is it. Not only will they find out next year whether or not Drew Lock is the guy, if he's not, for whatever the reason, they've got all the toys in the toy box to be an attractive place for other quarterbacks to come and play if he ends up not being that guy for them. So I think that it's an exciting day for Drew Lock right now, but now it's also like the training wheels are off and the honeymoon is over. He needs to get to work. He needs to take the next steps. He needs to prove he's going to be the solution at his position, because they've committed to everything around him. So I think the Hamler pick is a little bit of a luxury pick, just in terms of like you got Judy yesterday, you kind of solidify it, but now you have committed full on to kind of copycatting what Kansas City has done and been very effective with. There's nothing wrong with taking a successful formula and saying, hey, that's a good idea. But you have to get it right, and you have to have that right personnel to do it. And I think that the Hamler pick is them saying they're all in with it. You don't need to hold on to the ball. You don't need to block for very long if you're going to drop back and you're going to throw it within a second and a half.
And I love that. You mentioned picking a direction and just going with it.
Mm-hmm.
And not only with an offensive philosophy, but with Drew Lock. Like, if you're going to have Drew Lock be your guy, well, don't half-ass it. Go make Drew Lock your guy and don't give him any reason to fail other than himself. And if I know anything about Drew Lock, he is not going to be the reason that he fails. So the Broncos are giving him all the weapons. Like you said, they're going to give him an offense where he can get the ball out quick. We would still like to see them add to the offensive line. Look, we're all on board with everyone in the comments smashing the keyboard talking about offensive line. We would like to see them add there. But this is definitely, like AJ said, they're not going to, dilly-dally around with Drew Lock. They're saying, all right, here you go. No excuses. Go be a quarterback. Go be a star.
Yeah, and there hasn't been anybody more pro offensive line in this entire process than I have been. It's been like my core belief that that's where they have to improve. But if this is the direction that they've chosen to go, and it's a defensible direction, and now this is the world we're living in, we have to make the most of this. They have to figure out, okay, what's the best route to build the best team around this group now? And it's encouraging to see the offensive linemen continue to drop, but defensively, there are a lot of defensive guys that have started to really drop, and they might be able to they might be able to get away with a porous offensive line for another year. I do wonder what their plan is for the running game. This is all good and well for throwing the ball up, but this is still Denver. This is still a city where you run the football. This is just what we've watched for the last 30 years, right? So I think it's I think it will be interesting to see kind of what I think their next pick will be very telling. The third round, especially if they stay put. If they decide to address the offense and go with an offensive lineman, maybe two, they could just be done. They could just, if they wanted to go that route, they might just say, hey, we're finished with the offense for a while. We don't have to touch it again. And they're all in on the receiver position. I like where they're headed because it is a clear-cut direction, and that's a big change from the past.
Look at this graphic we have up here. The thing that stands out, look at the yards per catch. 17.2 from Judy, 16.9 for Hamler. We haven't talked about Judy as that deep threat type of guy quite yet, but we're talking about two guys here who are averaging over 15 yards, over 16 yards every single time they caught the ball. That is explosion if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, they were really two of the most explosive, dangerous playmakers in all of college football the last two seasons for two premier programs who are consistently ranked in the top 10. So, that proven entities as well and super young, which is what's so intriguing. But I think really what stands out most of what AJ was saying is more than dragging their feet on saying it at any press conference, this draft tells you how in the Broncos really are on Drew Lock and at least giving him every opportunity to succeed.
And then you look at the way this just changes the way the receivers room is built. All of a sudden you have Deshaun Hamilton as your number 4 receiver. You love that. He's a plus number 4 receiver. Or Tim Patrick, if he's the number 4, either one of them I think would be plus number 4 receivers. And because you have that, you can put KJ Hamler at punt returner. You can put him at kick returner. Those are situations where it is a little bit dangerous, but he provides enough value and you have enough support behind him that you can take that sort of risk.
I completely agree. A little bit of a shocker selection here coming through. The Eagles have selected Jalen Hurts.
What? That's crazy.
Oh, we've got Allie.
Allie, you should be hyped.
Why should I be hyped?
That's Taysom Hill.
That doesn't make
sense. They just got better Taysom Hill.
That pick does not make sense. People are saying maybe it's for a trade. Out of all things, why?
This isn't the NBA where teams just select players to trade them to other teams.
I'm telling you what my
Eagle.
timeline is. Eagles fans are hoping it's for a trade.
No, that's not how this works. They've been watching too much 76ers.
Literally, reporters are not believing that the Eagles made this pick. Like, Philadelphia reporters are shook.
I got mad love for Eagles fans. They're just always mad about everything. Like, no matter what it is, you're just mad.
That's not true.
I'm getting flashbacks to our disappointment when the Garrett Bowles pick came in, AJ. Just the how devastating we were in that moment. Just the complete letdown.
I was so upset.
Yeah. What a joy to not be in that situation anymore. Well, that's interesting. As Hank says it, he must be their Taysom Hill option on top of a backup quarterback.
Andre, you tried to make me feel better yesterday. Try and make me feel better again.
Doug Peterson.
You failed last time.
On this one, it's a little harder. I mean, they got a gimmicky player and a backup for Carson. It's I think this is bad all around for the Eagles. Yeah,
I got some people in the comment section saying Carson Wentz is getting traded to the Broncos. No.
We're good.
Please no.
I actually like it. I like it from an Eagles perspective. It's innovative. It is, it is off kind of the board, off the charts. It's something that makes me think they have a plan in mind, and they're not just stabbing at the board based off of who's at the top. They have something in mind here. They want to try and, get a little creative with the offense. Anyone who listens to the DNVR Broncos podcast might be thinking they're going to run the RRPPO offense.
I mean, they had Jefferson on the board. Now they have Mims. They need wide receivers. I'm upset, but we can move on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
bye, guys.
Bye,
bye. My thought is 4 years from now, 5 years from now, we could be looking back on this pick, this Jalen Hurts pick, and saying wow, that was the transition. We'd seen what teams do with Taysom Hill at that weird quarterback position, throw him in there. All the football nerds have been talking about maybe you take a Khalil Tate, a Jalen Hurts to put him in that role and see what he does. I don't know that it pans out for him, but with an offensive guy like Doug Peterson, I think at the very least, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what he cooks up. And there was the RPO innovation a few years ago. Maybe this is actually going to turn into a thing.
Our RPPO, the quarterback offense. Give it to me.
I'm old enough to remember when the Dolphins took Pat White in the second round, and everybody said this exact same stuff, and the guy was out of the league in 9 minutes.
I am not old
really
enough.
True. He legit was. It was we tried that for 2 plays. Never mind. We're abandoning the Wildcat in this whole idea.
Yep.
All right, AJ. Well, we'll bring you back on after the next pick to get your reaction, but we thank you for your what's the word I'm looking for? Expertise.
Service.
Because you sounded great. So we'll talk to you soon.
Bye, teasers.
All right, let's bring Zach right back in. He just got off the phone with KJ Hamler, and we can't wait to hear what he had to say.
Oh, guys, he saved the best for last. And first off, he was out of breath the whole time because he was with his family and he was crying the whole time right after he was drafted, not on the call, but just got off crying, jumping around, screaming with his family. This is a guy who's come from a really tough situation growing up. He said his 2 childhood best friends were killed when he was in high school. He said he's always been the underdog from his upbringing of where he was from, and then just being the smallest guy on the field, whether it was in high school, whether it was in college, whether it was at the NFL Combine. So he's always felt like he was the underdog. And look, he's the 46th overall pick. Like we talked about right after they drafted him, he's going to be a starter on the Denver Broncos and join this exciting offense. But the last thing he said, guys, he, of course, wasn't able to run the 40 at the Combine because he had a little hamstring injury. He said the hamstring's fine now. He said if he would have been able to run, he would have challenged the 40-yard record time at the 4.22. He said he at least would have been the mid to high 4.2 range for the 40. So, guys, the Broncos missed on Henry Ruggs, but if Hamler's right, he would have been just as fast, if not faster, than Henry Ruggs.
And if you look at this graphic, it's really interesting to see that he has an Irish accent. I put on for me city. I've been underdog my whole life. That's unbelievable. I never would have pegged him as an Irishman.
Irish, really? No, it's isn't it that T.I. song? I put on for my
That's
city.
the song that
on.
Drew sang to. Right?
Yes.
It all reconnects.
A match
my
made in
God.
heaven.
No, someone go do that before someone steals that idea from us.
Truly.
Anything else that we need to know about what KJ Hamler had to say?
I mean, that's the biggest one right there, guys, is just that's what he brings is speed. And to him, it translates to playmaking ability. He said he's great at getting open and making plays. He wants the ball anywhere on the field, and he is going to make plays. They got the exact same outcome of Jerry Jeudy in terms of this guy's going to be open. They just got it in another dimension. If this works out, if this pick works out, then the Broncos just landed Jerry Jeudy and what people wanted from Henry Ruggs. They landed that in back-to-back picks.
Yeah, I wonder if he was able to run, if he ever would have gotten to 46. Because if he's right, and even if he would have run, 4.31, where I don't think he lasts this long all the way to 46. That 40 time, it might be silly in some people's eyes, and it even is in mine sometimes. That can make a huge difference for a player. So if he goes out there and runs 4.25 or 4.29, he is not here at 46.
See ya. No, certainly no way. Yeah, and like we're showing here, Deshaun Jackson is who he molds his game after. And another Deshaun Hamilton, man. I feel bad for Deshaun with this pick because not only is this threatening his job, and it's certainly threatening his time on the field, but also KJ Hamler told us that Deshaun was the one that really groomed him when he was a freshman at Penn State. They're boys. He called him his big brother, and now the little brother is coming to take his job. But it's bad news for Deshaun, but at the same time, it's really good news for the Broncos, Pat Shurmur, Drew Lock, Jerry Jeudy, Courtland Sutton, everyone on the offense.
Now, did anyone ask him what size he's at right now? If he thinks he can put a little more weight on that frame? At 178, that seems to kind of be the biggest question about his game is how much weight can he put on to be a little sturdier, add a little more contact balance, and be a little more durable in the NFL.
Yeah, when talking about his size, he just said, he's the underdog. And that's not something that bothers him, worries about him. But I think that is something that is going to be a pressing issue from Vic and the entire staff is you want him to be at least 190, right?
At least like 180. Can I get 185, please?
185. That's what Tyreek Hill's listed at.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what he needs. And guys, did you see John Elway's tweet about this pick?
We did.
And just about how Elway specifically mentioned the return. And so it's not good news for Deshaun Hamilton. It's not good news for Deontay Spencer.
Yeah, John. That was the second time John Elway had mentioned him being a returner in a tweet. No, sorry, the first one was just Mike Kliss. The second one was John Elway. But yeah, they definitely want that idea out there. I think they think that makes it an easier pick to sell. At least that's the way I read it. Is they're saying, okay, we got our wide receiver 1 in Jerry Jeudy. Now we got our wide receiver and punt returner. He's a weapon type of guy. We're not just doubling down on wide receiver here. We're going both ways.
Guys, I have a feeling that we're going to hear a very similar sentiment from John Elway tonight that KJ Hamler was their number 1 target from the start of today. They only talked to him once during this pre-draft process. Zach Azzani, the wide receiver coach, talked to him over a Zoom call just once. So KJ was very surprised to be drafted. And I bet John Elway is going to say, we were very surprised that he fell to us as well, especially with a couple receivers going before the Broncos pick.
Yeah, to circle back a few points you guys have made, it's so true that Deontay Spencer, especially in the script, they always seem to try and force feed him a couple touches, and just nothing ever came of it. To have KJ Hamler and force feed him, I think you're going to see a lot better results. And it's so true what Ryan was saying about just running that 40, how much of a difference that could have mattered. I think of another couple speedsters who ran a 40 and kind of a disappointing 40 in Jalen Reagor, who still ran in the 4.4s. Brandon Ayuk, who ran a 4.5 flat, and those guys still jumped up to round 1. If Hamler runs anywhere close to what we thought he would have ran in the 4.3s, forget it. He definitely would have been gone by round 1.
Yep. Exactly. You're 100% right, man. What a draft for Drew Lock. What a draft for Pat Shurmur. There should not be 6 offensive coordinators in 6 years with everything Pat Shurmur is given right now.
Yep.
All right, and as we've been kind of discussing here, there's been some stuff going on. The one thing I know right here, the Bills just got AJ Epinesa, so since he's going up to northern New York, I won't ever actually have to learn how to pronounce his name. So that's good news for me. But a nice pick for them. Finally, the top player on our board goes off here in the second round.
Yeah, he lasted a little while there, but he is gone. Just a few guys on that first page of the big board remaining. 2 of the 4 offensive tackles. Let's see if the Broncos can make that move. That would really, talk about a cherry on top, just the way to completely nail this draft. That would be incredible. Still 22 picks to go to the Broncos' next selection. So a move up might be really nice just to jump the gun. Crazy how a guy like Christian Fulton is still around right now. Can't say I'm too surprised that some of these other guys, maybe J.K. Dobbins is a little surprising. Zach Bond, who had some interest in the first round, is surprising. But Christian Fulton, one of the guys to drop off here, who I thought would be gone, especially with the run on corners we've seen. I think he's more talented than several of these cornerbacks that have already come off the board.
Oh, man. How about this? The ultimate Ravens pick, in my opinion, for the second time. We always say this. They always take the right guy. They go with J.K. Dobbins here out of Ohio State. That is a exciting pick for them and for Lamar Jackson. A little bit scary for the rest of the NFL.
Yeah, AFC especially. What's this mean for Mark Ingram will be interesting because they do have Justice Hill, the little speed back from Oklahoma State, who missed most of his rookie year. But I think once this guy's healthy next year, he's going to be a real factor as that change of pace. And now you have Dobbins as your kind of north and south first 2 down back. Yeah, they're scary. Those Ravens are really fun after being such a conservative, boring team for like 20 years.
Isn't there another running back out of Oklahoma State this year? Another speedster? Or is he young? Maybe not.
No.
You would have known if there was.
Yeah.
But yeah, very Ravens pick there. Very scary. It kind of reminds me just like the Chiefs taking Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You know, everyone else kind of takes a step back and they're like, oh, great. Why did we let that happen?
Yeah, I think that it's great, though, for Mark Ingram. You know, he loses a couple touches, but he's at the point in his career where I think maybe it's time to think about how you extend your career. Plus, you look at the past, and he's always been at his best when there's a second running back helping him out. You think about Alvin Kamara with him with the Saints. This just makes so much sense for this offense. Obviously, he's a super talented running back. I'm excited to watch that team again this year.
Yeah, they're going to be fun to watch. Just hopefully you don't want to run into them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Certainly don't. And guys, speaking of taking a step back, I'm going to go right. I'll see you guys after the Broncos make another pick.
All right. Sounds great.
Right.
I love how Zach just excuses himself. You know, I don't have to worry about him. We bring him in, he goes when he wants. That's how I like it. Okay. The next question I have for you guys is, do they jump back up? I thought we would have heard it by now. I thought they were going to be super aggressive. I thought they were going to make that pick, then they were going to be 2 picks behind it and make another selection. Now I'm starting to get worried that they might not make that move.
Man, are they really going to take all 5 of these picks in the first 2 days of the draft? That'd be crazy. At some point, you're going to have to consolidate. Maybe you just wait till day 3 and you use like the 6th and the 2 7ths and you move up into the 5th again and you call it a day and you just have 7 picks that way or something. But I'm kind of shocked that we haven't seen a move yet at this point. But I mean, things are lining up perfectly. Those tackles keep dropping. Cushenberry keeps dropping. Biadasz is still around. Not very many interior offensive linemen have come off the board. Still the top linebackers we've talked about, the top targets for them at defensive back. Some have come off the board, like Xavier McKinney there at 36, but guys like Jeremy Chin, Bryce Hall still around. I mean, I'm worried we're sounding so boring, saying the same things, but it's kind of amazing how things are just playing out perfectly for the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about jumping back up to get one of these tackles. None of them have gone yet. So you're still, like I said, I thought they were going to be aggressive, but maybe they're just waiting for one shoe to drop, and they say, okay, once Cleveland goes off the board, then we'll go get Josh Jones. Once Jones goes off the board, then we'll go get Cleveland. It seems like, that's kind of what I thought they were going to do in the first round is, okay, once, that wide receiver, once Lamb goes, we'll jump up and get Judy. Once Judy goes, we'll jump up and get Lamb. And they just sat there, and it never happened. I wonder if the same thing's going to happen here. Probably not all the way into the, the beginning of the third round, these guys will fall. But I wonder if they're just saying, okay, someone make the move that forces us to go make our move, and that's what would make sense to me here.
Yep, you just hit the nail on the head. I don't think there's too much separation between Josh Jones and Ezra Cleveland. On Dre's big board, they're 4 spots apart. Maybe John Elway sees it similarly, doesn't see one as a much better scheme fit than the other, and they just want one to go before they try to start making moves to get the other. That's a smart way to play it. I do think that they have to be looking at offensive line here, though. And as long as offensive linemen aren't drafted, just sit back and let it happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's turning out well. Interesting how the running backs kind of fell how I had them ranked in the end, with Dobbins being selected after Jonathan Taylor, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Cam Akers. Incredible.
Did Cam Akers go too?
Yep. He went to the Rams.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
That was their first pick.
2 years in a row that they have gone running back somewhat early.
Yep, Darrell Henderson.
Backing up the Brinks trucks for Todd Gurley. That is not what you want to see.
Backing up the Brinks truck for Todd Gurley after C.J. Henderson basically outplayed him in the final stretch of that same season.
Yeah, so, C.J. Henderson. Might as well have been C.J. Henderson.
Yeah, really, truly.
Look at the big board here. Again, Cushenberry still around. Prince out of Auburn, who I really like, still around. Bryce Hall, who I really like, still around. Some really good options here. Of course, Jeremy Chin, as we talked about with Steve Atwater last night. That is his nephew. Is that correct, guys?
Yes.
And Henry's favorite sleeper wide receiver, Brian Edwards. Maybe they just triple up and make Henry a happy man.
I don't know that far would make me happy.
And then I believe there's still some players on the first page of the big board here.
Oh yeah, there's still those 2 tackles, Denzel Mims and Josh Uche are the final 4 on the first page of the big board. This second page, though, it's basically all guys the Broncos could select to fill a need, aside from Edwards at this point, who I think might be redundant.
Yeah, there's 21 picks until the Broncos, and you have 14 guys left in your top 60, all of which makes sense for the Broncos.
Sounds great. All right, let's hear from KJ Hamler on overcoming adversity on his path to the draft.
I think, I bring the table speed, quickness, playmaking ability. I'm versatile. I can play outside. I can play in the slot. And, I can return kicks and punch. So, I'm a playmaker, and I got a chip on my shoulder at all times. I've been an underdog my whole life. So being in this situation right now and being part of the Broncos organization is amazing. So I'm going to get them 150%, 24/7, 365, So, yeah, that's me. That's me.
Hey, KJ, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you talk about being an underdog your whole life, and I know you had the ACL injury coming into college and redshirted your first year there. What kind of adversity have you faced with that or beyond that to get to the point where you are today?
Man, I done faced a lot, from my 2 best friends being killed, me dealing with that, to me, tearing my ACL. So, but I think, at that point in time, it made me, closer to God, and just it made me, learn so much about myself. It's all a mental thing. So, I had to be mentally strong in that situation when I was down at IMG by myself. So, that situation and my 2 best friends passing away hit me hard. But, you got to overcome it some way. You got to find, the great ones find a way.
Wow.
I like
I
him.
love the way that kid sounds.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a good one, at least from a quote perspective. What we didn't get there from Jerry Jeudy, we got from KJ Hamler. I love the way he sounds. It's like a muted kind of like a confidence, but a humbleness at the same time.
Mhm.
Not necessarily cockiness. Yeah, I like him.
Very in control too.
Very much so. And Zach mentioned that he was just overcoming tears and all that, but I thought he sounded very composed.
Yeah. Self-assured and self-aware is what he sounded like. And I find more and more when whether it's scouting or interviewing potential interns, when you are self-aware, when you know the modes that are best for you to learn what your weaknesses might be, what your strengths may be, it's going to allow you to learn a lot quicker and improve in the ways that you can improve in. Interesting how he mentioned IMG Academy, one of those, high-end prep schools. I had read up in his background that he moved from Detroit, Michigan to Florida as a prep, and that must have been to go specifically to IMG Academy, which is one of these super schools. You have to be a stud athlete, and you're basically like on a scholarship as a high schooler, then became a 4-star recruit, has that ACL injury, and yet right away as a redshirt freshman, after having that, really it's a gray shirt year, but a redshirt year, blows it up, breaks Barkley's record for all-purpose yards as a freshman, has another amazing season as a sophomore when Penn State was gangbusters last year, competing right at the tippy top of the Big Ten with Ohio State, and now selected by the Denver Broncos in the top 50. What an amazing story.
I simply, I love this tweet from Jerry Jeudy here. This about to get crazy. I cannot wait to read your film room, Andre. I wish I could just to make 2 of you so you could write the film room right now. But I'm so excited because, it wasn't until I started making that little highlight tape of Jerry Jeudy yesterday where I realized how fast he was. Right. And I really fell in love with his foot speed. I knew, in terms of how great of a route runner was, how great of a route runner he was, how quick his feet were. But then I saw him, breaking away on those slants, and that's when I truly fell in love. I cannot wait to see, the clips that you find of KJ Hamler where we can really see how fast he is, because every player that isn't slow thinks they're going to break the record of the 40 time at the combine. So I don't buy that. But right. I want to see, does he look like a 4-3 guy when he's out there on the field, when he gets the ball in his hands, when he sees a sliver of green in front of him, does he just absolutely explode and go get it? That's what I want to see because like I said, anyone can say what they're going to run at the combine. It matters what you see on.
Yeah, I too was going to run a 4.2 had I been able to participate at the combine this year. Unfortunately, I didn't receive my invite, but you guys all saw my digital pro day scores, and I think no one can argue with those. It's easy for anyone to say, but I think when you see this film room and you see the tape, you will find that he has at least 4.3 speed. He's that kind of athlete. The questions are just going to be the durability at that size, the injury history with the ACL, though you're confident that he was able to overcome it and immediately become one of the most explosive players in the Big Ten. And, it's just going to be a matter of using him the right way. And I think the Broncos have a plan in place. The size is the only concern, but you can work around that.
Yeah, I got to admit, I've been very positive about everything. The one thing that really bothers me is the ACL. The Broncos have not had good luck with ACL guys. Starting with Jake Butt is obviously the most prevalent one, but even Jeff Hireman, who tore an ACL when he got to Denver, that didn't work out very well. I think there's a few more examples that aren't coming to the top of my head. That's the one thing that gives me a little bit of pause. I don't like hearing that because I don't think the Broncos have done well with it. Even this last year, taking the chance on Jawan James, taking the chance on Bryce Callahan, they usually have not had the best luck with the injury-prone guy trying to turn him around and get him on the right path.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a concern that was, because of course there was a little bit of the knee stuff with Jeudy, right? And there is the ACL 2 years removed for Hamler. I think the only positive example is Phil had an ACL at his last year of high school. Of course, That was
Very
a
true.
long
Vaughn.
recovery, but finally, right? Vaughn is another one. Yep.
But Phil, that's one of the reasons probably why he ended up going undrafted. I mean, you start to add, teams love to pick what they don't like about you, and so first they don't like the size, then they don't like the ACL. They'll find reasons to not draft you. I think that's why he ended up going undrafted. Now we're talking about a second round pick. It's just a little bit concerning for me. It seems like he did bounce back really, really well from it, at least in the last season at Penn State. Couple picks here. Raekwon Davis to the Dolphins, I believe, off the board.
That's right.
And then the Rams here just took Van Jefferson out of Florida.
Yep. Rams loading up on offense, replacing Todd Gurley and Brandon Cooks with Cam Akers and Van Jefferson. Could do worse, but I wouldn't expect Pro Bowl type performances early on. What are your thoughts on some of these picks, Hank?
Yeah, I think they're solid. They're good picks. They make me happy as a Bronco fan, though. That's for sure. I wouldn't have minded Raekwon Davis as a Bronco, but as I've said a couple times, I really don't think defensive line is that big of a need, especially at this point. Van Jefferson, a guy I like. You have your receivers. He's not a need, and I'm very happy that the Broncos took KJ Hamler, whatever it was, 10 picks ahead of Van Jefferson. I think that he is more than 10 picks better than Van Jefferson. I mean, I think things are going well for the Broncos.
What do you think of the Raekwon Davis pick, Andre? People are really liking the way that the Dolphins draft is shaking out so far.
Raekwon's such an interesting prospect. He looked much better last year when Quinnen Williams was on that line with him, and they had some better linebackers and a healthy Dylan Moses and Mac Wilson, who was playing with the Browns as a rookie last season. This year, as the top dog on that Alabama defensive line, he completely fell off. He's a guy who's got length for days, but isn't really going to be able to create penetration off the line, doesn't give you a lot. As an interior pass rusher. So in the second round, that's a little rich for me. If you're just looking at a gap stuffer and a 2-down player on defense, I would never pick someone like that earlier than the third round.
Can we bring back that Ian Rappaport tweet? That was the best part there.
That was so good. It was so good.
Oh,
there it is. Miami now becomes the first team in NFL history with 2 Raekwons. I think I didn't check. CC at Wu-Tang Clan. And look at the response. First response, Ian Rappaport. That's fantastic.
I think Raekwon was supposed to be here last week. I was excited. I was going to go to that.
Oh, was that going to be on In We Go?
I don't think so. I know it was up at Red Rocks. It's probably like their 420 thing.
Ryan was confused for a second. We have bad news here, guys.
Is that Ezra Cleveland?
Ezra Cleveland has been selected. It appears Gary Kubiak's Vikings have selected.
Of course.
Yep. Perfect fit for that offense.
Yep, that's a good pick.
And it looks like there's another Ian Rappaport tweet here. He says, after months of trade talks, the Redskins, Trent Williams won't head to Washington. I think he meant to Minnesota here, because that's who is taking Ezra Cleveland. They really wanted Trent Williams. There you go. The tweet from Tom Pelissero. A trade for Trent Williams is now off the table, sources tell me in Rap Sheet. So, Broncos?
Yeah, could that be in the works with one of these thirds right now, as the market might be shrinking? That would be intriguing with all these young weapons to add a veteran left tackle like that.
Yeah, I mean, the comment section surely didn't like it when I brought this up yesterday, but I would love this. Absolutely adore it, honestly. And then the other option that they could go for is, of course, Jason Peters, who we've talked about a lot on the Broncos podcast. Much older than Trent Williams, but much cheaper than Trent Williams, a lot less drama than Trent Williams. A guy who you just bring in and say, you know what, we don't want to deal with Garrett Bowles this year. Let's go get Jason Peters. We'll give him $4 million and go to work.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that there are some positions where having a veteran really helps. Do you want to go through the learning pains of a young left tackle who could just blow his assignment quickly and get Drew Lock hit hard from behind? at some point, you're probably going to have to put a young guy in there. But if you can patch that hole quickly and throw a young guy at center instead and have those two start to develop, then you have the center helping out to develop the left tackle when that time comes. I really would not mind going with a veteran there because there will be a lot of really young starters on a very talented offense.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point where I'd start to be open to it. I never would have considered it for one of the top 2 picks. Now, with third rounders, it starts to come into play. My greater question, we might not have the answer off the top of our heads, so is would they even be able to squeeze him in cap-wise? What kind of finagling and cuts would have to come from that? Maybe, I guess, Garrett Bowles, you try to flip him maybe for a late day 3 pick to save some cap room there and still have a guy who can fill in as an at least a slightly average starter at a premium position that lots of teams have a need in. That's the only thing. How do you squeeze Trent Williams in? Because all of a sudden we're at a point where the draft compensation I might be okay with, but that cap is a little trickier.
Yeah, but the Broncos still have quite a bit of space, and it's easy to look. I'm over at Spot Rack right now, Spotrack. I still don't know how to say that.
Spot Rack.
Okay. So the way the salary cap works, though, is that you only take the top 51 salaries. And so even though the Broncos are going to have to pay probably $12 million, I think, something right around there, for their draft class, for every player that they bring in, you get to add essentially whatever the 51st highest pay or lowest, 51st highest paid contract is. So essentially every player is going to be factoring in about $700,000 less than their actual cap hit. And so there's actually a lot more room than people probably anticipate when they see that they only have $17 million in cap space before they pay the $10 million or so to their rookies.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, we got more audio here from KJ Hamler. Let's see what he has to say about his familiarity with the Broncos.
I only got one call from Coach Zazzani, so Coach Zazzani recruited me at Tennessee. So we already got a great relationship going off. And, I know like Corden Sutherland and, Deshaun Hamilton, who was my teammate my freshman year. So that's been my big brother. I've been talking to him through this process. So, I don't know a lot, but, Deshaun will help me out through it. He's my big brother, my older brother. So I know he'll help me and I'll be under his wing learning.
Hey, KJ, 2 questions. One, were you surprised that it was the Broncos, especially given that they had already taken Judy? And then you talked about your relationship with Deshaun. Can you kind of go into that a little bit more? And what do you think that'll be like playing with him again?
Yeah, I was most definitely surprised. Me and Coach Zazzani only FaceTime once, talked once. So it did catch me off guard. But me and Deshaun, I'll be more comfortable going into an organization knowing I know somebody, and he showed me the ropes as a freshman coming in at Penn State. So I've always kept in touch with him. I've always looked up to him as a big brother. So actually getting to play with him at the best of the best, and seeing how he progressed, from his redshirt freshman year to now, so it's gonna be amazing, man. I know Judy too. Me and Judy been boys since the opening. So, playing with him and, playing with them boys is going to be amazing. And I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I can't get past Coach Zazzani. Just 4 Z's to start the name. Z-Z-Z-Z-A-N-I. Coach Zazzani. Oh, my God. I don't know why that was so good.
Sutton's name gave him trouble, so he's about as good with names as I am at this point. So that's okay.
I was taken back to the scene in Billy Madison when he's trying to write risotto on the board, and he's just scribbling. She's like, Raruto? Coach Zazzani. Oh, gosh. That was good. Coach Zazzani and Cortland Sutherland. That is quite the combo there. I love that. Big brother, Deshaun Hamilton. This will be an interesting scenario for him. To me, he's still clearly on the team. So I don't think he has to be, so salty that he's going to lose his job in the NFL. He might lose his job on the field. But, I just hope, that those two can keep their great relationship going.
And I think that this offense is now good enough that the fourth receiver will get some play. You know, it may be 200 yards or so, but when you have a very good explosive offense, it's easy to throw other pieces in there. You know, KJ Hamler isn't going to need to play every snap. Neither is Cortland Sutton. Neither is Jerry Jeudy. There's going to be a whole bunch of 3 receiver sets. I think that there's plenty of time for a fourth receiver, knock on wood, all that kind of stuff. But at some point, one of these guys probably will get banged up. Who knows? Maybe Hamilton and Hamler are splitting time for the first half of the season. If I'm Hamilton, I'm not happy necessarily, but I'm not all that concerned either.
And here you go, Denzel Mims finally off the board.
Great
This
pick.
time he goes to the New York Jets, and like you said, great pick. You know, they had kind of a dilemma yesterday of going offensive tackle or go wide receiver, and obviously they go tackle, and now they get their receiver late here. I was never as high on Mims as a lot of people were, but I think at this pick, all the way almost to the 60th pick in the draft, that's a good place for him to go.
Yeah, I mean, a guy who runs in the 4.3s and is 6'3" to get at this point in the draft when they were already considering other speedsters at the top, I think is fantastic. And the upside of the New York Jets just got raised significantly with Becton and Mims. It sure feels like there are quite a few AFC teams who really got a lot stronger in this draft, making that 7th wild card now out in that conference that much more interesting. This trade alert has me.
Trade alert. What do we got? All right, the Patriots trading up with the Ravens. They are on the clock.
Ooh.
And I saw here down on my timeline, it looks like they're going for Josh Uche.
Oh, wow. Okay, one of the few players remaining on our, actually back-to-back guys remaining on the first page of our big board. The only remaining player now is Josh Jones.
Yeah, this feels like a very Patriots pick to me too. Again, a little bit of versatility there. They like those front 7, multiple front guys. The fact that they're trading up for him means that he's going to be good.
Yep, and they're giving up 71 and 98 to get 60 and 129 there. So kind of a little sandwich of picks.
That's back-to-back years they've gone with 2 pass rushers from Michigan I really liked after getting Chase Winovich. Last year, Uche really popped. There's a reason he's on the first page of our big board. When he played against Iowa and Tristan Wirfs, he gave us some real trouble. And in that bowl game against Alabama, Jedrick Wills had his hands full handling Josh Uche. He just was kind of a part-time player. I don't think Michigan got him on the field as often as they should have. And he was devastating in the Senior Bowl as well. So I really like that pick from the Patriots, who still have stayed put on quarterback, which is quite interesting. Maybe the Patriots and the Jaguars, the front runners, as far as teams tanking for Trevor at this point.
And you have to imagine if the Broncos have any sort of love for Josh Jones, that they are exploring anyone and anyone and everyone that might be interested in a trade up scenario here, or a trade back in their case scenario here. But there's always the case Broncos just simply don't like Josh Jones. They don't want him. They don't want to trade up for him. So it'll be interesting to see if they do make a move here. I was convinced with the rhetoric from John Elway last night that they were going to be aggressive in trying to trade up today. So I would be surprised if they aren't able to make any moves here. But again, maybe the board is falling to them the way they want. Maybe whoever they want or whatever position they're targeting is helpful for them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this second page of our big board we have here. 38, top guy there, Lucas Niang. So the top 2 best available players are offensive tackles. Then you have Lloyd Cushenberry, 3rd best available, another target for the Broncos. Christian Fulton could be a target, though he doesn't tackle. I don't think he would. Prince Tega Wanogho, another tackle. Bryce Hall, another target. And there at the bottom at 60, another offensive tackle. So 3 high-end offensive tackles still on the board, plus my second center and 2 very valuable cornerback options, plus Jeremy Chin, plus Jalen. Oh, no, Jalen Johnson was taken. So, boy, what kind of value, and the 2 top linebackers remaining. So maybe things are just falling in place, even if Josh Jones is their guy. they might feel comfortable just waiting this out for guys like Niang or Prince Tegawanagu just the same.
Exactly.
And where did Jalen Johnson end up? Anyone know?
Chicago.
Someone in the comments want to let us know where he ended up.
When? Oh yeah, it was Chicago. It was Chicago.
Okay, good pick for them.
Yep.
Yes, quite.
Yeah, I'd be interested where the Broncos are looking, because to me, it's not looking like any of these positions are still very deep.
See, and I actually really like how this is going. You know, the Broncos pick 16 picks from now, 22 picks from now, and that'd be 34 picks from right now. And the way this board is falling, there's still a lot of guys I really like. Maybe you miss out on the Josh Jones, Lloyd Cushenberry caliber talents, but that means you might still get a Lucas Niang, a Biotish, and one other player with that 95th pick too, because you don't have to give it up. That could be a Jeremy Chin, for example. I really like the way that this is going.
I love the comment section. Look at them coming through for us. Look how many people helped us out.
Well done.
One after another. We love you guys.
Truly.
Andre, where are the positions and where are the most deep positions left in this draft? Like I said, I just don't feel like the Broncos are. I feel like this would be a place for them to start getting aggressive, because it's starting to thin out for me at places like defensive back, as Christian Fulton is now off the board as well. At a place like tackle, it's starting to thin out. I'm curious what their thought is here. They said they had a plan. I'm trying to decipher what that plan may be.
Well, incredibly, there's still a ton of depth remaining at offensive tackle right now, because beyond those top 4 guys, you still have Ben Barch and Matt Pert, who are here on the 3rd page of the big board. Defensive back is definitely the position where you're starting to dry up a little bit more, because all these top corners, all those guys in the 2nd tier, who was kind of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Jalen Johnson's now gone. Christian Fulton's now gone. Really, Bryce Hall is one of the few left in that range who you might not want to mess around with and wait on for too long. Maybe that's where you shift your attention and you say, hey, if we wait at 77, one of these tackles is going to drop to us anyways, so we have less urgency there. And you start to focus more on that 5th defensive back or even that cover linebacker, because those are the areas that we're starting to see a little less depth right now.
And I like a lot of these cornerbacks still. I think that Christian Fulton, Bryce Hall, both of them, if the Broncos had taken either of them at 46, I may not have loved the pick, but I would have seen where they were going. I would give them a passing grade. And then behind that, there's still guys like Cameron Dantzler, who I think is an interesting scheme fit. Yep. Troy Pride Jr. is the same thing. Darnay Holmes, versatile. I want to say he was the number 1 cornerback in the country coming out of high school. I know he was a 5-star. And he's a versatile. He's Kareem Jackson is who he is. You put him in the slot. I think that he's a great slot defender, and I like all 4 or 5 of those guys. I think one's still there at 77, 83, and who knows? Once you get to 83, you might think there might be one at 95 still too.
All right. Well, we have another guest to bring in here, and I'm super, super excited to bring in my guy, Super Bowl 50 champion, Ryan Harris, of course, a master of the midday over there on altitude with Hastings, Harris, and Dover. Ryan Harris, how you doing, my guy?
What's up, Ryan? What's up, DNVR crew? How y'all doing?
Doing great, man. How are you? Man.
Doing good, man. Just enjoying my life, man. Enjoying my life.
Are you enjoying what the Broncos have done here in the first 2 rounds? Absolutely just doubling down on wide receiver.
It makes no sense to me. In John we trust, right? But come on, man. I mean, you got Deshaun Hamilton 2.0. How'd that work out for you the first time? You got a guy who got 9 drops last year in just 11 games. I mean, what are we doing here? You had Ezra Cleveland on the board. I'm telling you, this guy is going to have a 10-year career in the NFL at tackle. You had him. He played left tackle in college, and you could have had him here to protect Drew Lock. Unless there's a tackle on the roster somewhere that I don't know about, I cannot justify this pick.
Wow. So you wanted to go offensive line, and I think that's a really great point to hear from you, especially. Yeah. How much can Drew Lock help the offensive line? Because I'm of the belief, watching Drew Lock in front of that makeshift offensive line at the end of the year, that he made them look a lot better than they actually are.
He does have the mobility that will help them out. He does have that kind of knack to throw the ball. We had Noah Fant on our show today, and he talked about how he really likes the risks that Drew Lock will play. I also thought it was cool, guys. He mentioned he was throwing with Justin Herbert earlier with the Chargers now, and he said that Drew Lock was way better than them. So, hey, Broncos fans, at least you got a better than a 6th pick overall. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter how fast Jerry Jeudy is. It doesn't matter how good KJ. They can't get the ball if Drew Lock's on the ground, or none of their catches are going to matter if 30% of the time there's a penalty. So there are really major problems at tackle on this team. I cannot believe, and this to me, guys, is the first result of a digital draft of a mistake, because were you in the room with Mike Munchak, I highly doubt you're drafting a receiver again in the 2nd round.
Yeah, really interesting. And I wonder though, because I'm with you on Cleveland all the way. He carried a 1st round grade for me. He was 19th on my board. I thought they would have got a steal at 46 had they pulled the plug. But looking at who's remaining, I think maybe the value proposition they saw was there are other very competent college left tackles or even right tackles remaining on the board, including Josh Jones from Houston, Prince Tega Wanogho from Auburn, Shadiq Charles from LSU, or Lucas Niang from TCU, just to name a few. How do you see those as fallback plans now that we're getting close to the 3rd round start?
Well, I like Niang, but you got to really take a look at his medicals if he's able to play long term. You want long term stability. Remember, I mean, the Broncos have had I've had 2 right tackles each of the last 3 seasons. So you got 6 tackles for 3 years at just the right tackle position. So I like Niang right there out of TCU. I'll tell you, the kid out of Houston, Josh Jones. I watched his film, and he lacks that killer instinct that you want to see from a tackle. He bends more at the waist to the point where I thought he was maybe 6'7" when I first watched the film. You got to get underneath yourself. You got to play with knee bend versus waist bend. Now, these are all things that, again, look at what Mike Munchak did with the 2nd round guard last year. I mean, Dalton Risner was on his way to the Pro Bowl this season, provided he stays healthy. But so maybe the Broncos are just super confident in Mike Munchak and what he can do. But I'll tell you something. I don't like Josh Jones, but he can play. He's a top talent. He's 6'4", I believe he is, 320 almost. So, but I like Niang, provided that they take a deeper look in his medicals. But to me, it's inexcusable. You passed on Ezra Cleveland.
Go ahead, Henry.
Say the Broncos are on the clock right now. They have those tackles available, but Lloyd Cushenberry is still there too. There's still some question marks at center. Would you rather go with one of the tackles or a guy like Cushenberry on the interior?
What a tackle all day. Listen, you got to look at the last 2 centers, one of which was a Super Bowl champion, right? You got Connor McGovern, good player, great. I don't know. Somebody else thinks he is. They paid him $20+ million. Matt Paradis, Super Bowl 50 champion. He was a practice squad guy his first year with the Broncos. So you have to pay attention into where teams place their value. And it's very clear the Broncos do not place a high value on that center position, which is fine. That's a position that typically you want more intelligence than you do need dominance. They're always working with somebody, either right or left guard. So I understand that. So I wouldn't get caught up in getting a center this early, although that may be the only chance you got, man. By the time all these tackles are gone, it's just, there's no excuse for giving up on Ezra Cleveland.
Well, I got to say, I absolutely love that you have this take, because I felt like we've had way too much support of the Broncos pick so far. Even AJ, who normally doesn't like what they're doing, has liked it. So I want to get more into what you had to say about Jeudy and Hamler. It sounds like even though you still want to tackle, you weren't even sold on those 2 guys as wide receivers.
Well, Jeudy, no question. I mean, that's the steal of the draft already. And at the end of the day, hey, you won the draft right now, right? You won the draft with Jerry Jeudy. Now, you build your championship team rounds 2 through 7, and don't look further than having, Derek Wolfe and getting Malik Jackson in the 4th round, and Matt Paradis in the 6th round, Danny Trevathan in the 6th round. I mean, These are things this is where you build your team for a championship run. And they just failed to do that in this second round with the pick. Now, I love Jerry Jeudy. I think he's incredible speed. He made big plays in big moments. And I'll tell you guys, in being in huddles with some of the greatest receivers to play this game, that is a skill. To be able to make that play when it matters. I think about Demaryius Thomas before the first half, the year we won the Super Bowl at Detroit. I think of Emmanuel Sanders in Super Bowl 50. I mean, there are going to be times where you're the guy that has to make the play. And I've been in the huddle when I've seen these guys look side to side and hoping that the tight end's more engaged or hoping that the quarterback's not going to throw their way. And here's Jerry Jeudy saying, give me the ball. Add to that the fact that he's ran in the slot. I think it's about 70% of the time he came out of the slot. That's how Tyreek Hill is used a lot with Kansas City. Anytime you put speed in the slot in the NFL, you get 3 defenders to pay attention, whether it's a corner, a safety, and a defensive end, a corner, a safety, and a linebacker, or some of those routes, they'll say, hey, you cross that first linebacker's face, you get vertical by that second linebacker, and you attack that safety to get his eyes on you. I mean, that's sucking in an entire defense, and whoops, there's Noah Fant, there's Cortland Sutton or Phillip Lindsay on a flare route. That's where you get big gains. So I do like Jeudy. I do believe he's going to need to work on some of the intermediate routes. He has that long stride, which makes it typically more difficult to learn that 5 to 15 yard routes. But, man, he can turn on the gas. But the KJ pick, man, you had a tackle there. I just don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
Fair enough. On this subject of tackle, there are 2 very experienced, very solid tackles that could be available. One certainly available, and that's Jason Peters, who obviously is up there in age.
Yes.
And then, of course, on the market is Trent Williams. What do you think of those 2 guys as potential options so you don't have to go tackle here, make a trade for Trent Williams, or go ahead and sign Jason Peters?
I go Jason Peters 100%. It's not even close. Listen. He's a Hall of Famer. He is the best tackle in the last 20 years since I can't believe I'm spacing his name at the Seahawks, Walter Jones. It's not even close. He was a tight end. He was a 300-pound tight end in college, okay? This man is a freak athlete and still wants to play. Now, you mentioned his age. That is something. But if you're looking for a 1 to 2 years, he's the guy I would go get. I like Trent Williams, but even before his injuries, his his work ethic has been an issue. He would get beat by guys who I'd be watching the film, getting ready to play a team, and some scrub would get a sack on Trent Williams. I'm like, dog, this guy's not going to touch the quarterback when I play him. How is he getting past you? But Trent Williams is incredibly athletic. He plays point guard and pickup basketball. That's the kind of athlete you're getting. But no question, Jason Peters, if you're going to make a play for a veteran, that's who you deal for. And the Eagles are wanting to deal him as their first-round pick last year is the guy they want to play at left tackle.
Yeah, and I think you could get Jason Peters on the cheap. And the question I guess I have is, for a tackle, how much I believe he's 39 years old. How tough is it to get your body ready to go play left tackle in the NFL on Sunday at 39 years old?
Yeah, well, when you're as dominant as Jason Peters is, it really doesn't matter. That man, I was his teammate in Philadelphia when he had a knee injury in practice, and he finished 3/4 of a practice and came to find out that he needed to get his knee drained after practice. So he was out for the next 3 days. I mean, dude, he's just a monster and a kind and gentle giant off the field, but he will rip you a new one physically and mentally on the field. And at the end of the day, if you get to that 6th round and you don't have a tackle and you've got 2 more wide receivers, because apparently that's the way we're going right now, you got to make a deal for Jason Peters because he'd right now be the best tackle on your team.
All right. I like the plan. I'm all about Jason Peters. I've been talking about it for weeks. I think, it is a Band-Aid, but it's a high-level Band-Aid that will get you, into the next, at least till next season. And then if you have more tackles that you like in that class, well, maybe you go for that. Last thing I have for you, Ryan, I know you want tackles and offensive line help. Is there anyone you have in mind here as we work our way towards the 3rd round?
Man, I think Nyang over there from TCU would be a pick. I don't know if you need to get him that high in the 3rd, but you also need to get yourself a middle linebacker really bad. So I would anticipate corner and middle linebacker to be the next 2 picks. And again, as much as you can't explain to me passing on Ezra Cleveland, I'm not concerned because I've been coached by Mike Munchak. And I told him about 3 weeks in, I said, dude, I hate you, man. He's like, what are we talking about? I said, if I'd have had you early in my career, I'd have been an All-Pro for 5 years in a row. What is wrong with you? Where have you been? So you can get later talent and have it produce at the highest levels. And no example fits that better than Alejandro Villanueva, a guy who didn't even play offensive tackle his entire football career, served 2 tours for the Army in the Green Berets, and then came back as a defensive lineman to the NFL. Mike Munchak got his hands on him, made him an all-pro left tackle, and now as a Pro Bowl left tackle, he's making over $5 million a year. And that's with a guy who had never played the position in his life. So as upset as I am, I'll be okay, boys. I'll be okay.
All right, man. Well, we thank you so much for coming on. I think that was just absolutely fantastic insight. I love the fact that you were disagreeing with us on this and definitely brought a new perspective to the rest of us. And you have the best background of anyone we've had on the show so far.
Hey, man, I can't apologize for winning, boys. Won't happen.
All right, man. Thanks to Ryan Harris for coming on.
fellas.
We'll talk to you soon, my dude.
Thanks, Ryan.
Peace.
All right, Ryan Harris from Altitude Radio. I mean, he
outstanding.
He nailed that. It was really, really good stuff from Ryan, and I totally understand his perspective on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the board, I think there are a few more reasons why, but it's nice to see that I wasn't just crazy when watching the Ezra Cleveland film, that even a dummy like me could see that the guy was pretty special at a premium position like offensive tackle. It's a bummer that he didn't drop there, but I'm encouraged by the options that are still there. What I really thought was insightful was how he answered Hank's question about the center, though, because he's really right. Throughout this franchise's history, Tom Nalen, Matt Paradis, Connor McGovern more recently, they're able to find options and guys who can fill that hole at center without really spending any sort of premium assets or resources. And maybe that's what they have in mind, both with Patrick Morris, and maybe they even have a target come day 3 to fill that center spot. But it sounds like Ryan's more focused on offensive tackle, linebacker, corner, and eliminate that center need for now.
All right, boys, it's time for another round of trivia with a Breck Brew Broncos shirt on the line, and we have a devoted DNVR member here waiting for us. So let's bring in World of Suck for trivia. And World of Suck, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Good to be on the show.
Good to have you, man.
Yeah, awesome.
You're kind of in a tough position here following up Ryan Harris.
It's like breaking up. What was that?
Yeah, I think we might have to try and get World of Suck back here in a second after he gets his technical issues sorted out. In the meantime, one of you guys needs to think of a trivia question for. Actually, let's bring on Mace, and Mace can ask him the trivia question when we do finally get World of Suck back with a good connection. Mace, how you doing, by the way?
All right, how are you?
Good. We're going to think of a trivia question for our contestant here when we get him back in a
Has
second.
Mace given us his insights on KJ Hamler? No, first we're thinking trivia, then we can talk Hamler.
Yeah, I was around for Hamler. I mean, before he did his press conference, I was a little disappointed that I did not get chosen to ask a question in said press conference, but, that's all right. So it goes.
It happens. Well, what do you think of what Ryan Harris had to say? He was very, very disappointed that they did not go with Ezra Cleveland.
Well, I mean, the thing is now, when you're talking about the tackles, you're out of the discussion of tackles who can step in and start right away. And that's because Josh Jones is still on the board, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I mean, and the knock on him is that he's going to need some time to get his footwork corrected. I think the ideal situation for Josh Jones, even though the sky is the limit for him potential-wise, with the length that he possesses, I think the best path for him is to have a year matriculating under the tutelage of someone like Mike Munchak. So really now that you're past Ezra Cleveland, you're in the realm of tackles that you're picking and saying, okay, stick him in the incubator. If you got to start him this year because of injury, you got to start him, but the ideal thing is 2021. Whereas when you talk about the centers that are still on the board, guys, I know Ryan Harris talked about how the Broncos have found guys that were late round picks over the years, and that's well and true. But if you want to do what you did with Dalton Rising over at guard and have somebody who comes in and contributes right away, those centers that we've talked ad nauseum about over the last few months, they're still sitting there to be had as the third round begins.
All right, we're gonna bring back World of Suck. We got a device change. We got the connection all figured out.
Nice.
Got the Mile High Salute shirt on.
Dude,
Love
that's
that.
right.
Way to
That's
rip.
right.
All right. What is your real name, World of Suck, if you don't mind sharing? I feel weird
Chris.
calling you World of Suck. All right, Chris.
Yeah, I'm thinking I need a name change at this point. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It's
World
true.
of
Left the
Awesome.
Suck.
The world
Yeah.
of awesome.
All right,
Yeah.
we got a shirt on the line for you. Mace,
All right.
go easy on him. Give him a trivia question to win the shirt.
Oh man, on the spot to
Help me out,
with a
Mace.
trivia question. Okay. All right. In the 2016 season,
In week 4, who did we play on the road?
Name the 2 players involved with the blocked PAT and the return
Easy.
at New Orleans.
I am blanking on names. It was Justin Simmons and Will Parks.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice.
Well done. Everyone thought Mace was going to make it too hard, but
Yes,
it
I
wasn't.
didn't even see that game. I was like in the woods in the middle of nowhere and had to watch the replay later, but I was stoked when I saw it.
That was one of the craziest football games I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life. Definitely craziest finishes. All right, Chris, how do you feel about how the Broncos and how things are going so far?
Good. I would have taken Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones, like Ryan Harris was saying a minute ago, but at the same time, can't complain. It was a luxury pick, but Noah Fant was a luxury pick last year, and that looks like it is going to pan out pretty well for us. So I'm pretty excited about it.
All right, man. Well, it was great to have you on here. Great job. You're going to get the Breck Brew Broncos prize pack. So congrats on getting it right, and thank you for all of your support.
All right. Thank you, guys. This show's awesome.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, that was Chris, a.k.a. World of Suck, a.k.a. World of Awesome. Well, a lot has happened during these last few minutes here, so let's go all the way back to the Chiefs pick as they brought in Willie Gay Jr.
Yeah, I love that we have Mace on here because you and I got into this a little bit towards the end of last night's show. Willie Gay Jr., a very enticing athlete. But the thing is, Draft Twitter loves him because we've all seen 2 cut-ups. It's his 2 greatest games in his career. That's basically all he played, though, Mace. He had a hard time getting on the field. Part of it was off-field issues. I think we're just kind of overrating the athlete. And once again, the Chiefs show that they don't really care about off-field characters. They're willing to gamble on upside here with the talented but also troubled linebacker from Mississippi State.
Talented but troubled is a perfect way to describe him. And really, this is not the kind of gamble that a lot of locker rooms could afford to take.
Mm-hmm.
But the Chiefs with Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, not only talented, but growing as the unquestioned leader of that team. And even some high character guys on defense like Tyrann Mathieu back there in the secondary. They've got people in the locker room that can keep him in line. And the Chiefs, they're just in a different position than some other teams. Like, for example, even though this is a club that has taken its share of chances on character issues, the Bengals pick a Logan Wilson out of Wyoming 2 picks later. Now, frankly, because you're encompassing all the off-field stuff, I liked Wilson better than I liked Willie Gay. I don't think, even though the Bengals have brought in their share of interesting characters over the years, to put it mildly, that's not a locker room that could would be good for Willie Gay. The Chiefs are. So it's sort of a scenario where it works out very well for both players. Logan Wilson, I think, has a chance to really become one of the leaders on a team that is searching for young leadership on the defensive side of the ball, especially. I think he's going to play a lot right away. I'm a little disappointed that he didn't fall to 77, even though the Broncos have issues on the offensive line. I was kind of hoping he'd be there. He would have been a good fit.
All right. Then, of course, at 64, you got Jeremy Chin, who went
Yep.
off the board. You mentioned Logan Wilson off the board, and the one that maybe hurts the most, even though the
Yeah.
Broncos, it would be a definitely luxury pick if they took him. Antonio Gibson just goes off the board to the Redskins, and also RIP to him for going to the Redskins. Sorry that happened.
Aw.
By the way, what was your reaction, RK, to Visca going to Jacksonville? Because I'm happy that he was picked reasonably high, but he's going to a graveyard.
I'm bummed. I mean, like I said, there were so many great places where he could go, and that just simply wasn't even close to being one of them. It just seems like, I mean, who's the last star receiver that really panned out for them? Was it like
Jimmy Smith?
Yeah, or like Keenan
Keenan
McCardell.
McCardell?
I mean, it's been a long time. Like, it seems like they've had a ton of high picks
Yeah.
at wide receiver who just go there and flame out. So I'm very concerned for Visca. It's so much about fit. I feel like we really sometimes undervalue how important it is for a player to go to the right team. And I'm worried that that's not the right place for Laviska to go. But great stat there. 44 forced missed tackles. And also, guys, I think we're caught up on the draft board here. Why don't I talked to Andre about how I want to see the film room to see just how fast KJ Hamler is. I think we have a clip here that just might illustrate just how fast he is. Maybe. There it is.
Hey.
All right, here it is. KJ Hamler running 100 yards.
This is against Michigan. Jeez Louise.
Oh my.
100-yard dash in under 11 seconds
I
on
think
football field.
I think he could have scored without the hold.
Yeah,
As well.
probably.
Because
Yikes.
he had a head of steam there.
I mean,
that
that's
penalty.
a sub 10-second 100 meters if he doesn't have to dodge 3 defenders there.
One more
That is
time. Leave this on one more time.
Insane.
Look at him go.
Insane.
I cannot believe under 11 seconds on the football field.
On the football field.
Yikes. What did we just watch?
I still don't believe it. Like, I'm still trying to figure out why this, like, what's wrong.
He had to weave, too. He had to hurdle a defender as well.
Somebody double check that those are actually seconds that are being counted.
Seriously.
That's easily a sub 10-second 100-meter dash, which so you just watched like the 6th fastest run in human history being executed right there. I mean, that's stupid. Stupid.
In the comments, we have someone saying it looks like the film is sped up, so we've got conspiracies coming through.
I like it. I like it.
We also got someone talking about the holding call. I could care less about the holding call if the speed is actually true there. We gotta see if we could find the native video, the original video, and see if it times up. We could just do it like on YouTube, just see how many seconds are between when he leaves the goal line and when he scores.
Yeah, there you go.
Unbelievable. All right, we have more audio from KJ Hamler here talking about something. Maybe not. All right. Oh, here it comes. Here's KJ Hamler.
You mentioned Jalen Reagor. We know Ruggs ran the 4.27. What do you think you would have run had you not gotten hurt? And then who do you model your game after?
For sure. It was, when I was training, I was running real good. So I wasn't gonna say I was gonna break the record, but I was gonna be in the equation. I was gonna be in the conversation. So 4.2 was the only thing in my mind. It would have mid 4.2, high 4.2. That was the only thing I was gonna run. And oh my gosh, I'm sorry. What was the second question? I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, bud. Who do you model your game after? What receivers do you think you play like?
Deshaun Jackson is the main guy I think I play like. I've been hearing this since I was younger. And he's my favorite player. So him and Steve Smith are the people I look up to. And but I think, from a playmaking ability, from taking a slant to 60 yards and for a touchdown and stuff like that, I think me and Deshaun are real similar. So Deshaun Jackson is my favorite player.
God, I love that. I love
Mhm.
Deshaun Jackson.
I love the Steve Smith too. I love that he slipped that in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
gotta have some toughness if you're gonna play like Steve Smith.
He's going to have to add a little bit to his build if he's going to be
Yep.
able to do some of the stuff that Steve Smith did, because he got in the weight room and he was a stout 190, 195, and that allowed him to go up there and win quite a few jump balls, even without the requisite height that you'd have. I remember him beating Charles Woodson for a couple of passes in a 2008 game in Green Bay, a Hall of Famer in Woodson going up against someone I think should be a Hall of Famer in Steve Smith. But, you know, the thing is, you looked at Steve Smith coming out of Utah, and he had the speed, but he had to develop the other aspects of his game. And who knows with KJ Hamler? I mean, he does have the instincts. He does have a fearless style with which he plays. He's decisive. He's not gonna tiptoe up the field. He's not gonna have any trepidations about getting into traffic. So that sort of instinct is going to serve him very well.
But I think something we haven't really talked about yet, but is interesting, is both Judy and Hamler are a deviation from the trend the previous two drafts of going after team captains, especially seniors. Both these guys barely turned 21. But yet it seems like even though Judy and Hamler don't have that captain or veteran label, they still seem like very high character guys. And I think that's why the Broncos were still comfortable with going off of that. Do you get that sense, Mace?
I do, and I think with KJ Hamler, the interesting aspect is the familiarity that Zach Azzani had with him, going back to the recruiting process.
Right.
And I think I'm not sure this pick happens without Zach Azzani putting in some good words regarding KJ Hamler's character. And also, I mean, I don't know if they reached out to Deshaun Hamilton. I'm sure
Right.
Zach Azzani probably at least had a conversation with Deshaun about KJ Hamler. So this is a matter of your intel and feeling pretty good about what you learned about a guy's character, even though he doesn't necessarily check the boxes on the checklist that you've been looking for in a lot of players. Now, that said, I think you'll probably see some team captains coming to the Broncos over the next couple of rounds.
For some reason, my lamp is being discussed in the comments, and I just have to just pardon me while I flex really quick. Alexa, turn the light on. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah. Just
Nice
a slight
done.
flex. Don't worry about it. Just quick little thing.
We've come a long way from the days of the clapper, gentlemen.
I want the I literally asked if I could clap it. I'm like, if you could just call it, why can't you clap it? I don't know. Seems like something you should be able to do. I feel like that's better than asking who to do it.
Oh, yeah, you can't say her name, right?
Yeah, I can't say her name. Anyways, where are we at the draft right now?
We're waiting on the Seahawks at pick 69.
Nice.
Okay, what picks have we missed here? Also, nice pick here.
Julian Okawara was picked by the Detroit Lions. So after adding Jeff Okudah and DeAndre Swift, they go with the really talented edge rusher from Notre Dame, which has some rawness to his game and injury concerns. And then the Jets selected Ashton Davis, the safety out of Cal. And now it appears the Seahawks, after kind of going off the board with the second round pick in Darrell Taylor, the edge rusher from Tennessee, now go with Damian Lewis, the guard from LSU, who is fine, but this high in the draft seems like quite the reach. I cannot believe how far all these tackles are dropping. I can't believe it.
Yeah, but at the same time, some of these tackles had a super late rise. You know, it's the same thing with Denzel Mims. Mims was a late rise. We were saying maybe he's a fourth rounder, maybe he's a fifth rounder. And then in the last few months, he moved all the way up into the first round in a lot of mocks. A lot of these tackles did the same thing, and maybe that was the media doing that, and the team's not actually thinking this.
Well, and the other factor is we did see 6 guys go in the first round. Then we saw Ezra Cleveland go to Minnesota. So the teams that were looking for tackles, 7 of them at least, have filled that need so far. I'm just now realizing Damian Lewis, the guard from LSU, first interior offensive lineman, first offensive lineman from LSU to go off the board. That is a shocker considering Lloyd Cushenberry and even their left tackle, Sadiq Charles, were still around. Quite surprised to see that. Of course, the Seahawks do it, so nothing should surprise me at this point.
Cushenberry, you guys were both down at the Senior Bowl, and you loved him, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about him?
Why is he falling?
No. Why did you love him so much down at the Senior Bowl?
Just the quickness with which he got set after the snap. I loved watching him go one-on-one against Javon Kinlaw. Kinlaw was just massacring people all week. The only guy who consistently held his own against Javon Kinlaw was Lloyd Cushenberry in the pass rush drills. And that's something that I thought really was heartening and really allowed me to start embracing Lloyd Cushenberry, because this past season at LSU, they left him on an island in pass pro sometimes, and he struggled. He allowed more pressure than he had the previous season, but then he gets down to Mobile, goes up against Kinlaw in particular, and he does more than hold his own in pass protection. So if you can dig in and win your share of one-on-ones against Javon Kinlaw, then I think you're going to do all right when you get to pass pro at the next level. So that's what kind of that the fear on Cushenberry was that he would struggle in pass pro in those drills. That didn't happen down there, and so that kind of put my trepidations about him to rest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was kind of the talk for us throughout that week, was Kinlaw was just wrecking everyone in one-on-ones, and then Cush was showing those smooth feet, hips, knee bend, that great balance and anchor to hold Kinlaw back. The other thing that stood out to me about Cushenberry was before we even saw him on the field, I think in the 2019 Senior Bowl, the two most impressive guys I spoke to were Drew Lock and Dalton Reisner. While this year it was Lloyd Cushenberry, a guy who just a week ago had won the national championship, was a junior. He didn't even have to declare for the draft, but he declares he'd already graduated, so he was the rare junior who could attend the Senior Bowl, was at media event and was talking to us. And I asked him, why did you want to be here? And he just said, I'm a competitor. I'm not scared off. I'm just ready to prove myself even more, despite having already played the toughest schedule in the country. And he really stood out to me as a high character guy that would fit perfectly in Denver.
And we're talking about with Cushenberry, and you can even say that about Tyler Biadasz, although I think he'll wait a little longer. But center, you want somebody who's smart,
yes,
and can pick up the offense quickly.
Yes.
And with both Cushenberry, Biadasz, and also Matt Hennessy, these are intelligent players, high football IQ players who should be able to step in reasonably quickly. So, if we'll see how the next few picks go, but if the Broncos have any doubt about Patrick Morris, then that seems to be the wise play here at 77, is to go for one of these centers.
Yeah, I think he's the third player ranked on my board after John Jones and Prince Tegowanugu. 2 tackles or a center. Right. Can't go wrong with either, if you ask me.
And go ahead, Henry.
You have those 4 players you like, and we kind of are closing in on this stretch that's, in my opinion, the most exciting part of the draft for the Broncos. There's that lead up to that 15th pick, but also 77, 83, 95. There are only 7 more picks until we get to that stretch. What would you guys like to see the Broncos do with these stretch of picks?
I've talked about it a lot. Why don't you go ahead, Mace? We've talked about the centers. Is there any other area or anyone else on the board you're kind of hoping will drop to them at 77 and be the pick there?
I'd love to see Bryce Hall still there.
Yeah.
Somebody who can step in, and
perfect.
I think he's your number 3 corner potentially this year, with an eye to being your number 2 corner in 2021. He gives you insurance in case Bryce Callahan isn't ready. But Bryce Hall is just an ideal fit. Played a lot of zone at UVA. He can handle some man in a pinch, but he knows how he tracks the ball really well. Wasn't quite as good early in his senior season as he was a junior when he broke up 24 passes that season, but good tracking the ball, knows where he has to be. Another high IQ type of football player, another guy who's been a team captain and has those leadership qualities that the Broncos have been looking for the last few years. So if they go for corner, Hall, a big part of the reason pardon me, a big part of the reason why Hall is sitting here is because of that broken ankle that he had back in October. So this is where, when John Elway was talking earlier this week, he talked about, okay, there's going to become a point where you start taking a leap of faith on players with injury concerns. I think the value would be ideal for Bryce Hall here, even though he's not the best in terms of measurables. He has outstanding film with a lot of concepts he would be asked to run by Vic Fangio. And so he's somebody, maybe he doesn't have as high a ceiling as, say, Amik Robertson out of Louisiana Tech. He can help you more right now.
Yeah, 100%. He's a guy who I think, Henry, when we were doing the preseason shows, we had identified him not just as one of the best defensive back prospects coming into this draft class, but also as a truly ideal fit for the Broncos and Vic Fangio's defense because of those ball skills, because of how suited he seemed for a zone-heavy scheme. And most importantly, he had the length that allowed him to play outside, but he was also versatile and could play inside. And you just go, these first 3 pages of the big board, it's nothing but tackles, centers, linebackers. You just have Brian Edwards breaking up the party. Here on the 3rd page, more centers, more linebackers. You've got some interior defensive linemen, which could also be intriguing here in Denver. It's amazing how even with KJ Hamler being a bit of a luxury pick, the board is falling perfectly for them, and there's still plenty of options at all of their biggest need positions.
Exactly.
Hey guys.
Oh, you
welcome
decided to
back,
come out.
RK.
I was gonna just quit on the spot, but I decided to hang around.
Had
By
to see
the
what
way,
the Broncos are going to do.
You really did plan the parade on the message behind you, didn't you?
I totally did. I'm just trying to help the city planners as they get ready to open the city back up. They should also prepare the plan, the parade route. It's just, you need to have that in your back pocket. You need to make sure that you swing by the DNVR bar on the way so everyone can, have the best of both worlds.
I think the key is making sure that the parade route does go on Colfax rather than going up from Coors Field down to the city and county building and the state capitol. It's a little bit of a change, but I think Colfax is overdue for a parade.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Completely agree. And AJ chimes in and says, yes, the Avs parade does need some planning. And I also agree with that. Zach, you're back. What pick are we at, guys? Where we are? How close are we?
We just had pick 71. Baltimore taking a Justin Matabuke from Texas A&M, and it's a strong draft the Ravens are having themselves.
Say that name a couple times fast.
Yeah.
Matabuke.
Man.
Now, Ryan, go
Baltimore
put
always
that.
killed at the draft every year.
What was that?
I said, why does Baltimore always kill it at the draft every year?
They got good management.
They do.
Ryan, you need to now go spell that on your sign back there.
Josh Jones off the board. Josh
man.
Jones is an Arizona Cardinal.
Oh, my Cardinals finally get a tackle.
Hey, they're having a pretty good draft too.
They are.
All right. Are you prepared for Garrett Bowles to start another season if the Broncos don't trade for Trent Williams or don't sign Jason Peters? Because that's where we are.
I'm team Jason Peters. I have been for a while. Yes, would I have loved if they ended up with Wirfs or one of those guys, or even Ezra Cleveland? I would have liked that pick. But
I thought you were more team Trent Williams for a while, though.
Well, to be honest, I'll take both. Depending on the compensation. If you trade a mid-third round pick for Trent Williams, yeah, sign me up. Now, the cap space there could be an issue, so I don't know exactly how they'd be able to swing that, even though cap space is fake in the end anyway. There's always a way to make it work. But I think, Jason Peters is just such an easy pick. It's just like, you don't have to do anything. You just call him up and say, hey, well, we're going to give you $4 million. Come on down and fix our left tackle situation. And then even if you have, if he gets hurt or whatever, and you got to use, I'll touch wood, you got to use Garrett Bowles for 4 games, it's fine. You'll be fine. He can survive for 4 games out there. So to me, it's the easiest move to fix your tackle situation without having to go to Garrett Bowles.
I also want to say that Jason Peters' leadership in that locker room is going to be huge. That's what he's known for in Philadelphia. He just always has a good attitude and could really help a lot of those younger guys out. So, huge get for the Broncos if they're able to bring in Jason Peters.
Jason Peters, more like Jason Leaders.
Bye, Ryan.
That's what we needed.
Oh man! All right, but yeah, I'm in on that. I'm in on either. Honestly, give me Jason Peters, give me Trent Williams. Obviously, you're not getting Josh Jones. So at this point, you'd be going with a Ben Barch. You'd be going with a Pert. I don't love either of those guys. I know some of you guys do. Actually, I shouldn't say I don't love Pert. I do like Barch as a developmental piece. I just don't know if that's a day one starter.
Right now, are we at the point of the draft where the Broncos aren't getting a day one starter at left tackle anymore?
I'm of
Probably. Probably.
Yep. Once Josh Jones went off the board, I think it's going to be Garrett Bowles and Juwan James, unless they go out and get a veteran. But there's still those interior guys that you can go and get that are absolutely day one starters.
Yeah. To me, as it falls right now, there's a bunch of tackles. I really like Lucas Niang, Sadiq Charles, Prince Tega Wanagoo, Matt Pert. And so for me, as we close in on the 77th pick, I think Lloyd Cushenberry is the guy who's separated himself from the rest of the guys around him. So I think that you prioritize him at 77 and then come back to tackle at 83. And maybe one of those guys is off the board. And unless Mike Munchak is pounding the table for one of them, I think that you go center here.
It would be out of character for John Elway, but hey, he selected a Alabama player. Why not draft a center high here? Cushenberry for me, just that feels like a perfect pick here if you're able to get him.
Well, and then that gives you such a stout interior of your offensive line between Cushenberry, Reisner, Glasgow. That would really take away that interior pressure and maybe allow you to put tight ends and help out those tackles a little more that way. I don't know. That's a bummer. Josh Jones went off the board. Of course, the second I pop out, that happens.
Yeah, Lloyd inside between Glasgow and Reisner would definitely be a good cushion for him.
Wow. Wow.
I had to.
Wouldn't be the first Cush to come to Denver.
Guys, my goodness.
Football show. Is Hank playing like parent right now? Is that trying to get us in line?
Nobody else will.
That's very true. Allie will probably have to jump in here and yell at us to get us back in line.
Or just start kicking us off.
There she is.
Thank you.
That's her job on the Denver Sports Podcast, is to keep us on the rails. So she's very good at it. Okay, Mace, a lot of people are wondering how you were taking such a big step down in your shirt game tonight.
I did not have time to get changed before I got downstairs. I had actually planned to put on an Aloha shirt, but the Broncos pick came in so fast and I had to get on camera that I was like, okay, fine. I guess got to wear what I've got. So
any North Carolina prospects out there that you might be speaking into existence here?
Jason Strobridge.
That's the one.
On the defensive line. I knew you'd be right there with me, Dre.
You get him at 95, I'll be happy.
Yeah, me too.
That'd be a great pick.
All right, we are getting closer and closer here. We're up to number 73 on the board, and we might as well take a look at the big board if we have it, see what prospects are available, see where the Broncos could be going here, and a lot of options like Andre mentioned. You could go Cushenberry. You could go Niang, who Ryan Harris gave a pretty decent endorsement of. Yeah. Christian Fulton is no longer around. You could go Prince. Bryce Hall, man, I love Bryce Hall, but I'm scared of him being picked in the third round, of course, because of the Broncos' third-round corner curse. But, yeah, a few of these guys are off the board. But Sadiq Charles, like Andre mentioned earlier, it's like tackles, linebackers, and centers are all left here.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that Jeremy Chin is off that board too, because he would be who I'm pounding the table for right now.
Yeah. Amazingly, there's not much value left at wide receiver. We've kind of seen that aside from our guy Brian Edwards. But yeah, a lot of offensive lineman talent still remaining. Even Natane Muti there at 72, Tyler Biadasz on this page. Now you see a little more receiver talent too.
How good would Mace feel if they got his guy from Wisconsin?
Oh my gosh.
Well, we just saw a Wisconsin guy go off the board because the Saints, according to reports, they trade up to 74, and they're going to take Zach Bond, the edge rusher / linebacker, out of Wisconsin. So
great pick.
Yes, value there is tremendous. For
Incredible.
The Saints.
Yeah. Was that a trade?
Yeah, the Saints traded a future. Now here's interesting. They trade a future 3rd round pick and the 88th pick overall to move up to pick 74. Wow. So it sounds like a lot, but when we're talking about not knowing what next year's draft looks like, if there's a truncated college football season, this is the Saints feeling like, okay, it's worth sacrificing a 3rd round pick next year to move up 14 slots in round 3. It's the kind of trade that you don't see very often, but in this climate, maybe we'll see a few more of those here in the next couple of rounds.
Wow. All right, Allie is just blowing me up in my ear, telling me we have to play this extremely cute video that someone posted in the DNVR lounge. So play it away, Allie.
So cute.
Here we go.
What do we say when we watch the Broncos?
That's adorable.
All right.
Oh, that was 4
What do
seconds.
we say when we watch the Broncos?
Of good stuff.
All right.
Oh, how cute.
That's a
Who
good one.
posted it? Allie, let me know who posted that.
I love it.
All right. Say it again. FATT. Fat. With the post there in the DNVR lounge.
Lions just jumped up to pick number 75.
All right.
I
I thought we
waiting for
needed
that.
to have you on. Yeah.
I had to be here for that one.
Yeah, truly.
So Lions are jumping up with Indianapolis. Feels like Indianapolis has been really active here.
Oh, yeah. They had no first rounders after trading their first rounder for DeForest Buckner, and now they've been wheeling and dealing on day 2 with a decent day too, if you count the DeForest Buckner addition as baked into all this.
Man, that really is a lot to give up there in that Saints trade.
That's a bad
Michael
deal.
Pittman, right? And then they got their running back. I forget. Did they get Jonathan Taylor?
Yes.
Yeah, so not a bad haul.
The Saints are never afraid to give up a lot in trades, it feels like.
At the same time, if the Saints or anybody had taken Bond in the 1st round, I think we probably would have knocked him and said, maybe a bit of a reach. You could probably snag him early, mid-second, but maybe 2/3 to get up for a guy like Bond isn't that bad of a deal.
Yeah, that might be a fair point. In a class that was this lacking in edge rush help, for him to be available in the early 3rd, mid-3rd even seems like really good value.
This seems like a bit of a lot too.
Yeah, let's see. So that's basically 149. That's early in round 5, 182 being late in round 5. So basically, for 10 slots, yeah, I'd have to do the calculations on it, but not too bad, but seems like a lot.
It seems like there's a little bit of action going on here where teams are trying to jump up and get specific guys, and the board is kind of slowly starting to thin out, so teams are able to kind of raise the price a little bit on them. We are getting close here, boys. Getting very close.
Yeah, interestingly, this is where there's a bit more of urgency. While we didn't see too much trade urgency, even at the top of round 1 and the top of round 2, because this is such a deep class, teams have kind of used a more patient approach, and we've seen that from Elway so far. Just 2 picks away.
Yeah, and I think...
I was going to say, Andre, give me your dream trade, or your dream pick here at 77.
I think we got to stick to the board, and it's Lucas Niang, a guy who Hank and I, when we did our mock draft show, we were very comfortable selecting him for the Broncos at that 46th pick. Had you told me he would have been still around at the 77th pick, I would have been down all day. My only concern with Niang, who has prototypical everything, is he's a right tackle. Does he have the goods to switch to left tackle? And is that kind of a wasted pick? If not, the more athletic Prince Tegawanagu would be intriguing. But sandwiched in between them is Lloyd Cushenberry. So that's a bit of a Sophie's choice. So I'm hoping Niang makes the choice easy for me, but there's a couple backups.
Yeah, Cush would be my pick here.
And just 6 picks later, you have another pick. So
then,
right now,
yeah.
you snag the guy who you don't think's going to make it, and then the guy you wanted still could be there.
Yeah, and you could have we got 3 picks over an 18 pick span here.
Yep.
If all goes as we expect and there's no trades. I mean, we were convinced there would be some movement from the Broncos, but nothing yet. We might really see these 4 picks in this day 2 span all go on as scheduled.
Well, the other thing that you consider here is that let's say you've got 2 corners you like, but only 1 center, or vice versa. Then you take the position at which you have fewer players that you would be comfortable with and roll the dice on having at least one of those options you like available at pick 83.
Yep.
So wherever you're most flexible, I think that's the position that you don't take at 77.
Yep. And ideally, I think you go tackle center, 77, 83, and then 95, you go with your defensive guy, whether that's one of the corners, whether that's Troy Dye, whether it's a D lineman. That's how I see it.
Yep.
Jonah Jackson. Wait until you're
Jonah Jackson from Ohio State, guys, going to the Detroit Lions with pick number 75.
That is just
Beautiful.
fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is just fine.
Gosh, are they really going to be able to come away with like Cushenberry, one of these tackles, and one of these linebackers or DBs we love?
I think so. I think so.
Crazy.
Goodness. This is about to really heat up here. I cannot believe they're about to go on a 3-pick and 3-pick over an 18-pick span course here. I mean, it's going to be real fun for Zach and Mace to try and hop on all these conference calls. As one ends, another pick is coming in, another begins. This has happened once before. I think it was in like the 7th round or something, though. Broncos made 2 picks over a 3-pick span, and it was hectic. So my thoughts and prayers are with you guys.
RK, are you not excited that you're doing this show instead of having to crank some of this stuff out here in the next 45 minutes?
Yeah, I am quite excited. Everyone knows I always wish for less draft picks, higher draft picks, and fewer, because it makes our job way easier. But I guess it doesn't affect me. This is actually going to make my job more fun tonight.
Well, we have a plan that Zach and I do to compress this and make this palatable for everybody and not overwhelm everyone. So I think we'll pull it off and it's going to go well.
Yeah,
Ryan, you're worried about us. I'm worried about your drink. How's it looking right now? Hopefully you got it stocked up.
Which one? I just crushed some coffee. I felt like I needed
that was what was going on there.
So then I guess it's time to move on to
cheers to that.
Yeah, I guess it's time to move on to another Breck brew here. So
there we go, man. That sounded quite refreshing.
We're just going back and forth. All right.
Broncos are on the clock.
Yeah,
Keyshawn Vaughn is the
are
selection.
on the clock. And who was the pick?
Keyshawn Vaughn from Vanderbilt, running back.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
Broncos are going to have a chance here to take Lloyd Cushenberry. They could take Niang. I am on board for Lloyd Cushenberry.
Get me the starting center.
Yep.
Get me a day 1 starter right now if you can. This is too good.
When I look at who's remaining on the board, if we're playing who is, do we have it, Zach? Go ahead.
It is. Oh, I just lost it. It was a cornerback.
Michael OJ Mudia
Michael
from Iowa.
Oj.
We love him. We love him. And that's according to, I believe, Ben Albright, if you saw the tweet I saw, Zach.
Yes, that is Benjamin Albright.
There we go.
All right.
I like it. I think it's a little bit early. I think there's some other cornerbacks, but he's a guy that Dre and I have been talking about constantly as a good fit in the Broncos defense.
Yeah, tell me more about what you guys know about him. Dre, tell us about Michael Ojemudia.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a guy we zeroed in on because he looked like just the exact prototype of what a Vic Fangio defensive back should be. I'm surprised that Bryce Hall wasn't the pick here, but Hall, of course, has those injury concerns, which might have scared him off. You've mentioned, RK, how those are always concerning with the Broncos, especially the ACLs and the bad run of luck they've had in picking up guys with those kind of issues. Oj was also at the Senior Bowl and pretty impressive in one-on-ones outside. What's intriguing about him is his ability to play closer to the line of scrimmage, play in the nickel. He's physical, well coached from Iowa, decent instincts. He's not a great size speed kind of specimen, but that's not what this defense requires. This defense requires feisty, physical, intelligent players. The ball skills are what I'll really be keen in on when I go back to watch his film and see how much can these ball skills play up in this kind of scheme. Here you see him playing a little deeper and being able to basically catch a punt there against Northern Iowa early in the season.
He's a scheme fit. He's a complete scheme fit because he played a lot of zone at Iowa. Stat I'll throw out there, Pro Football Focus has him allowing a 55.6 passer rating when targeted this past year with 3 interceptions for the Hawkeyes as a senior in 2019 as a senior.
Well, shout out to all of our Iowa listeners. I know we have tons and tons of listeners out there in Iowa, tons of Broncos in Iowa. So I know they're going to be excited about this one. Just looking at these highlights here and seeing his body type, I really like the way he looks on tape. I really like that size, kind of the compact nature there, but still has a little bit of length to him. I don't know much about the guy, but I think he looks really good on tape here. Love that stat from Mace. And he wears number 11, which is the best number.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about this pick. You know, I don't necessarily like the value of it just because there's so many other cornerbacks. Or maybe not, it's not even the value of it that I don't like. It's the strategy behind it. I think there are more cornerbacks who are close to him or maybe even ahead of him. Meanwhile, we've talked about the offensive linemen. But yeah, we've seen a lot of NFL teams start to go to this defense that includes the star position that we've seen a lot of in college football, that hybrid safety, cornerback, linebacker, whatever you want to call it, nickelback who lines up in the slot. I think that he fits right there pretty well early too.
He's kind of a Will Parks replacement, even though he's not officially going to be a safety. I think that's the type of role that he's going to have right away.
I like that. A little bit of a faster Will Parks, maybe.
Oh yeah, better in coverage, a little lighter. Go ahead, Zach.
And a 3rd round cornerback.
I know. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, here's what I don't like.
Get that out of here. That's
then don't call him a corner. Then, RK, if you call him a star.
Yes.
They ain't drafted a corner, they drafted a star.
But I wanted Davion Taylor to be the star.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean, this is an interesting pick. 6'1", 200 pounds, ran a 4.45.
Yeah.
That'll do. You know, like I said, a faster Will Parks if you're going to play him in that role.
Mm-hmm. And I'd love to keep talking about it. I'm sure we will. But I think that with this many picks together, it's important to start talking about what we're looking for now. And if I'm John Elway, I'm thinking I'm taking that 95th pick and trying to move up. We might be in a spot where maybe 178, maybe you have to throw 178 and 181, and you can get up another 5 spots, 10 spots, and make sure that you get one of these centers and one of these tackles. This is where I like the trading value a lot, staying in this tier, even moving up.
Yeah,
Hank, I love it. I love that you're bringing the trade up scenario in. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, as for Hank joining us on Trade Up,
ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. He's on board. He's a trade up guy now.
You don't have me for giving away multiple top 100 picks to try to get your favorite of whatever. No, this is a good spot though. You don't need 10 players. You especially don't need the back end guys who are probably doubling up on positions. You're getting your second cornerback to see if you can compete, whatever. Scratch that. Make sure you land one of these guys.
Yeah, and you've got Cushenberry still on the board. You've got Hennessy still on the board. Like you mentioned, Niang. Prince. There's still a lot of offensive linemen out there, but I will caution you guys as Benjamin Albright, who did break this pick just now, has also been saying throughout the draft, those of you who are begging for OL or saying, Broncos have to go offensive line are going to be disappointed in this draft. So we'll see if he means just in the early rounds or if that means the Broncos are going to really pass on it all the way through the third round.
Yeah, and I look
you
at
gotta address the trenches, right? You gotta go inside at some point.
Didn't we say that last year? Where they gotta get a tackle at some point, and they just never did.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of true. Last year, though, there wasn't the depth that we have this year. You got to capitalize on that depth. Though maybe we were just overrating this class since the NFL doesn't seem enamored. Or maybe the Broncos, like other teams, are realizing 7 tackles have gone already. There are only so many teams trying to address this need. We can wait till these later picks, and they just had to prioritize OJ Mudia. And when I look at my rankings and the 3 corners ranked ahead of him who are still available, I can see why they opted for Oj. Bryce Hall has the injury questions, which I'm sure took him out of the conversation. Cameron Dantzler of Mississippi State, the tackling ability just wasn't a fit. And then Troy Pride Jr. of Notre Dame didn't carry that same size and versatility to play inside. So that's why Oj would have been the pick here. Again, we've talked about him as a guy for the Broncos because he's a perfect scheme fit for a while now.
Hey, Rudo, can we play the highlights again of Ojemudia here? I want to see those again. I thought that was good stuff, and I think a lot of the people here in the chat, that's probably the only look they've gotten so far at this guy. So let's take another look here at, as Andre calls him, Oj. I like that. That's nice and easy.
Yeah, I did not come up with that. I think that's an Iowa thing.
Oh, that's an Iowa. All right. Well, that's even better.
Yep.
Always good to see someone getting a pick against Nebraska.
Of course. I don't think he's ever lost to Nebraska in his career, so he's got that going.
Most people haven't.
Neither has Laviska Shenault.
Yeah.
Or
That's
Steven
so true.
Montez. Or
So, I mean, you
Davion
see,
Taylor.
all of these picks are coming in zone, where he can just play his zone and pick them apart. Good instincts, good ball skills, facing the quarterback, always in the right spot. Can high point it, easy breezy.
A weird pick, though, coming in after the Broncos was that'd be 78 from the Falcons, though. Matt Hennessy, the third.
Oh, wow.
We've been talking so much about Lloyd Cushenberry. I mean, at least Dre and I have had him behind Biotish and Cushenberry all the way through this process.
Second center, right? Or who would have been the third?
Biotish and Cushenberry.
No, I know, but Hennessy's the second center selected, right?
Behind Cesar Ruiz, yes.
Oh, yeah. I guess Ruiz.
I thought you said third.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I meant third out of those guys that we talked about.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, whatever.
I think this guy looks interesting for sure. Definitely impressed at the combine. Like we said, 6'1", a little right around 200 pounds, 4.45. That'll do for a guy that's going to play the position that we think. Like we said, more of a zone corner. We talked about like a CJ Henderson yesterday, and I was trying to explain you don't need that type of play. You don't need that, speedy lockdown corner in this defense. This is more the type of guy who's going to sit in his zone, really read the quarterback's eyes, and it seems like based on the little that we've seen from him here that he's a good fit. Andre and Hank, you guys have definitely seen the most of him.
Yeah, and I think that when people hear you don't need a lockdown corner in the scheme, they think, well, yeah, but you should still try to get one. It'd still be nice. And to be honest, there's aren't that many situations where it even matters. I mean, having that top end speed, you're never put in a situation in this defense where you need to run that fast. This team doesn't run much man coverage at all. So there isn't even too much upside to getting one of these great speed, size, range specimens. It's just not worth it. That's what makes this pick make a lot of sense, is that, we talk about the joke about the third round cornerbacks, but it's because the Broncos should be taking their cornerbacks in the third round just based on the value, the same way they should be taking their centers, because that's how centers are valued.
One thing, by the way, he's not a team captain, Ojemudia. He was, but the equivalent of Iowa is being on their leadership group.
Right. Yep.
He was on that.
Good old leadership councils.
Oh, yeah.
Love a good old leadership group. Love a good old leadership council.
So he
And-
does check that box, and
Sure
he
does.
checks the exhausted the eligibility box. So
Yep.
the Broncos are right back to their template.
All right. Well, we have a special guest here, an unplanned guest, but we saw him on Twitter, and we're going to bring him in right now. It's our good friend from McChesney Unchained, Matt McChesney. Machez, how you doing?
What's up, Matt?
What's happening?
Not
How's
much.
it
All
going,
right.
man?
You seem a little concerned about the direction the Broncos are taking here.
Look, man, I'm all about. First of all, you guys are kicking ass. Keep it up.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
It's way better than the guys that are on ESPN stumbling all over themselves. So keep it up. I will say this: I have no problem with the receivers coming off the board 1 and 2. I don't have a problem with the slot receiver, the 5'8" kid. A more speed, the better. I'm all with it, especially with the linemen slipping. But when you have all this draft capital and you don't move up to get a kid who's projected as a first rounder in Jones, and then you don't draft one in the 3rd round, it's just.
There's still time. There's still time, Matt.
I get it. There's still time, but it's not so much who they're picking, it's how they're picking. Guys, it's not so much that they picked a DB. They need DB help. Chris Harris Jr. is gone. He's with the Chargers. They need help. I'm saying that they could have picked a left tackle or right tackle first in this draft, and everybody would have been partying because we've got brittle Juwan James and holding Garrett Bowles. And it can't happen. Like, I can handle Juwan James being brittle. Like, he can come back and contribute next year and be a great player for the Broncos, hopefully. But I've seen enough of 72 guys, and I don't know how they're going to be able to justify rolling him back out there with this as the narrative. Well, he played good the last 4 games. Well, what about the first 3 years? And I mean, come on, man. It just when you constantly let the guys you develop leave for massive free agent deals all over the NFL, and then you complain about a lack of developmental talent on your offensive line, and then you don't draft developmental talent on your offensive line, look, man, I'm all about skill players. You got to have speed to win, but if you're not tough in the trench, you are going to get your ass kicked. And I don't know. Everybody else seems to be getting better. We really like fast guys. I feel like we're like Al Davis is drafting right now.
Oh, geez. Killing them. No, I mean, you definitely need tackle help. One of the guys that we've been talking about quite a bit here is Jason Peters, who's a free agent, obviously up there in age. Is that a move that you would support?
Him or Trent Williams. I mean, I'd support either one of those. And I don't really care about the age thing. Everybody in the NFL, with the exception of transcendent players, are on 2 to 4 year leases. So I don't really care about if Peters is here for a year or 2 and he fills a hole and they win games. It was a great pickup. If Trent Williams is traded for and he fills a hole and they win games and he's only here for 2 years, it was a great pickup. So I think that this is a fixable problem. My issue is, man, I'm very interwoven in with a lot of these guys that are in that room and that have been in that room for the last couple of years. And there's 2 different sets of rules, guys. There's sets of rules for Garrett and there's sets of rules for everybody else. And that's not the way that you win in the National Football League. And when there's open resentment in the offensive line meeting room towards one player and they don't fill the void and they just keep parading him out there,
yeah.
How long are the Broncos going to support mediocrity at a position where I watch Gary Zimmerman and Tony Jones win Super Bowls? I mean, come on.
It's a good point. And Matt, you've talked a lot about how the offense has kind of had to adjust and change what they were doing based on Garrett Bowles. Do you want to just shed a little bit of light on that?
Well, just think about it. Think about all the extended routes down the field that these speed receivers need to make plays. And think about when everyone's sitting here comparing the Broncos to the Chiefs. Oh, well, now they're going to run with everybody in the AFC West, blah, blah, blah. What do the Chiefs have? They have the first pick in the draft in Eric Fisher, who everybody killed the Chiefs for when they did it, and he's just been Mr. Consistent, probably be in the Ring of Fame there in Kansas City. And then they have Schwartz on the right side, who might be the best right tackle in football. So, of course, you can have extended routes down the field and huge play action clips because you have great tackle play guys. You can absolutely throw the ball down the field. So, it's the lack of keeping Billy Turner, Ben Garland. I mean, I know Schofield struggled when he was here, but he went to the Chargers and turned into a 25-game starter, it seemed like, the last 2 years. You let Connor McGovern go to the Jets. You bring in a kid from Detroit. I like Glasgow. I think he could be a good player. But again, I'm a guard center, fellas. You know how many guard centers win NFL football games consistently? Not a lot. All right. We are here to be grunts and mash and get some tough yards. Tackles are Hall of Fame players. And when I was with the Broncos, we had Ryan Harris and Ryan Clady. I mean, those are two pretty damn good offensive linemen, two damn good tackles that you can't just go out there and have an average day against. And now I feel like Garrett Bowles makes guys who can't pass rush look like good pass rushers. And that can't happen anymore in Denver because Drew Lock is going to get murked. We could be looking at a situation next year, guys, where our $50 million tackle doesn't play in Juwan James because he's hurt again. And that, look, I'm a guy who dealt with a lot of injuries. It sucks. But I never signed a $50 million contract and then had to deal with the injuries. So with it comes criticism. Deal with it. And Bowles on the other side, and the same exact problem that we've been talking about for how long? 3 years?
Yeah.
And look, what, we're just going to shelf it off to next year? But, we're going to pick a guy next year. Drew Lock could be dead by week 14 at this point.
Yeah, Drew Lock was fine behind Bowles for 5 games.
Here we go. And there's the argument. There's the stupid ass argument. All right. So let me ask you something. If Drew Lock played 3 years of quarterback and was as bad comparable to Garrett Bowles as he's been at left tackle, and Lock was that bad at quarterback, and then the last 5 games this season, he came out and just tore it up. There was like 20 touchdowns and 2 picks. But before that, he was like 45 picks and 20 touchdowns. Would you still want him to be the quarterback regardless of the 5 games?
Here's the thing, though. There was a variable in there that changed, and we've talked a lot about this. And a quarterback is dependent on their offensive line, but an offensive line is also dependent on their quarterback. And there have been some rough quarterbacks in terms of feeling pressure and understanding pressure back there, starting with Trevor Siemian, who might have been the best of this group, but he was probably the worst at having an internal clock and feeling pressure. So I think there's something to be said about the fact that Garrett Bowles looked at his best when Drew Lock was in there, just the same way that Peyton Manning, in the Super Bowl 50 year, kind of took a makeshift offensive line and helped them survive.
Oh, they were crap when they won the Super Bowl. And Ryan Harris and Columbus and all those guys, they'll be the first to admit it. And Peyton did make them so much better. But I'll say this. Look, I want Garrett to be good, guys. I do. I want Bowles to be an all-pro. There's no way, shape, or form do I want Garrett out of here after next year. I want him to figure it out. I want to eat crow so bad. I want to just get on the radio and be like, look, I was wrong. He turned into a great player, and now I get to shut up. But this is my thing to contradict or just go against your point a little bit, Ryan. Not that you're wrong. Just think about it like this. The quarterback is a slave to the offensive coordinator system, all right? And the offensive coordinators that we've had here in the past, in my opinion, while Bowles has been here, have been extremely play action-centric, a lot of motion, multiple tight ends, fullback on the field in Janovich, and a lot of the passes are max protection looks where the defensive end isn't necessarily just, in a pass rush stance 3 yards outside the tackle getting it. That does happen on third down, but you're looking at a lot of throws that Bowles has protection help. He's got chip help. He's got slide help. The Broncos slide.
Matt, I'm going to interrupt you real quick because we have another pick in here for the Broncos, and you might like this one a little bit more. The Broncos here, coming in from our guy BK, are going to take Lloyd Cushenberry, the center out of LSU, a guy who all three of us really, really like, a great center out of LSU. Matt, I'll go to you first. What do you think of this pick?
All right, look, getting off the tackle, we'll go back to that in a minute. This kid just won a national title with LSU. He just played with Joe Burrow and was part of a dynamic offense. He was in an NFL offense last year as a signal caller at center for Joe Brady. So you know he's going to be able to get up there and make all the reads and all the calls and get people in the right direction. You know he's smart. If he's playing center and he's getting drafted in the NFL draft, he can play. Now, you're going to draft him and stick him in and start him immediately, and that's what they needed, and that's fantastic. There's going to be some good backup competition on the line, too, so this adds to the depth problem we were just talking about. I love a good center as long as he stays here for 10 years. We just let a good center go to the Jets. So, again, don't develop this kid for 3 years down the road to get rid of him. It's very easy to – I'm not going to say easy. Let me take that back. It's easier as an offensive lineman to be successful at center in this league, especially surrounded by Reisner, who's going to be a Ring of Famer, maybe a Hall of Fame player if he stays healthy. And then you've got Glasgow, who they brought in from Detroit, who's going to be a really good player for the Broncos. So now you stick the rookie in there, and he can get baptized by fire with great support around him. The key is going to be, can he settle down 72? And can he get Jawan to play hard at right tackle? And judging by the amount of NFL talent that was surrounded by him at LSU that he got going in the right direction consistently for 15 straight wins, I'd like to think he can. So I dig this pick. He's a road grader. I know that we've got rid of Janovich and we're going to go 3 wide, and it's going to be more zone scheme runs and things of that nature and trying to get a lot of cutbacks, and that's good too because he seems to be a pretty athletic kid. I like filling the center need, but guys, oh man, I'll tell you, left tackle in this league is the second most important position in my opinion. So they really, really, really need to draft the tackle, at least to light a fire under 72's ass.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us and for all the great insight. And we'll maybe circle back to you if they still haven't addressed the tackle by the end of the draft, just to see how you're feeling.
Hey, I'm feeling great, man. I'm retired.
All right, that's Matt McChesney, of course, of the McChesney Unchained podcast. Good stuff. All right, boys. Kush.
Wow.
They got him.
43rd ranked prospect on the board. Second
Ladies
center
and
in this class. Booyah. I mean,
Broncos
I
could have
thought
taken him at 46.
Yeah. Differences between him and Cesar Ruiz, I did not think were all that much. And as we've talked about before, this shores up the interior of that offensive line. I asked you earlier, how does Wilkinson factor into all this? I think they like Elijah. I think they like that they already have that competition already on their roster built in at offensive tackle. Now they can shore up that center position. I mean, he's just, as I said, character, most impressive guy I talked to at the Senior Bowl. That's 3 for 3 the last 2 years. Most impressive guys I talked to at the Senior Bowl end up being the pick. It's also the Senior Bowl, so it's guys who've graduated, who are seniors, who are playing for premier programs. This guy was rock solid in the SEC. As Mays mentioned, there are some times this season where he had some struggles in pass protection, being left out on an island a little bit more than your typical center will be, but then really showed some amazing talent at the Senior Bowl in those one-on-ones where offensive linemen are typically just set up to fail, because one-on-ones is not what you do when you're actually playing on the field with 5 offensive linemen against 4 defensive linemen. This is a phenomenal pick for me. Again, as Henry said, we would have been ecstatic with this at pick 46. Forget 77, forget 83. This is an amazing value. Yeah, what a pick.
So, this is what I'd love to look at. How would I think everyone would be over the moon right now if Kush went at 46, and Hamler went at 77, and Ojemudia went after at 83.
Totally.
I think everyone would be saying those are great. So in the end, it's kind of like what we said last year. You know, if you got Drew Lock at 20 and Noah Fant at 50, whatever, then, or was it 40 something? It was 40
Like
something.
47?
43, 43
Oh,
I
yeah,
think. Then everyone would have been over the moon. So sometimes you just have to look at, what the players are rather than when they went. I think everyone would really be happy if it went in that order. Everyone wants Cushenberry. You get Cushenberry at 83. I think the Broncos have done really well here to address needs and get players that they like. I think Ojemudia was a little bit jarring or just surprising. We weren't expecting that pick there. But again, you flip these two picks and no one is scratching their head at all. So fantastic pick right here, getting Lloyd Cushenberry. You're starting to feel really good about the interior of this draft. I mean, Cushenberry, Reisner, Glasgow, that can be one of the more dominant interior offensive lines in the NFL. And, you got the ability to run the ball up the middle. You're going to protect Drew Lock from the middle of the field, which is what we're learning every year is more and more important in the NFL. So great value here. Great pick here. Andre, take a second and tweet out what you said about getting the most impressive player you talked to 3 years in a row, because I think that is the takeaway here. You saw it, we saw it, and last year they really got the two most in Drew Lock and Dalton Reisner. And who was the year before?
Year before, that's a good question. I can't remember who stood out too much. It wasn't. No, Baker would have been Drew Lock as well. No, Baker
Isaac
was
Yiadom. Isaac Yiadom was the guy that we thought was
out.
really impressive from a character standpoint down there. We did like Deshaun Hamilton from that standpoint too. But so it's just 3 guys in 2 years, not 3 years in a row. Is that what you were saying?
Well, it would be so Locke, Reisner last year, Cushenberry this year. I'm trying to think who was the year prior. Terry McLaurin was really impressive.
That was last year too, though.
Yeah. I'll tweet that out. But first, I want to run you through this scouting report. I believe this one was written by our Andrew Mason. Fluid and balanced, and he has real great feet, quick feet, which will suit him really well for more zone concepts and suits him really well as his upside and pass protection. The point I really love, one of LSU's leaders last year, serving as a team captain. Coaches gave him the number 18 jersey, which he wore in practice. That's a special jersey at LSU, kind of. So he's the leader of the leaders at LSU, the team that went undefeated, won a national championship, and many have argued is the greatest college football team of all time. So, yeah, that goes to tell you what kind of leader he is. And if leadership ever mattered, it matters at a position like center. And now he's next to Reisner, handing the ball off to Locke, kind of the nucleus of this new leadership group on your offense, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is really exciting. And, with this going so well, it kind of changes how I'm thinking about this draft. Because when you look at this offense, now all of a sudden, every position is filled except for left tackle with somebody who you either think is going to be average or above average at their position, or somebody who you're really excited to see out there. You look at the defense, and you grabbed your probable slot defender, but maybe this is where now you want to, instead of looking for a developmental tackle who likely wouldn't see the field for a while, you say, you know what? Let's sign Jason Peters and let's draft Troy Dye. Let's draft Rashard Lawrence and start building in that front seven defensively and see if maybe this is a team that could start competing for. I'm scared to say it just because of the way things are going, but maybe start competing for the AFC West.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a long way to go, I think, before you start competing for the AFC West. It's easy for us to zoom in on the Broncos and say they're getting better, but the Chiefs are getting better as well with some of the selections they're making, or at least think they're getting better, and I'm sure their fans and media think they're getting better as well. But I will say you're on the right track, and again, I do think there's a plan here. We are seeing the Broncos execute a plan, which is build around Drew Lock. And I loved what AJ said. This is the ultimate sign that the Broncos are saying, Drew Lock is our guy. He is going to sink or swim on his own, not because we failed him. Now, I'm with Matt McChesney and thousands of others who say you need to help. You need to help him, and you need to get him some tackle help. But I said it to Matt, the Garrett Bowles did look better when Drew Lock went in there. And it is true that that's a small sample size, but I think there's other options to help him. You could go get Jason Peters if you needed to. So in the end, you can say they're getting ready to compete with the Chiefs, but we're going to have to see it on the field first, and we're going to have to see this plan come to fruition.
Yeah, and when I say that, I mean that, if Jerry Jeudy is what we think he will be day one, if KJ Hamler can contribute as much as I think he can contribute as a rookie, if Lloyd Cushenberry really is a plug-and-play center, if Drew Lock is everything we think he is, because sure, the Chiefs are probably really happy with their draft, but, they're at the point where they're losing talent in free agency instead of gaining talent in free agency the way the Broncos are. They miss out on Emmanuel Ogbah. They lose Kendall Fuller. You're putting your money on the Chiefs to win the division, but as a Broncos fan, I can say I'm really hoping they let me in the stadium next year.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, we have another special guest to bring on here, and we're going to bring on a real expert when it comes to these prospects, Emery Hunt from Football Game Plan and The Athletic, a guy who really knows his stuff when it comes to the draft. So, Emery, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing fine, man. I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, so the Broncos, obviously so far, they've got Jerry Jeudy, they've got KJ Hamler, they've got Michael Ojemudia, and Lloyd Cushenberry. How are you feeling about the haul the Broncos have pulled in so far?
I like what they've done so far offensively. They've gotten more explosive with the two receivers you mentioned to go along with Cortland Sutton and Deshaun Hamilton and Noah Fant at tight end. So I like what they've done around Drew Lock. And Lloyd Cushenberry helps them up front. He's a guy that's very strong at the point of attack, should help spearhead that run game. And defensively, Ojemudia is a solid prospect. I think he's more of a developmental guy. So they still have room to add more in the secondary, more impactful players, in my opinion, that can help them day one. But Ojemudia is a smart kid, definitely can play on the boundary as well as on the field side. So he gives you some versatility in that regard.
Yeah, could you tell us just a little bit more about what you do know about Ojemudia? I think in terms of the guys the Broncos have brought in so far, he's the one that we know the least about.
Well, he's one that he can play the ball. He has good ball skills. I like for him to be a little bit more assertive and, as far as like trusting what he sees and then reacting on it instead of waiting for it to happen. Because that right there is the difference between making more plays and not making plays. Case in point, you look at the play against USC where he had an opportunity to make an interception on the ball, but just if he didn't trust what he saw initially, which is why that ball kind of surprised him and he dropped it. Otherwise, it would have been a pick six. But you see stuff like that a lot. You want him to be a little bit more assertive, especially in man. He can do it. You just want to see him do it more consistently.
Yeah, and thanks for being on, Emery. That's great to have you here. Did Ojemudia impress you when you saw him at the Senior Bowl? Did you see a little more one-on-one skills there? He felt like a guy who really, we always knew he was a solid prospect at Iowa, but in the process between looking good in those individual drills at the Senior Bowl and then kind of surprising with the kind of time and general athletic testing he had. I thought his three-cone was pretty good and his jumps as well at the combine kind of rose his stock significantly over this process, and that's how he kind of elevated himself to a third-round pick.
Yeah, you have to be afraid of or weary of guys that do that because the tape and how he plays and works outplays, and also the tape is something that you really want to weigh heavily on. And I thought his tape showed him being more along the lines of a fifth-round guy, but the combine and testing elevated him. Now, it's going to set the wrong expectation because you're going to expect him to be this, guy that can step in right away and help out. And I don't think he's there yet. I think he still needs to be a little bit more groomed. Now he's a senior, prospect, so he's probably at his ceiling. Right. So I think he's probably going to be more of a depth guy and a core special teamer.
How do you see the fit and the selection of KJ Hamler here in Denver? Obviously unlocking things, but where did you have him ranked? What are your concerns with him? Obviously, he might be seen as a bit of a gadget player. And what do you see as his ultimate upside?
Well, he's my third-rated slot receiver in this draft. I am a big fan of his game. Love his explosiveness, his speed, his ability to pull away. I said this in my scouting report that this is a guy that has Deshaun Jackson-like ability to track the ball. You know how Deshaun Jackson is really good at tracking the ball? Hamler is good as well in that regard. Now, where they differ is that you want to see Hamler be a little bit more comfortable in catching the football. I think he tends to attack it differently, which is why you see him catch the middle or the back part of the ball. He sees it a little bit late, doesn't really judge it properly, and he'll wait for it to come down. You want to see him go up and attack it at his highest point. But once he gets the ball in his hands, it's a wrap. I was at that Maryland game where he caught a nice little in route, broke a tackle, took a nice hit over on his hip, shook that off, and outran everyone to the end zone. And I thought that was the most impressive play of that game. And they blew out Maryland in that game. But I thought that play just was like, man, that guy is impressive. I can't wait till he comes back and, he has another year. But he came out early, so he's a really good player. I think Denver is going to have themselves a really good slot receiver.
As a guy who really studies the game the way that you do, I'd love to hear your breakdown of Jerry Jeudy.
Jeudy is so outstanding as far as making guys miss. I mean, you talk about someone that could, cut on a dime and make change. He can cut on a nickel and leave 4 pennies. That's how, good he is. And come back and bring you the other penny that he left behind. So that's a guy that is super agile and super explosive. So again, when you look at him compared to or in conjunction with Sutton and Hamilton, you see they have guys that can win off the snap. Hamilton is more like Jeudy and Hamler in that regard. Sutton is a little bit more of your bigger receiver that, he wins with his body. But you got 3 guys now that can win with routes and quickness. Those guys tend to always be open because route running is what gets you open, and they're consistent in that regard. And man, once they get the ball in their hands, all 3 guys are able to, make things happen and become chunk players. I think Jeudy and Hamler are more explosive, are adding the explosive element and game-breaking element to the receiving core.
Who do you see as the best remaining players on your board? Especially, I know you always do phenomenal work with the small school guys. Any of those smaller school guys we should be keying in on right now?
Well, I think let's say for defensive back help, I look at Christian Angulo out of Hampton, 6'2", 190, a guy that has all of the length and athleticism that you want. He can play the ball. He had a really good game against Liberty, which means he had a really good game against Antonio Gandy Golden, who is just like Cortland Sutton, in my opinion. So I thought he did well in that matchup. You look at Isaiah Swan, a shorter corner, but has great ball skills out of Dartmouth, one that constantly is able to clip, close, and drive on the ball and make the play. He had a really good week of work at the East-West Shrine Bowl, actually had a good week down at the College Gridiron Showcase, which earned him an opportunity. He got the call up to go and play in the Shrine Bowl. So you saw him stack very good weeks back to back and was also able to showcase his skill set at the Combine. So I think he's a really good player. Those 2 guys, small school guys, are 2 corner prospects that I think would be ideal fits for Denver.
Man, that is just great stuff. Thank you so much, Emery, for coming on with us and giving us the expert breakdowns. We couldn't appreciate it more. And keep up all the great work you're doing. And tons of our people in the comment section are giving a shout out to the Raging Cajuns there. So shout out to them as well. All right, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Folks, that's Emery Hunt from Football Game Plan and from The Athletic. We really appreciate you joining us.
Congratulations on the guys. Open up that bar out there as well. You guys do fantastic work. Big fan of the growth that you guys have done with your outlet and your whole business. I'm a big fan of what you got. Once I get out there, I'll be sure to patronize the business.
All right, man. We can't wait. That'll be awesome. We'll definitely buy you a beer for coming on tonight.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you, Emery. Man, awesome stuff. I mean, I'm blown away by some of the knowledge he has. The amount of time you have to put in to be knowing about guys from schools like Hampton and small schools like that is just unbelievable. You know when someone puts in the work when it comes to the draft, and that guy maybe more than anyone puts in the work.
Oh, yeah. Emery's second to none. I mean, he's giving us details like the way KJ Hamler catches the ball, where he's catching it to. I mean, the amount of detail, not just in how he scouts certain players, but the amount of players he's then able to scout with how he specializes. Small school guys is just amazing. A pleasure truly to have him on. And so now things continue to set up nicely for the Broncos. Just another 7 picks away. We keep saying it, but all these tackle linebacker prospects still seem to be hanging around. Boy, I mean, is the Draft Network real? Have our lives just turned into Draft Network mocks now?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to start calling them the Reality Network.
Exactly. No, because it seems like it's different players every time you go through the Draft Network. It isn't the exact same guys at all these spots. There are just so many awesome, exciting players in the third round.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'm hoping that the Broncos keep that 95 pick, see if Troy Dye falls, and then even trade up with that 118 and see if you can get that into the third round. That top 106, I think.
Trade up again.
Yeah, this is where the value is. You're doing everything you can to get third round picks in this draft. Oh,
or an early fourth would work even. While Rye is out, I would love real quick to talk about before the Broncos selection. The Raiders had back-to-back picks, which were really interesting. They got Lynn Bowden, listed him as a running back, but of course, Lynn Bowden, the Wildcat quarterback and wide receiver from Kentucky, is going to be a weapon, both as a slot receiver, outside receiver, running back, and returner. He's kind of their answer to KJ Hamler after they went wide receiver, cornerback, just like the Broncos. And then they added our guy, Brian Edwards, the very next pick. Phenomenal selection there by the Raiders, who, have now added Henry Ruggs, Lynn Bowden Jr., Brian Edwards, a do-it-all playmaker in Lynn Bowden, the fastest receiver in this draft in Henry Ruggs, and a great big body wide receiver from Brian Edwards. And how much offensive talent is being added in the AFC West in this draft.
Yeah.
Chargers get their quarterback. Yeah. And
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Right. Clyde Edwards-Helaire to the Chiefs, who's going to be a baller. The Raiders get 2 wide receivers and a jack-of-all-trades weapon in Lynn Bowden. The Broncos get
Jacobs.
2 wideouts. Right. And how much speed was added just between Ruggs, Bowden, Hamler, and Judy? That is a lot of speed. Truly, Chris Harris Jr.'s life just gets harder. Damon Arnett's job got harder just since he became a Raider. And Michael Oj is going to have a tough life. Good thing you ran that 4-4, because now there's that much more speed to cover in the AFC West, as it's just stacks on stacks on stacks with offense in the division.
Exactly. Yeah, no, as much as I hate to say it, the Raiders are killing it. As weird as it is to take 3 receivers in this draft so far, they fit together perfectly. Sure, they can call him what they want. They also have Josh Jacobs. They'll put him anywhere.
Right.
I mean, this offense just got. They have some scary guys. I'm still not scared of the Raiders. I still have them a ways back in the AFC West. Mm-hmm. But who knows if Gruden can pull, what was that, 2016, 2017 form out of Derek Carr, then who knows? Maybe that's a playoff team. I would doubt it, but I do like what they're doing.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of different opinions coming in on what the Raiders have been doing. I have to admit it. I kind of like it. I think they've done some good stuff here. They've certainly got more explosive on offense, and for a guy who checks the ball down so much, like Derek Carr, they're getting a lot of guys who can make plays with the balls with the ball in their hand, and to me that makes sense. If you're going to stick with Derek Carr, which I have no idea why they're still sticking with Derek Carr, I think I have a hard time believing you could look at Derek Carr and see a guy that could win a Super Bowl. But if you're going to stick with him, then you got to get guys like this and really build it up so that they can make plays for you after the catch.
Yep, totally agree. It could all go up in flames, but I don't know. I hate the Raiders. It'll be kind of fun to watch them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this division, dude, the Chargers better get their speed on offense because everyone else is pretty set. Look at that. Not many left on this. I love every single one of them. Bryce Hall's probably off the board here, because they got that same exact kind of DB. I tell you, Akeem Davis-Gaithers really intrigues me. If he would be a nice, if you liked Patrick Queen, a fallback option. And we've talked up Troy Dye. I mean, all three of these offensive tackles have really high upside, just like Matthew Pert of Connecticut, who's on the next page of the big board, has a ton of upside at tackle. And I mean, I feel so vindicated hearing great former NFL offensive linemen like Ryan Harris and Matt McChesney say, tackles are a premium position. You can't mess around. It's not just something football nerds like me say on Twitter. It's true. It's what football guys say. You really, if you can address and give a raw offensive tackle to Mike Munchak, why wouldn't you at this point in the draft with that kind of great value still available?
Yeah, and I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but actually, Allie, you go ahead. I think you have something important to say.
I've got some people in the comments. Dre, stop saying nice things about the Raiders. AJ, make him stop. Had to come in and be the mediator here.
AJ will agree, I'm sure. AJ only speaks the truth. So
see, you got some people saying, we're being too nice to the Broncos, and other people saying we're being too nice to the Raiders. Maybe we're just giving our honest takes. All right, let's go for another quick round of trivia here. We're gonna bring in another awesome DNVR member, Bronco Tiz. Let's bring him in. Oh, look at him with the Mountain Beach.
Let's go.
All right,
Beautiful.
Bronco Tiz. The trivia question for you to win this awesome Breck Brew and Broncos t-shirt is: the Broncos used their first 2 picks on wide receivers. How many times in their history have they used their first 2 picks on wide receivers?
Their first 2 picks in wide receivers? Ooh, that's a tough one. I can't think of a time that they have. I'm gonna go with they haven't done it.
Hey, another winner. No help needed.
done.
That was a tough question too. And you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Take a sip of your Breck Brew there as a celebration. Appreciate that. Great job. Quickly, before we let you go, how are you feeling about the Broncos haul so far?
I'm excited. I mean, I was excited to see we get Cushenberry solidify the one position where we really didn't have a starter in place at center. I mean, I know a lot of people are hard on Bowles, but like people have said, he's improved towards the second half of the year. Let's hope the trend continues to go upwards.
Awesome, man. Well, we really appreciate all of your support over the years. Congrats on absolutely nailing that question, and keep up all the good stuff on Twitter and all of your support. We really appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
All right, that's Bronco Tiz. That was I honestly felt bad about asking that question after it came out of my mouth. I was like, oh, damn, that was a tough one. And he nailed it.
Rudo also got it right. Just got to give a shout out to him.
Good job, Bruno.
Well
done.
That's right.
We get them both.
There's musical chairs going on here. Honestly, that was awesome. Good job by Bronco.
That was well done.
All right,
Now-
we got 2 more studs here waiting in the waiting room. So let's bring back Zach
let's do it.
and Mace. Oh, that was perfect timing. That was cool.
Oh, so nice of you to call me a stud. And I can't believe you guys are saying good things about a division rival. Who would do that?
Oh, shut
Absurd.
People are gonna hate me now because if we're hating on people praising the Raiders, but Lynn Bowden and Brian Edwards back to back, man, I was like, I mean, the Broncos are set at wide receiver, but damn,
Right.
that's as good as you're gonna get there.
Yep.
Yeah, very good stuff. All right, what did you guys learn? I believe you just spoke with Michael Ojemudia.
You nailed it, yeah. And guys, the coolest thing about talking to him was just how excited he was to get the call, not from John Elway necessarily, but when he saw the 303 area code come in, he said his heart dropped because it was the perfect place for him to be. Said just the scheme, the tradition, how Denver's always had a really gritty defense. It's where he wanted it to go. Now, it's just awesome that for him that he was drafted tonight. It's about exactly where he expected to go as well. So he was just over the moon.
But wouldn't you expect him to be, though? I mean, I don't think he's going to say, yeah, you know what? I didn't want to be a Bronco. I'd rather go to the Raiders. I'd rather go to the Chargers. I'd rather go to the Chiefs. I mean, I get that, but that's what you're supposed to say.
Well, of course, but what I'm saying is how cool it is just to see him, because Mason, we haven't really seen that with some of the other guys saying how over the moon they are just to be going somewhere right now. So it was cool just to hear that excitement.
Okay.
Also, there's like a nice little brotherhood between Iowa and Denver and Colorado and Denver specifically. Like, it just feels like, you know, the good people of Iowa really love Denver. So maybe he caught on to that while he was spending time in Iowa and then found a little bit of a love for the Broncos.
Imagine how strong it would have been if they'd hung on to their Pro Bowl long snapper, Casey Kreider.
Very true.
Well,
So
he is good friends with Noah Fant, who is in Iowa, of course, and then also he played on the same field with Josie Jewell back at Iowa. I don't know if he'll be doing much of that in Denver, but
a little shot at Josie Jewell.
Wow.
You guys disagree?
I think they might be playing special teams together.
Okay, there you go.
Oh wow, so much for us being too nice. Huh?
I think the reason Ojemudia is so excited to go to Denver is because he doesn't want to have to go up against Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler, and Jerry Jeudy.
Well, he's going to have to go up against Lynn Bowden,
Henry
Brian
Ruggs.
Edwards, Henry Ruggs,
Mecole
Tyreek Hill,
Hardman.
Sammy Watkins,
Would
Mecole
you guys
Hardman.
stop talking about how good the division is? Holy
This
cow.
is the speed division. Wild West, man. We're back. Offense is back in the division.
Well, and he has the speed, but he did talk about going up against Denver's offense and said that's going to be tougher than game day. And that's what John Elway appears to be building is an offense that pushes the defense just as much. Obviously, when you had Peyton, he was, for the most part, in the early days, maybe beating the defense too much. Then, of course, at the end of his time, you had the defense beating the offense too much. Now this could be a pretty even matchup in practice.
Now they just start beating other teams.
Yeah, that's the hope.
And we got some action on the board. The Patriots just made a trade. Play the trade alert graphic there. Maybe a little air horn sound.
Oh,
Is
wow.
this
Really-
for a quarterback? Do they take a look at Jake Fromm here, perhaps?
That's too easy. Giving the Patriots Jake Fromm, like, what a perfect fit. We've all been saying it, like, I don't know.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead and take Jake Fromm. I dare you.
If they took Jacob Eason, I'd be flabbergasted. If they took Jacob Eason, I would actually say something to the effect of, what film were you watching?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Roger Goodell is like telling fireside stories right now on the TV. At least that's what it looks like.
He's gotten more relaxed all night. He's gone from
yeah.
standing to sitting, and now he's just leaning back in his chair.
He's been drinking Breck brews like me. Devin Asiasi, the tight end out of UCLA, is the pick.
Wow.
And, Bill Belichick just looks absolutely thrilled, as he always does.
Belichick has a worse setup than me.
Is his dog still there?
Yeah, he was getting the dog over earlier.
Asi, I'd
Is
like to
this
buy a
the
vowel.
second tight end selected in this draft?
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah, Alberto's still on the
is
board.
an upset.
Alberto wouldn't mind making Drew Lock a little more comfortable, bringing in another friend. And speaking of teams with black and yellow as their colors, don't try and make it black and gold. We got some audio from Michael Ojemudia, so let's hear what he has to say.
Well, that's not entirely true. I do have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering, but I mean, it really is a dream come true. You know, when I seen the area code pop up on my phone, it just, my heart dropped because I feel like that's the perfect place for me. So, I mean, just all the stars aligned with this pick.
Michael, congratulations. And just wondering, who are the people that had the greatest influence on making you the player that you are today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people starting from high school. You know, through high school, I learned I was really, you know, my coach in high school got me really gritty. But, you know, coming to college and learning DB, definitely Desmond King, #1. You know, Josh Jackson, my boy, Amani Hookers, you know, being in the room with those guys and just learning, like, taking things from their game. And also Coach Parker, you know, the GOAT, Coach Parker. I mean, Phil Parker. He's helped me out really a lot. So those are just some names that modeled my game.
All right, good stuff. Mace, you got the question in. Good job.
I'm glad. At this point now, I'm just glad that I get a question in, because it's pretty competitive. You can't really shout down anybody anymore. You just got to hope that they call your name. So
yeah, it is a little different. It's they're in charge, which I'm sure they love.
I really want to get a question in from Lloyd Cushenberry, though.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting on when we might have Cush. It sounds like he's doing the NFL media tour, which is a good sign for the Broncos. That means he's a big name, which we kind of already knew.
Well, we were talking about him being a good possibility at 46, and they end up getting him at 83. I mean, that pretty much says it all right there as far as the value.
Yeah, Mace, I don't know if you saw my
Speak of the
tweet.
devil, guys.
Oh, there you go.
Speak of the devil. We're out. We're about to go talk to Lloyd.
All right.
Oh, okay.
How dare you call him a devil? But
I thought he was going to say Okweg Bunam was gone.
Oh, let's hear that name again from you.
Sorry, who?
Okweg Bunam? Okweg Bunam?
All right. I've never heard anyone say it out loud, so I'll just take.
I realized that.
Oh, Albert O.
Yeah.
I was like, who's he talking about? I've studied everyone in this class.
Except for the ones whose names you refuse to learn.
Well,
like there are a few like Michael Ode who were just like
Michael Ode and Noah I. And
Jordan Taylor, Jonathan Taylor. Either one works.
It's true. Henry, you professionally watch the Pac-12. Any insights on Asiasi and why the Pats here would have surprised us all by making him the second tight end taken? Because he wasn't even the second best tight end coming out the Pac-12, if you ask me.
Nope, and I don't think that he would be the second best tight end to any team other than the Patriots. I think that he's a good fit there, mostly because they have shown that they know how to develop tight ends. He has some traits that you like. They really established an identity running the football for a bagel. Oh my goodness!
This man just said the Patriots traded up for a bagel, an Asiago bagel. I'm dead.
So good. Okay, but let me talk football. The UCLA kind of like established this dominant running game with a running quarterback, with a big, bulky running back who's probably going to get taken here toward the end of the draft. And in CSC was a big part of that. He isn't the best run blocker, but he really tries hard. And again, it's the Patriots. That's what they're looking for. And then he has the vertical. I don't even know that he's too much of a threat there right now, but he has the speed and those sorts of traits to make you think that he could become a good receiving tight end as well.
And the Ravens here with another pick that I like, going with Devin Duvernay. Yep. Big fan of Devin Duvernay.
On that team, at least, you're a big fan, and they've now added Patrick Queen, J.K. Dobbins, Devin Duvernay, another speedster to add to Marquise Brown, Justice Hill out the backfield, of course, Lamar Jackson, the fastest quarterback in the history of football, probably. I guess Michael Vick might want to say that, but
Lamar's got him by a little bit.
I think so too.
I wanted to bring something up, and it's slipping my mind. Oh, you know what? We saw a clip there where someone tweeted out that Ojemudia was one of the smarter defensive backs they studied this year, and I think that's a huge part here. I believe it was Ryan Harris who said when you are looking for a center, you're looking more for intelligence rather than domination. Yep. And I think in a Vic Fangio scheme at a cornerback, you are looking more for intelligence than domination. And I love that Jared Stanger here said he's one of the smartest cornerbacks he watched this year.
Yeah. Totally. And, there's so much you like. He was a guy, we talk about the Dream Network a lot. He was a guy who I grabbed probably in a third of the drafts that I did on there, but typically at that 118 pick, not at the 83 pick. So that was a bit of a surprise, but hearing him say that he thinks he's such a good fit in Denver, that's not a decision that he makes on his own. That's something that he realizes having talked to the coaches, having the coaches tell him about the scheme, tell him what he'd be asked to do, have those conversations. And if he came away thinking that, it'd be pretty easy to believe that the coaches in Denver came away thinking the same thing. And obviously they probably reached a little bit for him at the very least. But if they're so sure that this is their guy, you have a defensive mastermind in Vic Fangio. He knows what type of guys thrive in his system. And again, it's not the big, long, fast, rangy guys. It's the smart guys. This is just more good news. I'm excited.
And we do have a little bit more audio here from Michael Ojemudia. So let's hear that right now.
There we go.
Lots of transition.
What do you think practices will do for you going against Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, and KJ? What do you think that will do for you in your first training camp in the NFL?
I mean, that's going to be big. That's going to be a big adjustment for me. It's going to help me. It's going to be harder than the game sometimes. So, going against those guys, it's going to get my technique, it's just going to improve my game way faster than a lot of guys that don't have the luxury of facing them in practice.
Great stuff. I love the embracing the competition here. And I have to say, I feel for my fellow Denver media members, as it looks like the Broncos are going to make a pick here while they're on a conference call. It's just the ultimate nightmare. There's nothing worse. But we are getting closer. 93 on ESPN, which means we're probably one pick ahead on Twitter. So any second here, we could be seeing the next Broncos pick. And I cannot believe that we are going, well, not official yet, but we're going to make it through the first 3 rounds of the draft with 0 trades for the Broncos. I mean, I was convinced, and maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part, but I was convinced they were going to make a move here in this second day. But things have really fallen well for them. So maybe they just haven't had to. I bet you John Elway says something along those lines tonight, which is just, we came in with a plan to trade up for guys that we liked, and the guys that we liked just kept slipping and slipping and slipping, and we figured we could stay there. And I think, they have guys that they liked at multiple positions. They wanted a center. Well, they had guys that they liked at center sitting there, and, teams that didn't need, like after you have Hennessy go off the board, because we know they liked Hennessy too. Well, you still have Cushenberry there, and they're able to sit there and wait and let Cushenberry fall to him. So I bet you that's what John Elway says tonight.
Yeah, and I think that's a sign of a veteran GM. Being able to sit there and watch things go well for you. And it's hard to do. As much fun as it is to see guys you don't necessarily need go off the board, it's stressful. This has been a long day of waiting. We're almost 5 hours into this stream, and we still got 15 picks left in the 3rd round. For John Elway to see Lloyd Cushenberry, a guy he obviously likes, at the top of the 2nd round, and say, like, nope, we're not going to take him, and then the middle, and then the end, and say, nope, we're not going to trade up even though we like him, and just hold out and get his guy. That's tough to do.
And Zach Stevens just tweeted this out. Vic Fangio told the Broncos media, or I should say the Broncos outlet, that KJ Hamler has 4.2 speed as far as they know. So that makes it make a lot of sense. And of course, here we have Roger Goodell just taking a nap on national TV.
And getting paid tens of millions of dollars to do it.
Well, he's not actually sleeping.
Thanks, Dre.
Jeez, Dre,
with that one, Dre.
The Raiders, defending Roger Goodell.
That one might deserve a sneeze.
Let's not get enraged by.
That is something to sneeze at, I have to say.
He's gone.
Good night, Trey.
Get him out.
Thanks for all of your contributions. We really appreciated you. Can we bring back Emery Hunt? He's a better draft.
That I wouldn't argue with. He's definitely much better.
Okay. Let's take a look at the big board when we get a chance and just see who's left there for the Broncos. A lot of players that we like still on the board. I mean, Prince with the last name guy.
Take a Wannagu, come on.
Yeah, that's easy.
I think you got it wrong. I don't think it's Wannagu.
Well, that's how Dre always said it.
Yeah,
it does.
Just go for it. You've in fact you've said OJ Mudia more than I have in my life in the last 20 minutes, Ryan.
I feel confident in Ojemudia.
Very early in, I was like, Oj.
Oj is fine.
I believe that.
Oj is fine. That's like a good nickname. Rolls right off the tongue. but it'll hopefully be easier for people to figure out than Yadam, because no one in Denver knows how to pronounce Yadam yet. It's still causing people problems.
I remember draft night. I think that was my first draft night helping you guys out. And I was writing like the 5 things to know about these prospects. It took me hours to find a media guide that had the pronunciation. And I got to that, and it was different than what he said on the call.
Yeah.
So nobody knew.
Oh,
he told me quickly it was Yadam with a Y. All right, and we have another pick here. And this one is interesting. It comes in from Mike Kliss. He says with a 95th pick in the 3rd round, the Broncos take Arkansas defensive lineman McTelvin Agam.
Yep.
Tell me
Yeah,
about
Agam, I believe, is correct. Interesting pick. A guy who I studied very late in the process. I actually think one of our subscribers on the Discord was talking him up. He's intriguing, a bit of a sloppy body, but he is a big boy who really has some intriguing ability to penetrate the line, some pass rushing ability as an interior defensive lineman. Really had a better 2018 than 2019. A guy who's had 18 and a half tackles for a loss the last 2 seasons in the SEC. And I believe was also a standout at the combine for his size. Very intriguing. So he's going to be added to that rotation, and you're going to kind of be gambling that you can get his body a little right, a little more compact, and that you can really maximize that pass rushing potential for a guy who at 309 pounds ran a sub 5 second 40 and still had 27 bench reps. So he's got that speed and quickness and penetration ability. Also a stout guy who's got wide shoulders, wide hips, can clog gaps, nice in a 3-man front, but he's raw. This is a bit of a gamble. This is more of a boomer bust gamble pick than we've seen really from Elway the last 2 years in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, so you assume this guy is going to play in the center of the defensive line, and you're shaking your head, Henry. No,
I don't. It's all question marks to me. You know, he was a defensive tackle last year. He was a defensive end before that. He went through the position change. I don't know that he's big enough, strong enough to play right in the middle. I mean, he's a work in progress. I think he's my least favorite pick so far. But again, he does have traits that you would like, you know, specifically as a penetrator, as a pass rusher.
Yeah. Do you have much of a scouting report on him, Andre? Where was he on your big board?
He was 168th, so fell right into that tier that I call the day 3 gems. And he was the last of the interior defensive tackles in that day 3 gem. I like Khalil Davis of Nebraska, similar kind of sloppy, bigger interior defensive lineman with some deceptive athleticism and penetration ability. Jordan Elliott, who's just been drafted by the Cleveland Browns, also in that tier. And one of my favorite guys, Jason Strobridge, also in that tier with Christian Rector of USC. So he was kind of in a tier of guys who I would have targeted starting in the 4th round to add a rotational piece. And all those guys have intriguing penetration ability as bigger defensive linemen. So I get the pick, but it feels a bit like a jump the gun pick, similar to what Mace was saying happened with that Adam Gotsis pick a few years ago, where you're at the end of the 3rd and you're kind of, instead of taking that value of guys that have slipped, you're trying to jump the gun and get your target who you don't think might drop all the way to your 4th round pick.
Yeah, Broncos kind of have a history of doing this and just saying like, we like this guy. We had 3 picks in the 3rd round. I almost wonder if they never expected to have this last pick in the 3rd round. You know, they were kind of expecting to trade away one of their picks. And I think once they had this pick, they just said, all right, well, let's take a guy that we were thinking about taking in the 4th and just make sure we get him off the board. We like him. I can give you my expert analysis that it is pronounced Agim.
Okay.
Telvin Agim. But, you know, again, this is a guy who's a 5-star prospect coming out of high school before he went to Arkansas. So when you talk about an upside pick, this is definitely a guy with that type of upside. They don't just hand out 5 stars. There are very few of those that go around in the country. Now, that doesn't mean they're great, but a guy who certainly has ability. 24 sacks as a senior in high school. Again, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But there's a reason, why he was ranked that way. He was definitely has pass rushing upside and pass rushing ability.
Yeah, and he's somebody who you look at and say he's 6'3", he's over 300 pounds, he's too good of an athlete for how big he is. The question is just what he is as a football player. Football is a weird game. There isn't necessarily a position for every person who is very athletic and has these weird athletic traits where it's long arms, all whatever. What's going to be important is finding him a role. And I don't necessarily know what that's going to be. Likely as a pass rusher. When you think in the nickel sets, they'll probably want him at one of those inside spots. The good news is the Broncos only need depth on the defensive line. I'm very happy with Shelby Harris and Jarrell Casey and Draymond Jones and rotating in whoever you need, because that base set is likely going to be the nickel package. That means you have 2 defensive linemen on the field, and you have your defensive ends are essentially Von Miller and Bradley Chubb. So I think that, again, they because they typically take this type of defensive lineman, the developmental guy, that means they have enough of those guys who are far enough along and are able to play now that you can sit him for a year and work on him and have him ready for next year.
Yeah. And, as I think this through, what you were saying, we've talked a lot, and this is a question we'd got, sporadically on the draft pod, was who are the interior defensive linemen you would target to pair next to Draymond Jones? As we kind of were thinking of this was before Casey even being signed. I was thinking of a future for that Broncos young defensive line. And, we always talked about gap cloggers, but we always said, boy, it'd be nice if the guy you pair next to him could also have a little more wiggle to him and penetration ability to then work in those nickel sets where they're just defensive tackles. And that's what you have here. And it's a gamble on Bill Kollar,
And
that's a good gamble.
As I dig here to find why the Broncos really like this guy, well, SEC academic honor roll and a senior as a captain as a senior. So that, makes sense for what the Broncos have targeted in the last few years. Definitely like those type of guys. But why don't we bring on another guest here, a good buddy of mine, another master of the midday from Altitude Radio, my guy, Joshua Dover. And he's got a nice haircut in that photo, but letting it grow a little bit here in today's day and age.
Nice.
Oh, we don't have audio from Josh, but we can see him real nice. He looks great. The mustache looking awesome. But we still can't hear him. Are you there, Josh? We don't have him. Hopefully we can work on his audio and then get him back in here. I love me some Josh Dover. But like I said, SEC academic honor roll, team captain as a senior. That, to me, is the number one reason why the Broncos wanted this guy. Obviously, on top of his football acumen, his football ability, this is a guy who fits what they've been chasing over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yep. And watching some of these clips of him right now on the regular broadcast, you see his penetration ability coming inside. You see that that potential with using his hands, nice swim move. And you also see that he was used a little wider at Arkansas, sometimes playing some DN, sometimes playing more as a 3 technique defensive tackle. That's going to make him really intriguing. That, again, it's why I was talking up Epinesa. Those kind of hybrid guys seem to be who the Broncos like to target on their defensive line, especially to play that 3-4 defensive end.
Yeah.
So we have Dover.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Man, look at that stash. That thing came in real nice.
I shaved today just for you guys.
Well, you look fantastic. We had one of your radio partners on earlier tonight, Ryan Harris. He wasn't a big fan of what the Broncos were doing in the draft. How do you feel about how they've done so far?
I mean, I like everything so far. It's, I was in the camp of got to get a left tackle, got to replace Garrett Bowles in some way, but it's not looking like that's going to go down, at least a starter caliber guy left, but you get now some competition with Elijah Wilkinson able to slide over there. You have in a desperate time for touchdowns, you have a real big opportunity to score some freaking touchdowns for what feels like the first time in a decade. You know, I saw you get hyped last night, RK. So I'm with you, man. It's fun. Yeah, I wanted left tackle replacement for Garrett Bowles, but I'm also we were talking about this on the show today. You got Mike Munchak, you got Chris Cooper. You know, let's see if something can be developed here over the next year or two. And if it's not Garrett Bowles, the interior looks really nice, at least on paper. So let's see what happens, man.
What's your favorite pick they made today?
Cushionberry today for me. One, just because of the weed shop advertisements and local sponsorship opportunities there. But I just think that you get Glasgow from Detroit, and everything I heard, and you guys probably heard the same stuff, he's better at guard than he is center. So you don't have to make him play something he's not comfortable playing. You get Cushionberry, who's played it at a championship level. That goes a long way with the locker room stuff. Heard you guys talking about the kid from Arkansas with that same thing. And that's been the theme for John and guys for like three drafts now. And they're starting to get a nice locker room setting. And I think guys that play at that championship level have championship expectations. You come to a team, into a locker room, even if you're a rookie, like Cushionberry is going to be sitting next to Dalton Reisner with the same mindset, and a guy Drew Lock behind him who doesn't have the championship level stuff, but we know the mindset the dude's got.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked about that a lot with guys like Chris Harris Jr., Derek Wolfe departing. It felt like the Broncos were trying to reset the locker room a little bit. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a knock on a Chris Harris Jr., who I've never felt was a bad locker room guy in any way. And same with Derek Wolfe. But it just felt like the Broncos are looking for a little bit of a reset here. And again, this draft kind of fits in with what they've been doing to try and reset that group. And John Elway talked about it just last week, talking about how when things get tough, that's when you start to realize really how important that locker room is.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, I almost said a young coaching staff, and Vic Fangio is our grandfather's age. But you know what I mean, a coaching staff that's being put together and not a lot of experience together. So you don't have to worry about all that BS inside the locker room. That as fun as the guys like Aqib Talib are in the locker room, you know, sometimes it's not all fun in the locker room.
Absolutely. Yeah, and with Garrett Bowles, I mean, where are you on that? Because as we've now reached the end of the Broncos picks here in the third round, unless they jump up here at the end, I am starting to worry a little bit about what they're doing at left tackle. We've talked about Jason Peters. We've talked about Trent Williams on this show tonight, and I think that would make everyone feel a hell of a lot better. But man, you do have to wonder if they're just going to stick with him there. That makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want it to be the ideal situation, but the Trent Williams stuff. Think about that. I was thinking about it tonight. Sit alone in my house like we all are. His trade value, that asset that Washington thinks they have, that's plummeting. Like every single pick that comes off the board, it's plummeting. So Denver might be able to still in there and make some sort of deal, you know, get him on a restructure maybe for a couple of years, or just ride it out and pay him something and see if it's worth something. Because we're talking about how good the locker room is. I know that training staff jacked him up, but he was not happy, and he made it pretty clear. So we were just talking about how good the locker room is. I don't know if that's a dude you want to bring in, but and obviously John thinks this team is ready to roll right now because of what he did in his first two picks. If he thinks they're that close, he could keep proving it by going and getting Trent Williams.
Yeah, that's a really intriguing thing out there, especially with Lucas Niang just coming off the board, the top offensive tackle remaining, staying in the division, going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Nice little pick there from them. So depending on what happens with offensive tackle, we can take that off the board. Anything else you'd like to see them touch up here with the final third day of the draft? Maybe they'll trade some picks at that point.
Yeah, linebacker was something else I thought they could address too. And it's, but here's the thing. We come in and talking about a draft needs for John, where half their picks are now done. We wanted something on the line. You wanted something at wide receiver. They just double dipped, and you wanted something in the backfield as a cornerback. So, get a linebacker and some of this stuff. They got 2 7th-round picks. Those are just training camp competitors. You know what I mean? So you got a couple more opportunities to add some depth. And I said this on the show a couple times. I always feel like people think I'm just roasting Todd Davis. Todd Davis is a dude you want on your team, but you probably don't want him starting on your team. So just go get somebody that might be able to take that job from him in 6, 8, 10 weeks. And honestly, you might even still be able to do that here late, but that would be my next want is a linebacker.
Yeah, Andre, who is on the board left from a linebacker standpoint?
Still 2 of our favorite coverage linebackers, Akeem Davis-Gaithers of App State and Troy Dye. Of course, Davion Taylor staying local is still there, another really intriguing athlete at the position. I believe also Malik Harrison of Ohio State, who had an illustrious career, Francis Bernard of Utah, and Marcus Bailey, who was projected as maybe the top interior linebacker in the entire country coming out of Purdue before he got injured and missed basically the entire 2019 season.
Yeah, I mean, Troy Dye, man, I can't believe he's fallen this far. I really, really like Troy Dye out of Oregon. And then you mentioned a couple other ones. I mean, of course, Davion Taylor, that's my guy. And it looks like Malik Harrison just went off the board as you said his name. So
there you go.
But still, 2 of my favorites in Dye and Taylor.
How about the draft Baltimore is having too?
Every year, man, like clockwork.
Dude.
They always just rack up on guys that we love. Dover, any final thoughts here on the Broncos' first 2 days of the draft?
I think it's a great day. I think it's a great couple of days here for John Elway and staff. They're, like I said, addressed all the needs we wanted here in 5 picks. Now you got a couple to really maybe push a couple of guys on the roster like a Todd Davis, and then go get a couple of 7th rounders that will talk to us in the media on the first day because they're excited.
Jeez, so tough on these guys, man. All right, Dover, thanks so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate you, and keep up the great work over there with Harris and Hastings.
Yeah, you guys too. Love what you guys are doing at DNVR, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. All right, Josh Dover, a fellow master of the midday with Ryan Harris. Man, I gotta say, oh, there you go. There's the oh, that is fantastic. Wow, who made that? Did we make that? That's really good. That's good stuff.
Did we?
I don't know who made it. But I really appreciate it. That's great stuff. Well, I got to admit it. I'm not exactly thrilled with everything that went down here today. I think that I really do like KJ Hamler. I really do like Cushenberry. I think there's okay stuff from Ojemudia, and this last pick with McTelvin, Ageem is a reach.
Yep. I would have gladly flipped that pick to maybe, I don't know. But I don't know. You get greedy. I don't know what I would have prioritized because you didn't have to move up to get Lucas Niang or any of those tackles I would have liked. So, yeah, it's just that pick that I would have changed. I would prioritized other stuff. But so far, what I would have prioritized is still very much available. Be an interesting conversation to look back and say, Hamler, would you rather Hamler and Ageem or Patrick Queen? Or maybe you have to throw in a 2021 pick though, right? Because that's why they weren't able to swing the trade for Queen, is no one wanted to move all the way down to 46. But that's kind of an interesting conversation as another offensive tackle comes off the board in Matt Pert right now going to the New York Giants. Beautiful pick by them, if you ask.
Also, I'm hearing in my ear that was our very own Adam Mares who made the McTelvin McLovin driver's license. And wow, hats off, Adam. That's fantastic stuff.
Truly.
I think it is worth noting with McTelvin Ageem. I did see in the comments that Mel Kiper had a 3rd round grade on him. So
Lance
just because
line too.
Okay, so just because we were low on him, I mean, I trust my opinion, but maybe it wasn't that much of a reach.
And we're really zooming in Ryan Green's tweet here. So yeah.
Cool. I think the tweet speaks for itself. Yeah.
I can see everyone behind the scenes there just losing it right now. They're literally gonna put that in our faces until we acknowledged it.
I guess so. Yeah.
Oh
That is
man.
correct.
All right. Well, the Raiders are on the board here. I hope they don't take Troy Dye. That's
I
all
hope they take a receiver.
Well,
They're
that'd
just
be
only
amazing.
going wide receivers.
Quadruple up.
Tanner Muse, safety out of Clemson. Of course, they had to take a Clemson guy.
Of course.
Yeah, it'd been too long since they took the last one last year, so they had to. Interesting. Yeah, that Agim pick does kind of take the wind out of our sails a bit there, but it's how it goes to show you how greedy we can get when the first 4 picks were pretty outstanding, getting top 55 value with 3 of those 5 picks. And it's back-to-back drafts where they really, if you looked at my rankings, come away with at least 3 guys in that top 55. That's how you're going to build this team back up, build this roster back up to being able to compete for division titles and beyond. So I think in general, we should be very pleased with this draft, even if Agim pick isn't necessarily the direction we would have gone in.
Yeah, I think you put it in perfect context there. You said it just kind of took the wind out of the sails. We were flying high after Cushenberry, no pun intended, and I think it's just an odd pick. But like you said, 2 different NFL experts when it comes to the draft had him as a 3rd round grade. So it might be a reach to us, not a reach to everyone, but it's definitely an interesting move. And there were a lot of guys that we really liked there. For me, I would have loved to see a Troy Dye there, but not a complete, out of nowhere where people are saying, hey, this pick makes no sense. Just maybe in Broncos country, people are thinking that. And here's another trade. Patriots, of course, always, making trades here with these late round picks. Jets give up 101. Patriots give up 3 in the 100s or 2 in the 100s and then a 2021 pick.
How long will Jake Fromm drop here? I mean,
this is a guy who people thought was a 1st round pick at one point.
Yep. I don't know why he declared early. I kept thinking, well, draft Twitter's so silly thinking this guy's going to declare early. He's a classic stay in school, don't believe the hype. And yet he declared, and here he is at the end of round 3, still hanging around.
All right, let's take some audio here from our guy, Lloyd Cushenberry, talking about a positional comparison between basketball and his position of center.
Yeah, so shortly after I signed to go to LSU, I knew I was going to play either guard or center because in high school I played tackle, but didn't really have the height to play tackle at the next level. And so I knew I had to learn how to snap the ball. I never had. So I just went on YouTube one day and found a few videos of old Washington Redskins O-line coach teaching people how to snap, and really just watched the video. And right after that, went outside and just started taking some snaps. And after a while, a lot of repetitions just became a habit, and I just kind of got it down pat.
And what about you compared it to being a point guard? Like,
yeah,
I know basketball's a big thing to you too, but center on football is so much like running the floor on the hardwood.
Yeah, in football, at center, you're the head guy. You're making all the calls. You're making sure guys are everything straight. And growing up, I was a huge basketball fan. My whole family pretty much played basketball, so I'm the first guy to really take football seriously. And now looking back, and now me playing the center, like I said, it's like playing the point guard, which I love that, having that responsibility of communicating with everyone and having that burden on your shoulders to get everyone aligned and everything go accordingly.
How about that? You've got Drew Lock, baller. Lloyd Cushenberry, baller. Noah Fant, baller. Cortland Sutton, baller. I assume KJ Hamler, just by the way he moves, was also a baller. So, and probably Jerry Jeudy as well. You know, you are stacking up on basketball players here. And I always say this, when dudes can play basketball, that means they're an athlete.
Yeah. Yep. If you had any doubt about who the opening day starter is for the Broncos at center, that's gone right there. I mean, this is such a great pick. Again, if you put a first round grade on Lloyd Cushenberry, I would say a little bit high, but I think that that's a totally like reasonable thing you could do. They snagged him so late. It seems like he understands his responsibilities, which is so important for him to point out, like, or even key in on those details, the communicating, all that kind of stuff as part of his responsibilities. That's a sign of a good center. I mean, pair him with Drew Lock for the next 10, 15 years. Sounds like a dream.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, two of the three highest character guys you have on this offense, all playing in an L shape right together. Reisner, Cush, Lock right there, all taking care of the ball. It's that'll definitely set you up for success.
Patriots going with a Colorado kid.
Wow.
Dalton King out of Chatfield High School.
Doubling up on tight ends as well. So that's interesting.
Yeah, they trade Gronk, even though they didn't have Gronk anyway. And they stock up on two tight ends on back-to-back picks, I think, for them too.
Yeah.
So,
and did they trade up for both?
Yes, they traded up for two tight ends. And they still don't have a quarterback.
Yeah. These tight end rankings have been wacky too. After Asiasi, the Cincy guy, Josiah DeGura went. And now we have Dalton Keene, the fourth tight end selected today, when you have Senior Bowl guys and college stars and some of these small school cats we thought would go fairly high still hanging around. That's crazy.
Man,
crazy.
Two tight ends in an extremely weak tight end class.
Yep. Two guys who are in my top 200. I mean, again, and we've established, take that with a grain of salt, but still, pretty crazy.
Speaking of tight ends, 15 picks until the Broncos are up. If they take Okwegbunam, are we down for that?
I don't know. Let's see what Bill O'Brien has going on.
Oh, yeah.
We know he's always on top of everything.
You got to play
those.
those.
Saw there with Cameron Dantzler coming off the board, as Lewis was alluding to it. By the way, Dantzler is now teammates with LSU receiver Jordan Jefferson, so he had a pretty good game against him.
What a legend!
Oh my God! Oh, he's pissed.
He's so upset.
Oh, I bet you this is like the 10th call he got on the night that was like, "Hey, we'll trade you Garrett Bowles for Deshaun Watson. What do you think?"
Just by like trolls on the internet, or by
just
GMs?
NFL GMs just dunking on him.
Trolls who are NFL GMs.
I mean,
yeah.
How amazing is it that the best moments we've got are in this draft have been from AFC South head coaches?
Yes.
Polar opposites too. Mike Vrabel and his circus of insanity, and Bill O'Brien, maybe the most incompetent person doing their job in the NFL.
Oh man, you gotta have to make a shirt if you're a Titans fan. The circus of insanity, is that what you said?
I think so, yeah.
That is incredible.
Oh, thank you.
Circus of insanity sounds amazing. All right. Man, I wonder if the Broncos have a little bit of a chance to trade into the back here. Again, so many picks left. I just have to wonder, do you try to jump up here into the end and get one more day 2 pick before you go into day 3?
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea if the price is right to move up, swap your 4th for a low 3rd, and get rid of some of those extra day 3 picks. At some point, they do have to get rid of these picks, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, you really have two options here. You can either package those 6th or a 6th and the 7th, or maybe the 7th, whatever the deal is, to move 118 up either to the top of the 4th or the bottom of the 3rd. Or you can just put those 2 6th and maybe a 7th together, kind of like that last Patriots trade. in some ways, I guess, not in a lot of ways, and try to move up into the late 4th, maybe the 5th. I guess there's one other option, and that's to try to take advantage of the uncertainty in next year's draft and see if you can trade like your 5th rounder at 178 might be the very last pick of the 5th round. Maybe you can swap that for a 4th rounder next year because teams are scared. Or maybe John Elway's one who's scared about next year, and it goes the other way. Who knows?
Can I get the Beautiful Mind Hangover remake GIF on what Henry just did?
What?
What part of the internet are you on?
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Hey, the Eagles just took Davion Taylor, my guy, my guy out of Colorado.
Oh, so happy for him.
Yeah,
So happy for him.
Got the
Colorado.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Very
Davion
nice.
Taylor. That's a great pick there.
Well deserved.
Finally, I'm happy, guys.
There you go. See, you just got to be patient.
Yep.
It's true.
Oh, man.
So happy for him.
Now, my Eagles, as they're known on the DNVR Broncos podcast, they got Will Parks. They got Davion Taylor. That's exciting.
Nice.
All right, there you go. Is that
Well done. That's what I was talking about.
Can you just Photoshop that over right here for me?
Yeah, that seems like a lot of work. Don't put that on Rudo.
Sorry, Rudo. Yeah.
All
I'll let you go
are
off on
we-
Davion if you want.
Yeah, go.
There we go. Okay, so I met Davion like the second day of fall camp, and he was one of my favorite people to talk to all the way through. He's so fast, that background. He didn't play football in high school. He only started playing when he went to JUCO. Was obviously a standout there immediately, which is pretty crazy with no football background. Goes to Colorado, plays linebacker, and it ends up running fast enough to become an all Pac-12 100-meter dash sprinter. You'll remember that usually the Pac-12 sprinters are some of the very best in the country. And he's a linebacker. So he just has these raw tools. His job changed constantly at Colorado. If he, he's somebody kind of like Agim, who is a great athlete, who has incredible athleticism for his size in particular. The question is just whether he has an NFL fit or not. And I think he does.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. The fact that he didn't play high school ball just illuminates how much higher his ceiling is. I've told the story on the DNVR Broncos podcast. Hank, maybe you can correct me here, but I believe it was the Stanford game. And they ran a little swing screen about 3 times on the first drive of the game. And they got him, and that they were moving the ball with that screen. And all of a sudden, Davion Taylor said, no more of that, and diagnosed it. And did a great job of reading his keys every single time they tried to call that play the rest of the game, and just blew it up at least 3 more times before they finally just said, okay, he's got it. And I just thought that was so great for a guy who has not been able to play, had not been able to play for a long time, to be able to have that type of football IQ in just a few years really illuminates how high his ceiling could really be.
Exactly. In linebacker, that's an instinctual position, and Davion's instincts are still developing, and that's how it should be. But in the way that some players have to flash the athleticism or quarterbacks have to flash the arm talent, Davion has flashed those instincts over and over again. And he's somebody who may be a little bit undersized to play linebacker. He may get caught up on some of those blocks inside, but it makes you willing to take that risk, even in the 3rd round as a day 2 pick. Somebody who's only been playing football 4 years is because you see him make those hits. He blew up the screens in that game. He's good for one of those big hits every single game. Again, just so happy for him because this is a great fit, I think.
Yeah, really great fit.
Can't state enough what a good kid he is, too. Great family. Had a chance to meet his mother a couple times at the Senior Bowl. Poor gal didn't have a pass. She wanted to just go on the field and talk to Davion after practice to figure out where they were meeting after he got changed and stuff. And the security people were giving her a hard time, so I was kind of chatting with her. Anyways, just a great kid, great family, great pick, incredible, and he's one of those guys. We're seeing this trend. If you're going to gamble on field upside, it always helps if off the field, they're super clean, high character guys that you're willing to gamble on because then the rest will come athletically.
All right,
Kelvin Nagim.
Oh yes, let's do another round of trivia here. We have Lone Star Bronco. We just have audio from him. We're having some video issues, but we want to get him in here anyways for some trivia. So first of all, Lone Star Bronco, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. How are things down in the Lone Star State?
It's all right. We're staying socially distanced and what have you, I guess.
Is it lonely?
It is currently.
Yeah.
Oh, that was terrible, Hank.
I have to start somewhere there. I'm not a pun person.
My wife is holding back laughter very hard.
I took Hank out of the stream.
Nice.
All right, he can come back.
I'll
Lone
fist
Star
pump again.
Bronco. The trivia question for a Breck Brew Broncos t-shirt is this. Broncos selected Lloyd Cushenberry, center out of LSU today in the 3rd round. Who was the last center that the Broncos took in the draft? And I'll actually accept 2 different answers here.
Any place in the draft?
Yes, any place in the draft. Last center drafted by the Broncos.
I guess McGovern was taken as a guard but converted to center in Paradis before that, right?
He got both of the answers that I looked for. That is fantastic stuff. Great job, Lone Star Bronco. You're going to win a Breck Brew shirt with the Broncos. Before we let you go, what do you think of how the Broncos did in the first 3 rounds?
I wasn't real happy with Hamler, honest. He's kind of small. But I did some research, looked in. John Brown and Cole Beasley, both in the 170s, had pretty good careers, especially Beasley. He's tough as nails. Yeah. I feel better about it. He's fast. The ACL kind of worries me. But we'll see how it plays out. Other than that, I mean, they crushed it.
Who's your favorite pick of the day?
Of the day, Cushenberry.
Yep. I think everyone is along those lines. Well, anyways, Lone Star Bronco, thanks for all of your support and great job on the trivia question. We'll get that Breck Brew t-shirt out to you.
Cool, man. Thanks, guys.
All right, later, Lone Star Bronco. Man, I don't think we've had to give out any help today. Did I get soft on the questions?
Yes.
No help.
I felt like those were decently tough questions.
I mean, they were the last 2 centers.
I mean, he got both of them.
That's true.
Here we have another tight end off the clock with Adam Troutman.
Interesting. All right. Well, we have another member of the DNVR family who we haven't brought on yet, so we're excited to bring on Patrick Lyons, who does a Rockies coverage for us here at DNVR. He's done a little bit of research for us on some of the Broncos' new picks. So, Patrick, what do you have for us?
Well, some of the 3rd round guys, the Broncos, of course, selected today. Ojemudia, his father was born in Nigeria. As you've been mentioning, he's got a very high football IQ, especially in coverage. He's very physical, and he's got some long arms that make it extremely challenging to throw over.
All right. That's great stuff.
Lloyd Cushenberry, 2-year starter, of course, at LSU. Great size for center, of course. Taught himself how to become a center from YouTube. One of the things that jumped out in Harrison and my research, not only was his arm length at 34+ inches, but last year he had 0 penalties for holding and only 2 for false starts. So those are some of the big pieces you like, especially in a young guy coming up like him.
Man, that's huge. I mean, I know Broncos fans. I'm just waiting for it to hit the comments. They absolutely are going to love hearing that he does not have issues with holding. Not as many holding penalties usually from the inside, but still great to see that he's not a grabber, which obviously the Broncos made a mistake in drafting a grabber just a couple of years ago. What else you got for us, Patrick?
Yeah, you guys were giving a lot of praise to the Raiders, and it's just, of course, I think they've made some nice picks here on day 2, but I did see a lot of projection systems. I think just like Andre, they actually had Cushenberry ahead of the Raiders' 78th overall pick, Matt Hennessy. So again, you like the value that they're taking there and getting guys even further back than some of the other teams in their division.
Yeah, for me, it was Cushenberry over Hennessy.
And finally, with Agim, his nickname is Sosa, or you might say Sosa. Of course, as you've been talking about, he raised his stock at the Senior Bowl and East-West Game NFL Combine. another big dude, 10-inch hands, 33 3/4-inch arms. He did a fantastic job. He accelerates well off the snap, impressive overall short area quickness. And so he's a guy that's super athletic, explosive. You're right. His body probably could make some improvements, and I think it will, once they can get into camp this year.
Can you give us any insight on where that nickname Sosa comes from?
No, I did not know. I didn't find that out, but I do know that Sosa was better. So.
All right, well, that's good stuff there. We're probably just going to call him McLovin, but we'll have Sosa in the backseat just in case we need it. All right, Patrick, anything else for us, or are you good for now?
No, man, you guys are killing the game right now. I'm just glad to be a part of it. Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Thanks a lot to Patrick Lyons.
Yep.
I have to say, that headset he had on, total headset of a research guy.
Real,
just like in the
research
background,
hat.
waiting for it, looking up the research. It's great. All right, we have some audio here from someone. Who is it? From Cush. Let's hear from Cushenberry once again. And I believe we got Andrew Mason in here as well.
Lloyd, congratulations. You got your degree in sports administration. What, if you didn't have the NFL to go to, what would have been your career path after choosing sports admin?
Majoring in sports admin, you can do a lot. It's anything from marketing to ticketing. It's a lot of things go into that major, and that's a major that I've always had a love for sports, and I never really thought about anything else. So whether I wasn't playing or I was doing something else, I wanted to be involved in sports. So there's so many things you can do with that major, and I'm glad I got my degree to fall back on one day, but I haven't really thought about it. I just want to play football as long as I can.
And when did the NFL become something that was a reality, like a real dream that you knew this could really happen for you?
Honestly, it's been my dream since I was 8 years old. And it became real that I can really do it about my sophomore year of high school. That's when I really started to buckle down and really focus on perfecting my craft and getting better. But it's been a dream of mine since I was a young child.
Good stuff there, man. He definitely has his head on his shoulders. And Mace just on a roll here, getting in the questions. And I think we actually have another question from Mace talking to our guy McLovin. So let's take that next audio clip of Andrew Mason asking a question to McLovin Agim.
McTelvin, congratulations, and you turned some heads down at the Shrine game back in January. How much do you think that week and what you were able to do down there helped you get in position to be a third-round pick?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I feel like it all just played a role. I feel like just having the mindset to keep improving my stock and keep showing teams what I had and what I could do and what I could bring to the table. I feel like it all at the end helped with John Elway and the Broncos picking me.
And what do you feel is the best aspect of your skill set right now?
Pass rush, being able to disrupt the passer, being able to push the pocket.
I love that. I do love that he was no hesitation on there. He wants to be able to push the pocket. And we talked about this with Javon Kinlaw yesterday. And obviously a big gap probably between Javon Kinlaw and McTelvin Agim. But that was the goal there, right? If we were going to go with Kinlaw, the idea was, hey, you got to create more interior pass rush. Remember, again, you can kind of point to this as maybe a potential luxury pick here because you do have Draymond Jones, you do have Jarrell Casey, you do have Shelby Harris.
Right.
You do have Mike Purcell on the interior offensive line. So maybe you look at this as, hey, a little bit of a development thing. I know he talked about learning from Jarrell Casey. That could be huge. Jarrell Casey, a perfect fit for this locker room like we talking about, a really great leader. And I think guys like Draymond Jones, guys like McTelvin Agim are going to be able to learn from a guy like Jarrell Casey, and that might end up being one of the greatest assets. Derek Wolfe, great guy. a guy who led in his own way. But he also, loved to joke around about rookies. He used to say, like, I'm not learning their names until they're on the team. The classic stuff you hear from vets. I don't get those type of vibes from Jarrell Casey. I think these guys are going to come in. He's going to take them under the wing. He's going to try and give them anything and everything he has to help them get better. And I think that'll be huge for these young guys the Broncos have, because they do, we're talking about offense and trying to, match the Chiefs. But in the end, if you're going to beat the Chiefs, you have to disrupt Patrick Mahomes in the pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Kinlaw comp is interesting there because in the SEC, the conference they both played in, I'm not sure that Kinlaw was any more productive than Agim. Our AJ Hafley texted me, have a friend who coached against Agim. His rundown, physical freak, one of Arkansas's better players, but got moved around a lot. Natural fit for a 3-4 end, played 5 technique in high school. Fun fact, return kicks at 270 pounds in high school. He added, didn't get good coaching at Arkansas, relied on athleticism too much, and was never taught proper technique to get off his blocks. Could blossom with coaching. And of course, that's great insights. Thank you, AJ, for sharing. And that is really why you would make a selection like this. You see all the raw materials, and you just think with a guy like Bill Kollar to get his hands on him, this could pay off in the long run.
Rudo, dinner is on me if you find us a clip of him returning a punt. So let's see if we could find that. Go ahead, Hank.
After this season, remember that, Shelby Harris is gone, Mike Purcell is gone, and DeMarcus Walker's gone. And I guess maybe that any of them could come back, but they're unrestricted free agents, and all 3 of them should be pretty important to this defensive line this year. This year in free agency, they didn't land DJ Reader and kind of got stuck. They didn't have just enough bodies, really. They had to go back to Shelby Harris, traded for Jarrell Casey. And again, Jarrell Casey, I think he has a couple good years left, but also he is aging. So as much as it is like a luxury pick, it's going to put the Broncos in a much, much better position next year with a little bit more leverage, and they can be a little bit more selective in who they give money to. If they don't have to get into a bidding war for a defensive lineman if they don't want to now, assuming the year goes well developmentally for him.
All right, it sounds like we have a video here. It's not a punt return, but it is him with the ball in his hand. So let's take the video of McTelvin Agim playing running back, I believe. Oh, a little direct snap.
Oh my goodness.
Oof.
That guy is a defensive lineman.
That's not him.
No, but who else could be that big?
Oh, is this it? Is this a kick return? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, man. Holy.
Whoa.
No way.
Ryan almost
I'll
cussed.
see you at Elway's.
Yeah, truly.
Elway's.
Oh
I want in on that.
God.
I didn't think that'd take you 2 seconds, Rudo. Well done.
I really almost cussed.
Oh,
cussed.
duh, yeah, you think? No, duh. Rudo's like, I find obscure NHL prospect footage from like the dark Eastern European web all the time. This is actually a joke to find high school footage in America.
It's on YouTube. Come on, you know me.
See, there you go.
The YouTuber is, of course, going to dig it up. Well,
Yep.
Elway's, Chipotle, something in that range.
Somewhere, one of the two.
Oh,
Somewhere
thanks
in
for that,
there.
Rudo. Oh, my God.
Insane.
I changed my mind. It wasn't a reach. Perfect
Nope.
value.
Yeah, I mean, I
Dude,
get
he
it.
was moving.
With wiggle, moving with wiggle.
Oh,
And he
yeah,
has-
not just
and, like,
running.
brushing
Dude, he's
guys off.
running
Oh.
around fools.
Oh, wow. No, that was incredibly impressive. Now, like, who put him at fullback? I know this doesn't happen anymore. Like, you don't have Trevor Price lining up at fullback as much anymore. I guess like Dontari Poe got the Broncos on that thing.
Yeah,
But maybe that's more versatility.
Domata Peko famously lined up at fullback for the Broncos on the goal line when Paxton Lynch threw the interception on the goal line in Oakland. Remember when he had that little rollout and he threw the pick?
Yeah.
Domata Peko was in the play in the game on that play.
See, that seems like why you go after a Gim. Throw him fullback. He's your third running back. You don't need Antonio Gibson. You don't need Royce Freeman.
I tell you what, Agim had one less sack than Kinlaw, but half a sack less the last 2 years and 6 more tackles for a loss the last 2 years in the SEC, in the tougher division in the SEC. So, against comparable competition, they have comparable size and comparable athleticism and comparable production. So,
Hank, you said play him at fullback. No, play him at kick returner.
Play him at quarterback. Put him in the wild card. That's how it worked.
There was a guy that played at CU. His name was Stefan Nembot. And in his high school tape, he was the kickoff guy. We're talking about a guy who was like 6'8", 320, and he did kickoffs for his high school team. Literally just ran up and toe punched the kick. It was incredible.
I remember his pro day well, watching him and Matt actually work out on the field, and didn't know Matt at the time.
All right, we have a quote from John Elway here. Elway on if Garrett Bowles will be the starting left tackle. Said Garrett's going to compete for a job like everyone else on the football team. Specifically mentioned Elijah Wilkinson as a person who will compete for that spot. Broncos fans, not going to love that.
I tell you, I feel like this day of the draft is more of an endorsement for Wilkinson than it really is Garrett Bowles or anyone else here. I mean, that's the only way I can explain this, is they like that swing tackle they have. They think he has a real shot to compete for a starting spot. I mean, he was pretty good on the right side last year when asked to fill in. And maybe that's the plan. Maybe they see him as a more of a natural fit on the left side too, because he's got those movement skills, not asked to power block as much on the strong side where they're going to follow him. Maybe they think that that's a more natural fit. So we could try that out.
Yeah, I agree. I
go ahead.
Okay. I also think that once you get into the third round, there are some tackles that we like. It's very possible that Mike Munchak was saying none of these guys are going to be starters. These are guys who are going to have to take a full year of development. And while it'd be nice to have an in-house replacement, we were just talking about that defensive line, how you take that defensive lineman, so it's one less defensive lineman you need to find next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They could have done the same thing at tackle, but maybe they're saying this guy isn't playing this year anyway. If we're going to fill one of those spots, let's just fill the defensive lineman. Maybe Bowles comes along. I doubt that that's the plan. I don't think that's the plan. Or they're just saying, you know what? We can't fix it at this point. The value was too good before. We'll address it next offseason when Bowles is off the books.
Yeah, and I mean, those trades could be out there as an option, or maybe they're just like, hey, man, who we really liked as our second-tier offensive tackle was one out of Tegawanagu or Sadiq Charles, because we like the more athletic guys. We don't care about arm length as well, and they just saw him keep on dropping and said, hey, why jump the gun? Here's the other thing. We've kind of danced around it a little bit all night in these 5 hours and 45 minutes of a live stream. I do the Broncos grades here every week, and I would say that the whole Garrett Bowles played much better with Drew Lock is a bit of a false narrative. From my grades, he still graded out to average to below average in all those games except for that Detroit game. That Detroit game is easily the best game he's ever played as a Bronco. It's a bit of an outlier, though, and it was also against a beat-up Detroit Lions defense that at that point in the season, I'm not sure they were as talented as some of the defense Bowles faced back in his college days at Utah. They were so depleted. So that's what we need to remember. His stats, he wasn't allowing sacks or holds. First off, he got away with a couple holds. He wasn't allowing sacks because Drew Lock, oh my gosh, Drew Lock is good enough at escaping pressure, extending plays, and avoiding those would-be sackers that would have got less mobile quarterbacks like Brandon Allen and like Joe Flacco. So I just think, and he's also older, so thinking he's going to finally figure it out when he's 28 might be a bit of fool's gold. So that's just my insights on Garrett Bowles, but I do think this really is more than anything a great endorsement for Elijah Wilkinson, a guy they wanted to hold on to, a guy who clearly has some talent. You aren't just able to fill in the NFL at a spot like right tackle and be serviceable and like not be worth anything. I think they believe in Wilkinson and will give him a fair shot. And there are still some intriguing guys at tackle left on this day, and they have the ammo to move up if need be.
And at the same time, you know, they had opportunities to grab Josh Jones. They had opportunities to grab Ezra Cleveland. There's no guarantee that either of those guys would be able to see the field this year either.
Right.
I got to be honest, guys. Talk a little bit about Elijah Wilkinson playing left tackle. I do not like that idea. I'm going to be like completely honest there. Now, I'm fine with them competing, and hey, if he wins the job, he wins the job. But to me, that is far, far, far from a solution. I thought he really struggled at right tackle last year and really, you know, caused some problems for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles gets so much focus just because he was the first round pick. But Elijah Wilkinson was far from a sturdy piece at right tackle last year. I thought he was better when he played guard in the year before that. So I do not feel comfortable with him at left tackle. Honestly, you know, if you just ask me right now, I'll take Garrett Bowles over Elijah Wilkinson at left tackle.
And even if you don't add somebody who can compete for this job in the draft, I would be willing to bet pretty much anything that they will add somebody to compete for the job in camp. It could be a Jason Peters who would probably just take the job, maybe because of his age. They call it a competition. I doubt it. They could make the trade for Trent Williams. Those would be like the two flashy names we talk about. But even you think back to the Sua Cravens trade a couple years ago. Obviously, it didn't go well, but they got decent value on a talented guy, and it didn't pan out. Maybe they find some other guy who's had a couple down years and bring him in and just say, you know what? Maybe Munchak can bring something out of you that nobody else could.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the two spots the last 2 years that have kind of been neglected, to our surprise, have been linebacker and offensive tackle. Two spots where I think the old veteran ball coaches on this team, Fangio for the linebackers and Munchak for the offensive tackles, have very specific parameters, something specific they're looking in. And if there's not a guy like Patrick Queen that you like, then you kind of wait. You maybe find that late developmental guy for them later on, but you're not going to press and just fill it with anyone because you kind of trust that voice and guidance in the room that's kind of catering you a specific direction in those two positions. Boy, I'd love to know what that specific direction is, but you know.
Oh, I'm dying because I accidentally texted Andre what I meant to text Allie. And it's just hilarious. Like, Allie's producing the show, so I just had to let her know, like, I need to step off the screen. And Andre just responded to me like, yeah, man, okay. And yeah.
I was ready for it. I'm like,
I got back to my computer. I was like, oh, that was not, I did not text that to Allie.
I was gonna say, what did you text me?
Oh God! I just said I gotta hop off for a second.
I must pee in all caps.
I must pee in all caps.
That's amazing.
Well, we made it 5 hours and 45 minutes.
It was
Good run.
It actually started with, yo, I gotta pee, and then Andre said same, and then I was like, okay, that doesn't help me. Anyways, good times. Oh, yeah, it is officially DNVR After Dark. All right.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. And a person who appreciates a good DNVR After Dark is Zachary Stevens. So let's bring him back on. Zach, how you doing?
Guys, what am I entering right now? What is this? What is this shenanigans?
Zach, let me tell you. All right, I was tasked with a little bit of research after we had a little bit of what Hank used to look like and what he looks like now. So we got a little something going on. That hair has come a long way, Zach.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Yeah.
It looks great in that pic.
Oh, all right. Wow, is that a subtle shot at what it looks like now?
Yeah, what happened?
Very Kingsbury-esque.
Oh my God. Well,
that was very nice homework that you did. You could have found some crazier things. So I appreciate that, Rudo.
I already got a dinner from Ryan tonight. All right, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, we'll throw on chips and guac. You know, if you can find that pic of Zach's hair sticking up all crazy like Jimmy Neutron.
I doubt I'll be able to find that one. I got to tell you. But
okay. All right.
I miss seeing Zach Sweet's cats on here at any point? We want to see those kittens.
They've been trying to. If they try again, I won't hold them back. How about that?
I hope that you talk to them in your cat voice.
You have a cat voice?
I do have a cat voice. I can't. Maybe if they come over here, it'll break out. But although I haven't been having the Breck brews, so maybe that would have been the key.
That would have been the key.
You only okay.
I was just gonna say, Zach, where you're entering a late night pod is what you're entering right now. But
My favorite.
Exactly. You just got off the phone with John Elway, Vic Fangio. What can you tell us about how they feel about their 4-man haul on day 2?
Well, of course, the story, once they land Hamler, once they land a starting center, once they land all these guys, the story of the night from John and Vic is the guy everyone wants to talk about, Garrett Bowles, everyone's favorite left tackle. The Broncos have not picked up the 5th-year option on him, and the very direct message: he will be competing for the starting left tackle job. Not a huge surprise, as we've known rumors have floated out about this, but John Elway specifically saying that. And then also talking about guys competing for their job in a way where he didn't say Garrett Bowles, but it was a very pointed message to whomever it was to. It was, if guys don't want to compete for their job, they can go somewhere else. So I don't know if John's told players that this offseason that, you're competing for your job, whether it's Von Miller, whether it's, the right guard or Elijah Wilkinson. And if people have given him pushback about that, or if Elway just decided to make a very strong statement for no reason tonight.
I got to ask, that quote sounds like someone who isn't in a great mood. How was his mood?
Oh, he was fine. He was fine. He is very, very happy with the way the draft played out, and specifically with KJ Hamler, guys. Do you guys know how fast he is, according to John Elway?
Let us know.
Really, really, really fast. That's how fast. Can you believe that?
3 reallys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder how many reallys I'd get.
0.
And one of the things that he said about Hamler, which is probably the best quote about these guys that they've drafted tonight, was, as Vic would say, he scares the heck out of defenses.
Yep. I mean, look, I'm going to keep coming back to this 40-time thing. I really think that if this man was allowed to run a 40 at the combine, he probably wouldn't have been there for the Broncos at 46. Vic Fangio mentioned 4.2. He's talking 4.2. Even if they're a tenth of a second off there and he's 4.3 fast, you got a guy who's going to create problems for defenses. No one's going to want to cover him. And then again, you just think of this from a spacing type of idea. You got Noah Fant, he needs space in the middle. Okay, well, you've got KJ Hamler taking off the top. You've got Jerry Jeudy working in the intermediate. You've got Cortland Sutton, in the intermediate or the deep game. Like, you're just spreading out the defense and creating room for maybe it is Cortland Sutton who's coming underneath and Noah is stretching, or it's Noah who's underneath. It's really, really making sense to me how the Broncos are trying to design this offense to try and make it difficult for defenses to cover all these guys.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson, the guy that KJ Hamler wants to mold his game after, he ran a 4.35. And if Hamler really is, a tenth of a second faster than that, just imagine what his game could be. He said he wants to be the guy that's taking slants and screens 60 yards to the house. And if he really does have that sub 4.3 speed, or even if it is 4.3 speed, as Deshaun Jackson showed, he can be that type of guy.
I loved what RK said too about how really any of those guys, any of the 4 you expect to have on the field, Sutton, Jeudy, Hamler, Fant. Wow, boy, was that hard. Is it late? Okay, but any of those 4 could be the guys who's taking the top off.
Yeah,
like any of them could be going deep. Any of them could be running underneath. It's just so tough to defend.
Yeah, you've got 4.5, 4.5, 4.4, 4.3. If we're being, not generous to KJ Hamler. So 2 big guys, too, that are running those 4.5s. So you're right. I mean, all of these guys should be able to do pretty much anything you want. out of a receiver, all three levels. Obviously, Judy's going to be the best at attacking all three levels, but all of these guys should be able to make it difficult on defense to know who's going where on any given play.
I mean, how about that? Cortland Sutton is the slow poke of this group.
Unreal. And he's the most proven one so far.
And include Noah Fant in that group.
All right. Yeah. And our guy, Justin Michael, put together a little highlight reel here of Judy and KJ Hill. So let's see what he's got here for us of these
Hamler.
two wide receivers. Yeah, KJ Hamler. Sorry. Oh, we're going hype again.
Wow. Oh. Yeah, his speed is just nasty.
Those legs.
I know. It's incredible.
It's a catch by KJ Hamler.
Hey.
Oh, it's the same thing.
No signal yet. Touchdown, Penn State.
Was OJ Mudia in there?
Out it.
85-yard touchdown.
Good Lord.
That's against Ohio State. He's outrunning a bunch of that. Yeah.
You won't see many people faster than that in the NFL.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It froze Sean Wade, and with the two linebackers blitzing,
goodness gracious.
Yeah, and he just burnt Sean Wade, who's top 20 on my 2021 big board. So another of these Ohio State corners who's going to go very high.
Throw back into the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Jerry Jeudy. Touchdown. Welcome back, Jalen Hurts, and welcome back, Jerry Jeudy.
Wow. Like the route.
Clifford looking for Hamler. He's got it.
This is the play at Maryland that Emory Hunt was talking to us about. He's incredible.
That'd be absolutely
Man, Justin, great job.
Well
yeah, great job
that.
by Justin. We're coming through with the hype videos here at the end of the night, both nights here.
Truly.
Those two are going to be a handful. Tell you what.
Yeah, it's the Broncos' own version
They're going to be
of
a handful.
What the Chiefs have been killing us with for a while, It's really Judy Hamler, very Hill Hartman-y. And now you've got Drew Lock to get them the ball, and then that tight end and that big target. I mean, what this just does for Cortland Sutton should be insane. I mean, he was a Pro Bowl wide receiver. You put these guys next to him, you build this kind of offense around him, his game should evolve. The spaces that should open up for him. I've always thought he was such an incredible yak weapon, and he's not given enough yak opportunities. Now I think we'll see more of that, and how Fant can take his game to the next level with the space this opens up for him. This is really, really interesting for this offense.
Yeah, really fun. Let's bring on Andrew Mason here as we wrap things up, or not quite wrap things up, but we're moving towards the home stretch here. Andrew Mason looking different on this background. Oh, when we have no sound from it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll bring Andrew back when he's doing a little better. All right, but we got a tweet from Mace.
It was the night before Christmas. I mean, that's the setup he's got, truly.
Good stuff.
Yikes.
Good stuff. Well,
guys, we won't be yakking this year. I don't know how many games the Broncos are going to win, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Finally,
again. When was the last time? When was the last time we could say that about this team and truly believe it?
I remember how hyped I was for Carlos Henderson and Isaiah McKenzie in the infamous Juice draft. This is 10 times better, and I think these guys are actually going to pan out.
Yeah. I mean, the Juice draft. Hopefully this is nothing like the Juice draft. But I keep coming back to the fact that you have two guys in KJ Hamler and Jerry Jeudy who have route running at the very top of their pros list when you make a pros and cons list. And to me, that's the difference between those two. And then, I mean, there's a million differences. But when you talk about Carlos Henderson and Isaiah McKenzie, you were not talking about route running with either of those two guys. And I think that might have been something the Broncos learned when they made those mistakes is, okay, forget about speed. While it's very great to have, can you use that speed to create separation? And both of these guys, and Judy and Hamler, absolutely use their speed to create separation. And they can. What did Emery Hunt say? He can stop on a nickel and leave 4 pennies behind.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That was good stuff. So really good stuff. And let's bring on AJ Hafley here as we're circling back on this full first 3 rounds. AJ, what do you think?
I mean, I'm probably not over the moon excited about it. I think it's solid, and I think they've built a class that addresses some needs and makes them better. But I don't think I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I think it's good work. But this is sort of this is just kind of like they're filling in gaps right now.
Yeah, I said this, I think, just last week. I said, okay, you want 5 picks in the top 100. I think you'll get 3 starters out of that. And my point was trade up to get 3 really good picks, and you're going to get 3 starters for sure. And I think they ended up getting 3 starters here. Judy, Hamler, and Cushenberry are your 3 starters. And the other 2 guys are kind of developmental pieces. But that's why, I went way back when and said, yes, it's nice to have 5 picks in the top 100. I'd rather just have 3 picks in the top 70 and, make sure you're getting 3 starters. But in the end, I do believe they got 3 starters and then 2 guys that could be interesting fits later down the road.
So I'm iffy on the idea of using top 100 selections on quote unquote development guys.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him do it in the past. A guy like Brendan Langley was, he switched positions and he's so raw, and we've got to, let's give him a year and see what happens. And the whole thing was a disaster. And that's a prime pick that you used on a guy that you were trying to develop at a position of need. I do think that I feel good about 4 of the guys getting on the field pretty regularly.
Yeah.
I don't know about a game. I think that'll just have to be, we'll see how he takes to the coaching. We'll see how the athleticism that he's relied upon throughout his life so far translates into the NFL, where he's going against the best athletes he's ever seen. So we'll see there, but I like that they've got 4 guys that I think will get on the field pretty regularly and should compete for time, and I think that's good work. I really don't understand the hate coming from like Ryan Harris on the not going for the very particular tackle that he very much preferred. Like, I get it. I'm very pro tackle. I'm very pro Garrett Bowles is bad, but I just don't think that you can go into a draft so narrow-minded about what you need that you ignore that you have a lot of different ways to win football games. And I think that the Hamler pick, like, if they don't make it and they do get a tackle, then we're talking about great. Ezra Cleveland is in competition for that job, right? He's not a guaranteed that he's going to get on the field. You don't know that he's going to be a starter. You're not guaranteed in a position that you're not already in right now, where you could still take a development guy tomorrow, and that guy is sitting and learning behind, Wilkinson, who they clearly very much like, and Bowles, who they're just, I guess, financially committed to, whether they like it or not, for at least 1 more year. So I just don't. And then they would have been in a position where maybe Cleveland's not on the field, and then they don't have that slot wide receiver.
Yeah, and I don't mean.
I'm sorry. At this point, like, they have that guy. They have that. They have the wide receivers are basically done. They're now 1 through 5, with Deontay Spencer as like a utility guy, a specialty player that they no longer need. They were able to get multi-use out of Hamler so that they can be more efficient with a roster spot, which coaching staffs are very much in love with. So I think looking back on it, the more that I've sat with it, the more that I like what they've done. But I don't think that this is I don't think it's an amazing draft, but I think that it's really solid and that they have guys who are going to be contributors all over the place.
Real quick, you mentioned KJ Hamler and Deontay Spencer there. Zach, what did you get the sense from Vic Fangio when it came to KJ Hamler, the returner?
Oh, it didn't seem as promising that that he was a pick to be a dominant returner. Vic Fangio said, once a guy becomes a full-time player, either on the offensive side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball, then they're not really going to be an all-time returner. And of course, picking a guy in the second round, you want him to be a full-time starter on the offensive side of the ball very quick into his tenure with the team. So to me, it was, if he's bad on offense, he'll be a returner for us. If he's good, like we expect him to be, no, Deontay Spencer is going to be the man. In fact, Vic Fangio actually said it's going to take a lot for someone to unseat Deontay, which is kind of a surprise, I think, from what a lot of people were thinking.
So I think that's bad news for the other guys then. A guy like Tim Patrick, that has to make him a little nervous.
Yeah. Juwan Winfrey, too. I was just going to say, you got Sutton, Judy, Hamler, Spencer, it seems like, Hamilton. There's 5. You probably have room for one more. So one of Tim Patrick or Juwan Winfrey's probably got to go.
Yep.
Wow.
One got to go.
It's also weird to me that coaches do this, right? That they pick a guy and they're like, oh, he's got the ability to do these different things, and then they're like, well, now he's a play. Now that he's actually good for us, we won't use him like that anymore. So we're going to continue to use a roster spot on a guy that fills this very special niche, even though we drafted a guy with this ability. I don't know. To me, I think it's odd. I think it's an odd way to go about it. I get like you're worried about injuries, but it's let your talented players be your talented players. Let the best players play.
Yeah, it seems to me like they almost are using returner as like a backup plan. They're like, okay, well, he's this great slot receiver. He's super fast. And if he can't make it on the field as our starting slot, then we'll use him as our punt returner.
Yeah, we'll use the top 50 pick on a specialty player. That's a great fallback.
I will say I don't think that's going to end up happening. But it is interesting. John Elway talks one way about him, and Vic Fangio talks a different way. So maybe there's going to be some arguments of Vic Fangio saying, dude, do not get my starting number 3 receiver injured back there, looking up at a punt and getting blindsided.
Or, by when training camp rolls around, Vic saying, of course KJ is going to be our returner.
Yeah, right. Of course. Oh, man.
Coach just keeps it so real. He can't help himself. It's really like he's going to be too good to be a returner. He knows.
AJ, what do you want to see them do on day 3, round 4?
Trade up as many times as possible so that we can get out of here.
Yeah, that's a guy. Let's go.
I get. I used to. It's funny how when you're kind of like working one of these events versus when you're just watching one, you're like, oh man, do they have any 7th round picks? And now you look at it and you're like, oh my god, they've got 7th round picks.
Yeah, 2 of them within like 2 picks of each other.
Yeah, well, and they're at the very bottom. It's like 2 of the last 5 picks of the draft, so you're like tied to this thing. So what I want them to do is, before Elway goes to bed tonight, is I want him to package both of those picks, move up into whatever round he has to do it to get into position to do something, and use that pick on somebody that he likes. Don't care who it is. Don't care what position it is. Draft a punter for all I care. Just get rid of those 7th rounders and let us get out of here.
The worst thing about that is just how little value you have to give those away, and it's almost hard to do that. The first pick in the draft, according to the draft value chart, is worth 3,000 points. 7th round picks are worth 1.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why no one needs them.
They're useless. You are the hero we need, not the hero we deserve, AJ. Well done.
Absolutely. And last year, the Broncos did exactly this, and they were like, "Oh, Zach Azani, what's that? You like Juwan Winfrey? Cool. Give all the rest of the picks away to someone, and let's take Juwan Winfrey and hit the golf course." So we can only hope that that John Elway is craving some golf tomorrow afternoon.
That's why last year was the perfect draft. AJ and I were watching together at the office. AJ passed out on the couch in between picks as I was watching film. Woke up and I was like, they drafted Juwan Winfrey. He thought I was joking, came 5 minutes later and realized it was actually true. And we were out of there. It was beautiful.
It was great. All right, let's polish this thing off and let's go home.
Yeah. Go ahead, Allie.
Quick thing. I think it's funny how far we've come. Speaking of AJ and Andre watching the draft at the office last year. 2 years ago was the first time we ever went live, and it was just a stream of people watching you guys. And now we have such an amazing grand production of this. It's pretty awesome. It's just a few years.
Look at
Are you
that.
flexing right now?
Yeah.
Our first ever draft pod the first ever draft that we covered together, we actually did at the Colorado Media School and got snowed in.
It's true.
And that was when they drafted Garrett Bowles, and I had an on-air meltdown. So,
Wow.
I wish we could go find that audio.
yeah. Well, and then
Jesse
the next
posted
day,
it recently. I'll find it.
the next day they
Send it to me,
drafted
Andre.
DeMarcus Walker, and Andre looked at me and he said, "AJ, that's not funny." And I was like, "No, that happened. That happened." And since then we've had many laughs about that draft class.
Andre texted me and said, I honestly think that DeMarcus Walker was the worst pick of the entire draft. So that's where he stood on that. And to be fair, I mean, maybe not the worst. I'd have to go look. But yeah, not great. I really want to hear this audio of AJ reacting.
Do you have any clue where that is? Jesse tweeted it at us like a month and a half ago.
You just have to remember like one or
all
two
of our
words.
pods are gone, man.
You just have to remember like one or two words that were in the tweet, and you can use advanced search to find it.
Rudo's going to try and find it.
Oh, Rudo's looking for the
we
chips
got
and
it
guac.
then.
He'll have it in 2 seconds.
Okay. Anyways, AJ, thanks for joining us. We will definitely talk to you tomorrow as we try to make sense of who these picks are after the draft. And we really appreciate your analysis.
All right, man, you guys have fun. I'll see you later.
All right, see you, AJ. We
See you,
do
AJ.
not have Mace. We might not hear Mace's voice again tonight, except for right now. We have him asking Elway and Fangio a question. We have him asking Elway and Fangio a question.
With Hamler, he's he's very, very explosive, really can run and get the big playability and the guy that as Vic would say, scares the heck out of defenses. And so plus he's got the ability to run routes, he's quick, he's tough. And again, you go back and say he's a great returner. We'll have to see how much he does return, but he's got that ability and he's a tough guy for his size. And so he's a guy that can really, 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 really run. So that's why we're excited about here. Cushenberry is a guy that's a very solid center and played SEC and had a great career down there. And so we're excited about Lloyd also. So felt like it was a fairly good day today. And ultimately, though, they got to come in and play. But we felt good about when the day was over where we were.
Vic,
Hold on. Before we
what did
never mind. Go ahead, play that, and we'll circle back.
What?
They got to come in and play, but we felt good about when the day was over where we were.
Vic, want to ask you about Michael Ojemudia. What did you like about him and how he's going to fit back there in your secondary?
Well, the first thing I liked when we were watching him was just the way he played. He played good, showed good instincts, had a good feel for the game. He runs well. He's got some length, good tackler. I just like the way he played the game in all areas of his job, and we were happy to get him there too.
All right, circle back to the very beginning of that for me. I just want to. Did we get another John Elway player name mispronunciation at the beginning of that? Let's hear
On Cushenberry?
No, on
on Cushenberry.
Oh, we got both.
He's the greatest.
Play it.
Everything he does, he excels at.
Oh, we almost had it. It's all right. We will. We'll get that pulled up in a second. Here it
I
is.
believe we. Yep. Okay. Fantastic.
Well, obviously with Kamler, he's very
Kamler.
We've got Kamler and Cushenberry. Kamler, Cushenberry, Sutherland at wide receiver, and what was the other one that KJ messed up? Coach Zazani.
Zazani.
Broncos are going to be dominant with Kamler, Sutherland, Zazani, and Cushenberry.
We also had the corner. I can't even try to
Ojemudia.
pronounce his name right now. say Donatello.
Oh, he hit us with one of those?
No,
Yeah.
wait, what?
Yeah, and then
In what
and then
context?
said well, he didn't say it like that, but
Oh,
he said
okay.
and Coach Donatello, and then he's like, wait, Donatel?
We need to create a full. We need to have someone cut together all the audios of these. All right, Zach, we're gonna let you go and get to work on your story. So good luck with that. We appreciate all of your contributions tonight, and we'll definitely talk to you tomorrow.
That was a blast. See you guys.
All right, see you, Zach. All right, and our very last guest. Oh, we have a video. We have. I'm being told in my ear. We have a video of the video of AJ's. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be good. From the very first live DNVR Broncos reaction, here is AJ reacting to the Garrett Bowles pick.
At the media school, as we just described.
I am fully preparing myself to be pissed off because they're going to take Garrett Bowles, who is, in my opinion, not a good prospect.
He's calling it.
He's 25. He's 25 years old. He has to play from day one.
Yep.
By the time that the Broncos are able to extend his fifth-year option on first-round pick contracts that you can with first-round picks, he'll be 30.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. That's my biggest concern. He's also a little light in the pants, if you will. Not as muscular in the lower body as you'd like. He'll have to work some in the weight room right there. And the anticipation for this Broncos pick is becoming...
I know it's already happened because my phone is already lit up and I've got multiple people have hit me up.
You're upsetting me because you told me I couldn't look at my phone. So
and here we are
trying to give you a genuine reaction here, but
here we are live as Roger Goodell is at the podium and is announcing the
Boo Roger with us. And I say it's Foster. I don't care about your negativity.
It's Garrett Bowles. It's Garrett Bowles. They drafted Garrett Bowles.
There it is. Garrett Bowles, your new starting left tackle, a 25-year-old out of Utah.
You might want to mute my mic.
Extremely athletic. One of the most athletic offensive tackles we've seen at the combine in the last several years. A mature guy. Because he's 25, he has a family. Kind of have to change his life around before getting things on track this season. Was one of the top top JUCO transfer prospects in the country. He could have gone just about anywhere out of junior college, but chose to go to Utah. Had a phenomenal season, and his 1 year starting at left tackle. Vance Joseph really early on in the process had told us how they really enjoyed that Utah offensive line. And this makes me think the Broncos might be playing a little more zone block scheme than we thought, AJ. We might see this guy move around on screens, being put out in space.
How long is this video?
Being used to pull. And
I didn't.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. He's no Christian McCaffrey, that's for sure. And he's going on the stage with a little baby, so there's that.
So there's that. Wow.
Oh my God, that was so good.
He's such a legend, that AJ.
I'm glad he got it all out on the football cast. I don't have to deal with that on the Avs cast.
Oh, that was good. Great find again. Rudo is on fire tonight.
That was AJ's
He found that
find.
one himself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you guys make a great team together.
It's true.
We've got in the comments, we don't deserve AJ. This is great. Poor guy knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I love
Andre trying to pull AJ back in.
Yeah, you're like, they might be doing a little more zone blocking scheme, and AJ was still like, nope, I'm not ready yet. Oh, that was fantastic. Wow, that is amazing. Well, I do still want to bring on our very last guest of the night, a star of DNVR After Dark. It is D-Line, aka Eric. Bring him in. How are you doing, Eric?
I'm doing well. Should I swear at the beginning, or do you want me to weave it in more naturally?
Yeah, let's work our way up. Let people put the kids to bed. Eric's on screen. Everyone put the kids to bed.
Okay, I'm gonna get a few snacks in while Eric is.
Here's what I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand is that we'll let an adult word fly every now and again in the world of the Nuggets, but you guys that are part of the blood sport are too delicate. Your sensibilities are too delicate. I don't understand it.
You know what? We have a worldwide audience of people of all ages, and we want everyone to feel welcome to listen to this podcast. And to be fair, Brandon Spano once dropped an F-bomb on this podcast, and we got eviscerated for it. Like, we had like multiple comments being like, "Guess I can never play this with my kids in the car again." So I was really happy he did it because I didn't have to take any of the brunt of it. But that was the last time
that really ended it for us.
It really did.
He kind of got us banned from cussing. We had to apologize for him. It was awful.
McChesney was on here and he sweared once.
No, he said ass. That's okay.
That's still swearing.
Well, I'm gonna write that. So that one's okay. Let me write down what I know.
Wasn't there a comedian who like would rattle off all the ones you're allowed to say on TV?
Yeah, it was George Carlin. The 7 swear words. Yeah.
See, I know things.
Yeah, you didn't know that. You knew of it.
Yep, the comments are all saying.
Yeah. So, anyways, okay.
Okay, so are we gonna play a little Pictionary again tonight? Is that what's happening?
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
It went so well last
The
night.
producer and the director join in. How about that?
All right, yeah, we're taking a
I guess
victory
Mason
lap
is
here.
so maybe we have a chance.
Well, so here's like the other wrinkle is that for some reason my pen is not working, so I'm going to draw entirely with my mouse.
Oh,
so let's see how this goes.
Wow.
That's going to be interesting. Go ahead. All right, you're going right into it.
No, I mean, I'm getting set. Oh, you think I've had 41 years of practice. I'm good.
Wow.
For those who didn't stay on the After Dark show, the tally is Mace got 2 very early on because
he did.
Quickly, I got 1, and then Hank blew us all out the water by guessing 1 before it was even drawn. The big thing is, what all the odd makers are asking is, will RK ever get 1 tonight? This is his last chance.
Oh.
It doesn't look good, I have to say. The odds are not in his favor.
I agree completely.
It's Hunger Games all over. All right.
It's true.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. We're definitely ready, right?
All right,
Yes?
we're ready. Yeah. We're certainly ready.
I really love when you give me control.
We've
of the
got
show.
Adam
Okay.
commenting. I don't know if he wishes he was here. DNVR After Dark.
All right, so here's the first one. These are all football tangentially themed. Okay, ready? Here goes.
Yeah.
What was that sound effect? Helicopter.
God,
the John Elway helicopter.
It's the helicopter. That's one for Allie.
That's for me.
I thought we were getting technical again. Remember last night you got super technical. You had to really get the answer.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote down, it says here on my sheet that I've made for myself, my notes. Well, I shouldn't show you. But it does say, it just says helicopter. And it's spelled
on the
wrong.
big board.
It's also spelled wrong. Did you, when you pronounced it, was it spelled wrong? Because it has to be to get it right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It spelled like if there was someone in the Bay Area saying it. Helicopter.
And that, you know what,
E40.
Eric, right away I proved to you. Someone was like, Allie should get in on the Pictionary. And Eric said, why bother? Mace is going to win everything. And look at that.
Well, Mace
I
isn't
won
here. Mace
one,
isn't here.
But I still won one right off the bat.
Well, that was contingent on Mace entirely. I mean, you beating RK, that's proven to be child's play. No, everyone can do that. All right.
I cut the wire on Mace's Wi-Fi, so I would have.
Okay, ready? Here's another one. All right.
Serve, David. Oh, Judy.
Judy.
No, that was me still.
It's not even right. Calm down.
Bell.
That's a
Is this
compass.
the Pittsburgh Steelers logo?
It's a bell. It's like a ding,
South.
ding, ding. It's
Something-
that kind of bell.
South.
It looks like it's the thing that is in a blender.
No, it's
Okay.
South.
Oh, I like that.
South stand.
That was half me.
What?
That was half
He got it. He got it against all odds.
That was half me. I request half a point for that.
Go.
They
Against
said the thing
all
under the
odds,
blender.
He did it.
I would say, though, that there's nothing more appropriate than you beating all of these players, Allie, Rudo, Hank, and Andre, the odds, against all odds. I would call all of them the odds.
Congrats on beating me, okay.
You're welcome.
I call half a point on that one.
What? You just got South.
So
Yeah,
how
well,
was that
Henry
the
was over
South
here saying it
stands?
was the bottom of a blender.
Well, it was a combination of two concepts. South on the compass, and then
Oh,
I
that was
made
the
Stinson.
compass. Okay.
Well, so you got So there were 2 words, and you came up with 0 of them. So that's bad.
I'm so happy to be eating right now. I can't even tell you. I couldn't care less what you guys are doing.
Well, we know what you're doing.
Drew Kreisman had Ninja Star.
That's the best guess of all, I think.
That's why Drew Kreisman's not on the DNVR After Dark. Okay, ready? This one is a little bit football related, but it's a little more complex.
Okay.
There's a leap required. Okay.
Okay. You've got our attention peaked.
Okay. All right.
It's a box.
Oh, yep, it's a box. No, it's not a box. Come on.
Lloyd Cushenberry.
It is Lloyd. It's not Lloyd Cushenberry. Stop.
Andre, shut up if you're not
It's not part of the game. Is it's more.
Bye, Andre.
Get out of here.
Judge. He's like
still talking.
It is literally Judge Judy. Yep.
Wow. Hank.
Oh, terrible.
Good
Wow.
Lord. That was impressive.
I was gonna go like this. Although she didn't even wear glasses, does she?
She does now?
I think she does.
We're not really.
Yeah.
We're not really about accuracy on the DNVR After Dark. Okay. So what is the score here? RK1, Allie 1,
Hank,
Rudo. How many do you have?
2.
I'll do a hockey one, and I guarantee I will.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. Here goes. This one's gonna be really, really easy.
Bag. The Lock. Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
It was Drew Lock, and Hank got it first.
Damn.
Because
the new
drew
mate.
a lock.
Yeah, I drew a lock.
Oh.
Okay, all right. This one is a little bit more complicated, and if I had use of my pen, it would go a lot better. But let's see what happens. Okay.
Just so you know, Flying Mind, we're not running with Judge Judy.
Nope.
No.
We're better than that.
Oh, no. We got multiple no's.
Whoa, how did you make this perfect box?
Yeah, that was...
Old shift, fam.
Whoa.
Shut up, Rudo. They don't know.
Why were your last lines so crooked?
Let them be impressed, Rudo.
Hangman.
Okay.
You should be removed if you get it wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Ryan, you would have been removed completely.
That's not
Pictionary to the
Pictionary then. That's the opposite of Pictionary, guys.
That's true.
It's a
Pictionary, you throw out guesses. I'm sorry to break it to you.
It's the TikTok of Goodell and Judy.
It is the mother effing TikTok of Goodell and Judy. That is exactly what
Wow.
That is incredible.
What a deep.
That is wow, Rudo. It's like when Rudo got the trivia question right, and him and I behind the scenes were going crazy. We were like, "What?"
I've been staring at screens and producing all day. Those just look like 2 different screens to me. Like,
I can't believe I shamed Rudo and then he came through so brilliantly. Man.
I so
I'll never do it
vaguely
again.
remember even doing that. The whole looking at the Goodell Judy TikTok. That's such a blur in my past.
AJ, I'm drawing with my mouse. All right, I know
Eric.
it's not great. I'm drawing with my mouse.
I think he was
Eric.
talking about the nickname, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Drew Kreisman's upset with you, Eric. He says,
Why is that?
Eric hurt my feelings, so I'm reporting him for being an old man hanging around young people
Young
this
people
late at
this
night.
late at night. Well,
Damn,
first off,
man. Get
I'm
that hate off the screen.
It's true.
first off, I am appropriately socially distanced. I'm not hanging around with any of these young people. I'm allowed to be on the internet. Come on. All right, ready?
All right.
Yes.
Let us know before it's the last one.
This is the last one.
Okay.
Here it
All right.
comes.
Oh man, this is for the win. Oh wait, Andre doesn't have any.
The stakes are so high.
Yeah, this is for the 5-way tie.
Okay. No, doesn't Hank have a substantial lead?
He has
No,
2.
he has 1. No, you don't count. Yesterday doesn't count.
Do you think this is damn soccer aggregate score?
I thought maybe.
Or the draft where you pick up from the last round.
Or I'm
just changing the rules so I have a chance to tie.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Adam supplied this one. It's a little bit more difficult.
Oh God.
It means Rudo's gonna get it in like 7 seconds.
I don't know. I don't know if this is in Rudo's wheelhouse per se.
It's
Are you
D-line.
really- Are you not gonna do a play on Cushenberry and Cush?
No, you guys would get that too quickly.
Oh.
Okay, someone's smoking a J.
Yep, smoking a J here. Wearing a hat.
Looks like he's
Smiling.
too, so he enjoys Jays.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
want to say an answer, but I don't know if it's gonna.
Go for it, Allie. It's after dark. All is well.
Is it Chad Kelly?
No, it's not Chad Kelly.
That was a good guess.
You
Very
know,
good. Oh yeah.
he's got the hat. Maybe.
Wearing a collar. He's got a drink.
Are you
John
sure
Elway.
this isn't D-line? We're sure this isn't D-line Co.
Oh, it's D-Line. No, it's not D-Line Co.
Oh.
So we get to the man. You can keep putting those details on if you want, though.
You don't
Someone
know
said
the
Green
answer is the
Solution.
name of the man.
Oh, Shannon
yes, I
Sharp.
need to- It's Shannon Sharp.
There we go.
You saw the There's a comment. You saw the comment. I'm
No.
calling BS on that.
Wait, what do you mean? I just saw the Hennessy
Well.
and the cigar.
Yeah,
Broncos
that's right.
Squared had that before anyone.
Well,
Wow.
Bronco Squared can have the point. I don't need it.
Adam Mattis agrees. Broncos Square for the win.
Wow. What a good job, everybody. This has been a crazy
Great
little
job.
broadcast we put on, huh?
Sure
This has
has.
been. We're only 6 hours and 32 minutes in.
Yep.
Do you understand the grind involved of making those player graphics? Oh my.
Yeah, you guys did such an incredible job on the back end. The graphics team, the production team, Ali as director, Rudo on the board. I mean, everyone, great job. Zach and Mace popping in and out, writing stories. I'm just so proud of everyone and all the hard work that went into this. You know, we made this our goal over the last few weeks. We said we want to make this a really big deal, and I think we did a really great job of that. So credit to all of you for all the work that you put in.
Big time.
For those of you who are wondering what our plan is for tomorrow, we are going to come to you after the draft because you don't want me to be sitting there being like, yeah, this guy crushing the keys. Gotta find. 6'1" corner out of Illinois State. Yeah, we're not gonna do that live all day long. So
Also, how long do you think that would be?
it would be 8 hours of us looking up players. So
You know what's crazy is that we had a file with all of the players in that file that we could quickly put in, and every time the Seahawks or the Raiders picked, we'd be like, oh my God, we have to go off script, go onto Google, find the image. Like, it was like never a pick that was even in our wildest dreams.
So yeah, once the draft concludes tomorrow, we will come back to you with another live show breaking everything down. We'll be able to kind of gather some information on who the Broncos got. And I only speak for myself there because I'm sure Andre and Hank would know exactly what's going on. But we'll give ourselves a little more time to understand kind of what the Broncos did. We'll be able to see maybe what some of the college free agents that they're going after, anyone that we might know. So it should be really, really fun. We don't have a time. Justin asked what time we're going to start tomorrow. We don't have a time exactly in mind, but shortly after the draft concludes, we'll hop in and give our analysis all over again. So again, to everyone who made this special, especially all of you guys who tuned in and listened and watched us, we could not thank you enough. To MSU Denver for presenting all of our coverage here, a huge shout out. Head to msudenver.edu/online. And to all of you, I thank you again. Great work, everyone, and have a great night.
We had someone said y'all look mad cute. Oh, there we go.
All right. There we go. Good night.